What is the creepiest glitch in the Matrix you've experienced? 10 years ago I was returning home from a road trip with 2 friends. I received a phone call from my parents asking when we would be arriving, and I explained that we were about 25 minutes away. About a minute later we came around a bend. It was a full moon and we could see the reflection from a lake below us, and other than that the road was completely empty. Suddenly everything went completely dark in the car, no lights from the dash or gauges or headlights on the road. The music also stopped and restarted at the beginning of the CD we were listening to. There was now a vehicle pulled over by the police about 1/4 mile in front of us that hadn't been there a split second before. I assumed I had dozed off for just a second as it was late. I thought it was still quite peculiar, though. After about a minute, the driver of the car tuned the music all the way down and said, "Did that just happen to anyone else?" The other passenger in the back seat sat forward abruptly and exclaimed, "I thought I just fell asleep." We then realized that the clock in the car was reading an hour later than it just had a minute before. To keep ourselves from freaking out, we decided that the car had possibly had a momentary electrical failure and reset the clock to an odd time, turned off the dash lights, headlights, and gauges, and restarted the CD player. But when we arrived home 25 minutes later, we were 1 hour late. I'm missing an hour of my life, and to this day, have no idea how it happened. When I was a teenager I had 2 really intense dreams one night. The first one was about an online friend of mine calling me to say she'd broken up with her boyfriend, and I sang a few lines of Seal's Don't Cry to her over the phone. The second dream was finding a real life friend dead body floating in her bathtub. I didn't think anything of it up until I logged online that evening and the online friend came online to tell me her boyfriend broke up with her. I immediately asked if I could call her, and she said no. I remember thinking that it meant something, like I could change it. Not long after, my phone rang, and it was real life friend from the dream calling me. I was completely freaked at this point, but talked to her normally. She was just talking about school and shit, up until I realized I heard a splash in the background. I asked her, "Are you in the tub?" And when she said yes I felt like my heart had stopped. I asked her, "What did you do?" She didn't answer me right away, and then after a very long pause she told me she'd taken an entire bottle of pills and chased it with mushrooms and vodka. She'd gotten scared waiting for it to hit her, so she called me so she'd hear someone's voice. I hung up and called 911. By the time they got there she was unconscious, but alive. Today she's a mom to a beautiful little girl, and she's okay. Edit. Whoa. Thank you for the gold. It seems like one of many who've had an experience like that before. Suicide is a horrific thing, and my deepest sympathies for anyone who has been touched by it. Not creepy, but so vivid and distinct that I still think about it years later. I had a subjectively long, involved dream where I was a vendor in a fish market. I remember getting up early, dressing, doing a whole morning routine, going to get tea, heading out to the docks, buying fish, loading them in a cart, and going to get ice, then haggling for ice, buying some less fresh fish while I was at it, then going to a market to my stall, setting up and selling fish all day. It was so real. I talked to friends, smoked nasty cigarettes, haggled customers, ate lunch, had tea and just lived through the day. At the end of the day, I cleaned up, counted my cash, paid the stall rent, went home, cooked some of the fish I hadn't sold, sling with some veggies and rice that I'd traded for. I drank more tea, relaxed for a while, then drew a hot bath, soaked and smoked some more cigs, then went to bed. The next morning, I woke up refreshed, ready to go down to the docks to buy fresh catch. Except I was in my house, next to my wife, truck parked outside, and it was Saturday, no work. My wife and I were getting geared up to go skiing in Oregon and the car was already packed. Weird thing was, in the dream, I was single and a smoker. I'm not. And the whole long dream had been in fluent Chinese. The effortless kind of fluency that only comes from a lifetime of speaking it. Oh, and I had been Chinese. I'm a big hairy white dude, somewhat fluent in Spanish, and I know a little bit of Russian, but I've never. It was just weird. I've never worked in a fish market. I wonder who I was. I wonder what that was. I was heading home with my dad. We stopped at a drive-thru. I start feeling more and more anxious for no reason, to the point where it makes lightheaded and sick to my stomach. We have to wait a little bit ahead because they gave us the order wrong. So I sit there, feeling like shit, and it suddenly comes to me an urge to call my brother. He was trying to call us. He was in a car accident. No one died. Some got seriously bruised. He was only shaken. I told him to shut up and get as far away from the car as possible. He didn't understand but followed through, trying to call some of his buddies, and I could hear them calling him a wuss, him giving up and getting far, and then a loud noise. People shouting. Point after the whole sheet was over, he told me what happened. His drunk friend tried to impress some girls in the car, hit the gas, drifted and hit the bottom of the car on some rocks, completely faking with the engine. They stood near the car, the driver still inside trying to turn the engine back on. The hood burst in flames and the car started to burn fast. The driver managed to get away, but got severely hurt. Some of the guys and girls who stood around were hurt and burned too, but not as bad as the driver. My brother was the only one with light bruises from the whole thing. He told me that when I ordered him to get away from the car he was in front of it, inches from the hood. I never experienced anything like this before and after, just this once. It's just a faking weird memory. I don't remember what I was thinking. I remember it like watching a movie and seeing myself and everything from an outside angle. Have a few, but this one stands out. I was catching a SkyTrain in one particular city about 15 minutes from where I get off. While I wait, there is a woman with glazed eyes asking people for money. She came up to me, stopped briefly, and asked, "Excuse me, could you spare some money? My brother is in the hospital and I'd like some money to buy him some flowers." That's rich, I thought. Drug addicts are getting more and more obvious with their lines. "Here's $5. Gave it to her without even looking her in the face, convinced of her intentions. Anyways, my train pulls up, and I get on. I look through the glass at her walking around asking others for money as the train pulls away. The train arrives at the station 15 minutes later, and I walk down and out to the bus stop. There is only one bus the direction I'm going, and just my luck, it is there waiting when I get off the train. So on the bus I hop and wait for the bus driver to finish reading his paper before the doors close and we embark down the highway. About 5 to 10 minutes traveling, the driver pulls over for a routine stop. The doors open, and to my complete astonishment the woman from the SkyTrain walks into the bus, a dozen roses in hand. She looks me right in the eyes as she walks past to take her seat. How in the blue hell did she get there? I took the train before her. I watched her at the train stop from inside as we pulled away. I went over a river. I caught the first and only bus going this particular direction. And not only did she beat me there, she had time to go to a store and buy a dozen roses. To this day I have no idea how this happened. It happened in early 2000 when I was working at a juvenile detention center in a small town in Oklahoma as a corrections officer. I was working nights at the time and went to work at 9 p.m. this one night. When I arrived for work, my supervisor looked confused and asked me what I was doing there. I said I work tonight. And he said, "But they said you called in a few hours ago saying that you were sick." I was a bit confused and said it must have been someone else and they got the message wrong. After everyone else showed up for work that night it was a bit more weird, but we carried on as usual and assigned everyone their places for the night. I went to work in the control room where I usually work. The control room is the center of the prison that has direct control over the cameras, doors, phones and everything. After I relieved the guard on duty and settled in for the night, I looked at the message that said I called in. It said that I had called at 6:50 and said that I had gotten sick while out cleaning up after the storm. There had been a storm the night before and it was a bit bad, but not anything that I had to go out to clean up. It was truly weird. The supervisor came into the control about that time. He was also a friend of mine outside work and we started talking about it and how odd it was. I decided to call my wife at home and tell her about it while he was still sitting there. I picked up the phone and dialed. After 2 rings a man picked up the phone and with a raspy voice said hello. I did not know what to say for a few seconds. I looked at the phone to make sure I dialed the right number and I had. After a few seconds the person said hello. Again in the same raspy voice. I said, hello, who is this? This is Taylor, who is this? The person said. My head started spinning because my name is Taylor also. I said in almost a scream, where is Anne? He said, Anne's in bed. Who is this? I dropped the phone and told my supervisor to ring me out. I had to get home and I took off towards the door. I could hear Dave pick up the phone behind me and say hello, followed soon after by what the fuck, rather loudly. I ran to my car and drove home faster than what was legal, my mind racing the entire time. I busted through the door and my wife was sitting watching TV and was shocked at me being home. I asked her who was there and she said no one has been here. After a rather long talk with my wife, I went to call the prison to tell them what was going on, but the phone was dead. I went back to work and when I came in Dave was acting weird and asked me, how the hell are you doing this? He told me that when I left, he picked up the phone and the person on the other end sounded like me. He kinda freaked out and hung up the phone. A minute later, as he could see my car leaving the parking lot, I had called back from home and asked what the fuck was going on. He said that I was a bit irate and said I was sick and did not feel like playing these games and was telling him to stop prank calling me and hung up. After convincing him I had no idea what was going on, we went back to work. Later, I find out that the phone line for my area had been knocked down the night before by the storm. This is absolutely the strangest thing that has ever happened to me. Edit. Yes, I posted this on 7 months ago. This happened when I was 11. I still remember it like it was yesterday. My grandfather was getting old and had been in and out of the hospital a few times that year. At that moment he had been in the hospital for probably 2 days. We had gone into the hospital to visit him, where I gave him a big hug and told him I loved him and would see him tomorrow. That night, I went to bed and had the most beautiful dream. My grandpa came into my room and sat in the rocking chair in the corner. He invited me into his lap and told me he was going away for a while and that someday he would see me again. I shouldn't worry because everything was okay and he wasn't in any pain. I smiled at him and gave him a big hug and told him I understood. I then looked over at my brother sleeping in the bunk below me and asked my grandpa if we should wake him up and tell him. When I turned back around to get a response from my grandpa, he was gone. I ran to the window to look out onto the front yard. There he was waving at me. He whispered, "Go tell your mom and dad exactly what I told you." I looked back at the door to my room and then back at the front yard and he was gone. I immediately woke up, ran to my parents' room and turned on the light. I told them exactly what grandpa had told me. They told me it was just a dream and to go back to bed. I told them again exactly what grandpa told me. Again, frustrated, it was 2 AM. Told me to go to bed and we would talk about it in the morning. Just then the phone rang. It was the hospital. My mother started sobbing. Grandpa had passed. At that moment she just sat there with my father staring at me. I still remember their faces. They both looked at each other, then me, then each other, and finally smiled and stopped crying. They gave me a big hug and told me they loved and to go back to bed. They ended up going to the hospital that night and my aunt came over to watch us. But we have never talked about that night since. In fact, I don't think I have ever written about it, which explains the tears rolling down my cheeks right now. Wow, that was liberating. And I'm glad other people have had these types of things happen. When I was like 10 or 11, I was going to the beach with my aunt and her friends. There were 2 cars of us. To get there we had to go through a very large industrial area. We didn't know the direction, so our car was following the other. Suddenly, they did an unexpected turn, and so our driver had to take a sharp bend. In that moment we heard a very clear, loud voice inside the car saying, "Laughing sharp bend, HM." The driver immediately hit the brakes. We looked at each other, puzzled. We all recognized it as a voice not belonging to any of us. In the very same time, we noticed that the other car has stopped as well. The other driver got out of the car with a scared face and shouted to us, Did you hear that as well?" They heard the very same thing inside their car. The area around was full deserted. Edit. Wow, thanks for the interest. A little bit of background. This happened in central Italy in the early 90s. My aunt used to act at the time and most of the other guys were theater actors. The voice scared the shit out of us because it was very clear, near, but not coming from a direction within the car you could distinguish, nor front, nor rear, inside the car, but from no distinct place. It was like mocking us. We were scared, but soon someone started to say, "Hey, who of you did?" Remember, those were comedy actors used to do any sort of strange voice. This, till we noticed the other car stopping and saw the look of the guy driving that car. They all were as scared as us and told us we heard this scary voice inside our car and told the very same words we just heard. Point, we were there in a hot day under the sun in an area with large streets and absolutely nothing and no one around us. No cars, no people, no buildings. We never figured out what happened. As I type this, I'm already feeling deja vu. I've always wanted to share this part of my life with someone, but have never been able to, so I'll just tell a bunch of people on the internet. Point, one day I was walking to work and all of a sudden had an urge to walk a different path than usual. I work downtown in a big city. It was a strange spur of the moment urge to walk a different way that changed my life forever. I turned into an alley I had never seen before. As I remember it, I made it about 15 feet or so when an actual glitch happened. Everything in my mind scrambled. I felt like I didn't have a body anymore, just that I was a semi-conscious entity floating through some weird dimension. All of a sudden, in the array of different colors and shapes, a vision came to me. It was a bunch of strange looking people that in my mind resembled businessmen in suits. They looked startled and panicked that I could see them. One of the people made a quick movement and everything turned to black. When I regained normality, I was on a completely different street. It was the same street that I always used to walk to work. I felt sick and severely disturbed / depressed. Point, I've never done any hard drugs, never experienced any hallucinations, never have had anything like this happen to me. The weird thing is, when the glitch was correcting itself and I could see those people watching me like a caged animal, I had the feeling that I knew I was being controlled. It still bothers me very much to this day. Point, TLD, I had a moment of spontaneity, caused a real life glitch. Life has seemed different ever since. About a year ago I had a terrible nightmare. Point, it started off me waking up in bed during a thunderstorm. As the room illuminated again and again from the flashes of lightning outside, I realized that the bed I was laying in wasn't mine. The head of the bed was against the wall that the door was located on, and from my perspective I couldn't tell if it was open or closed. Point, that is, until I saw the face. At first, just the nose and jaw broke past the door frame, but then an entire face slowly passed through the doorway. I tried to yell, "Who the fuck are you? Where the fuck am I?" But it felt like I had lost my voice. No matter how hard I tried to scream, nothing came out, and this person continued to enter the room, looking dead ahead, away from me. Point, then, just as the person was completely into the room, their head snapped towards me, and it locked eyes with mine. I tried to get out of the bed, but felt completely paralyzed. The person started making their way to me, but with every step their body contorted in ways that would break a normal person's bones. Their neck snapped so the back of their head touched their back, their jaw lay flat on their chest, their arms had broken at the shoulders and migrated to their back like wings. Just terrifying shit. And just before they reached me, I woke up. Point, the next day I told my mom about it and went into great deal about the room. Turns out it was almost an exact copy of my room when I was a baby. We moved out of that house when I was super young. Like, I have no idea what the insides to any room look like. Just kinda weird, I guess. Edit. So I guess I have sleep paralysis. Cool. 2MANY, I'll list a few. One day, while standing in the living room of a house I'd rented with friends, I heard my roommate bound down the stairs as he usually did and run into the kitchen, slide across the floor and open the fridge. Being young then too, I turned around to face the open kitchen to tell him to quit running like a little kid in the house, and was looking at an empty kitchen. A second later he bounded down the stairs, ran into the kitchen, slid across the floor, and opened the fridge. When he turned around he said, "Whoa, what the fuck's wrong?" Because I must have been pale as a sheet. When I was child I had a record player, yes, I'm old, and I used to listen to Kiss, yes, I'm old and I was a lame kid. Anyway, as kids poorly handled records tended to do, my favorite albums developed scratches that caused the needle to skip here or there. One of the songs always had a skip in the same spot, and I got used to it. Fast forward to a year ago, out of nostalgia I bought and downloaded the song from Amazon, wanting to walk down memory lane. I was listening to it with a friend, and then the song skipped in the same spot, and my friend heard it as well. I know she did, because when I heard it I went berserk and demanded she tell me what she heard, if anything at all, to check my own sanity. She heard it. I replayed it. The skip was gone. I have on several occasions dreamt of a person, place, or event that, within a month, plays out in front of me precisely as I had dreamt. I went to college in California at USC, but the summer before my first semester I did an enrichment program in England at Oxford University. However, before I left, USC held an East Coast orientation for freshmen. I was from New York, and I attended. While there, I made a friend who might continue to be friends with once school began. Anyway, after orientation, I attended the program in England. While there I made a lot of awesome friends, and got very close, platonically, to this one great girl. We had a blast. Upon returning to the States, and settling in at USC, I reconnected with the guy I had met at orientation. I couldn't believe my luck as I just stumbled upon him while he blabbed on a payphone. Yes, I told you, I'm old, which was great, because I had no idea if I'd ever find him, and that day campus was just crawling with students. He put whomever he was talking to on hold, and made quick "Hey, how are you?" small talk, promising to chat as soon as he was done on his long distance call. I waited as he explained how a friend he'd made at orientation, me, had just found him randomly, and how weird/cool that was. Then he said my name. Then he made a face. Then he asked me my last name, and, once I told him, he repeated it. Then he made another face. Then he asked me if I knew Rose, last name withheld for this story, and I stuttered, yes. He asked, "You met in England?" I was sort of stunned now. Yes, this was the friend I'd made there, probably my best friend there. He just handed me the phone. "She's my girlfriend. Here, she wants to say hello." Way too many coincidences there for comfort. I'm one of those people. I'm someone who, for more than 20 years now, see uncomfortably frequent instances of 11/11. Yes, I have since seen that it is a worldwide phenomenon affecting millions of people. Yes, I saw they made some dumb horror movies about it. Yes, most if not all theories about what it could mean are absurd, and I believe none of them. Now, the first logical response, which was also mine, was to assume that for whatever reason I'm subconsciously prompting myself, based on my own inner clock, to look at the clock at 11:11. And that sat well with me for a while. Then other things happened. I found an old wristwatch of mine in a box in my closet full of life detritus. The watch's batteries had run out, and it was stopped at exactly 11 hours, 11 minutes and 11 seconds. I sat with a friend in Denny's at midnight and finally revealed this oddity of my life to him, which obviously only elicited smirks. He never left the table after I told him, and we were alone. I even made sure not to tell him in front of a waiter lest they too think I was nuts. At meal's end, he had to use the restroom, and I had already paid, so I went with him to the bathroom hallway and stopped dead in my tracks, grabbing his coat so he couldn't continue. I just pointed to the wall which had graffiti all over it, only 11:11, 11:11, 11:11 written in Sharpie everywhere. A few months ago I cleared boxes of junk out of an old office of mine before selling it. In one box was a wall alarm clock I had bought that surely had to be out of batteries by now, I thought, and then remembered the wristwatch. I thought to myself, if I pull this clock out, and it says 11:11, then nothing is real. I pulled it out, and the time was blinking 11:11 to 11:11 to 11:11. I actually yelled, "What the fuck?" And with that, the alarm went off, startling me, and the time just went blank. The batteries were now dead, and it did not work at all anymore. So, what does it mean? Are we in the Matrix? Is this a dream within a dream? I have no fucking clue. Enough incidents have occurred just like this over 20 years, and with witnesses to convince me that I'm at least not insane. But what the fuck it could even mean is well beyond my ken. Anyway, you wanted to know, so there you are. A little backstory. I was a total idealist back in high school, so when choosing a college I chose to go somewhere that none of my friends were attending, so that I could strike out on my own in a finding myself sort of way. Well, I ended up making a few really close friends my first semester. I mean, these guys became like family to me in a matter of months. One day during winter break, one of those guys, my buddy Kimbo, had gone back home to visit friends and family, and on his return trip to our college he hit a bad patch of ice and got into a car accident and was killed. It hurt like a son of a beach for a long time, and I still think about him all the time. But anyways, a few weeks after Kimbo's accident, me and the rest of the guys were getting back from a party off campus, and as we were standing outside our dorm building smoking a cig, I felt my phone vibrating. And when I pulled it out I saw that I was getting a call from Kimbo's phone. Dumbfounded, I showed my friends the phone quickly and then answered. When I picked up, it just went directly to his voicemail, which played the same message it always had. It never happened again, and we never really talked about it, but for me, it was one of those someone's looking after me moments. I hadn't been doing very well after his death, but seeing his name show up on my cell phone screen one final time made me feel a whole lot better for a time and really helped me get out of the slump I was in. I have no idea how his phone cold possibly called me, and I doubt I ever will, but this was one glitch in the matrix that I'll forever be thankful for. Rest in peace, Kim. But feel free to call again. Setting: acid trip when I was 25 or so, at this really cool music festival called Rustlers Valley, in the mountains in the east of South Africa. So, at the time I was taking a fair amount of acid, really enjoying what it did to my mind, but not really enjoying the actual trips at all. Mentally they were really hard work. I eventually figured out acid was not very good for me, personally, anyway. Early that night, going up, I was sitting somewhere, with someone, on the ground next to one of the stages. At some point I became aware of someone standing in front of me, looking at me. For some reason it gave me the most extreme chills, and I couldn't look directly at this person at all. I wanted to get up and leave, but somehow that just felt like a completely wrong thing to do. The person eventually walked away. After what felt like a really long time, the night went its course after that, and like any old acid trip, turned out to be several successive trips between hell and Valhalla. Much later, early morning hours, coming down, I walked around aimlessly and got to this spot next to one of the stages where I spotted someone wearing the same jeans as I did, which was kind of unlikely because I used to make my own jeans from very bright and busy curtain fabric in those days. As I got closer, I realized it was me from earlier that night. I stopped in front of myself, trying to figure out what to do with this bombshell, and then noticed how uncomfortable I was making earlier me, and ended up just wandering off, completely freaked out. After that trip, I still took mushrooms quite often. They always agreed with me, but that was my last acid trip ever. Oh boy, you guys would love where I work. Weird things happen here all the time, but I'll just talk about one of the creepiest moments I've experienced here. I work as a security/nighttime attendant at an apartment building. It's 24 stories and one of the oldest buildings in the city. One night I'm sitting here when the phone rings at about 3 AM, and I answer. Hello, this is Drayden at the front desk. How can I help you? The voice on the other end sounded female, but was totally garbled, and the only bit I could make out was 23rd floor. I tried to tell the person I couldn't understand them, and asked what apartment they were in, but again garbled response and 23rd floor. After the third time of trying to understand them, and the same response, I said since I couldn't understand them I'd come up, and to meet me in the hallway. So I go to the main elevators, and both are up on the, surprise, 23rd floor. Luckily, we have an older service elevator and it's only on the 7th floor, so I call it down. I get it, and hit the button for the 23rd floor, but it won't move, and the inner door won't close, so I go to unlock the reset panel and boom, we start going up, door still open. I'm freaking out, and the elevator is shaking, because it goes pretty fast and is old. As I'm going up, I just stay towards the back and finally I reach floor 23. I step out, door closes just fine, and I look around the hallway. There's nobody around. I walk along slowly trying to listen for anyone awake who might have called, but there's nothing. So now I head the opposite direction and go towards where the regular elevators are, and when I get to them, they are just sitting there with their doors open. I was pretty freaked out, but I knew it could just be the elevators on the fritz, so I get in and figure I'll just reset them when I get to floor 1, when I hear the sound of the back stairwell closing. So I quickly get out and go to the stairwell, and lo and behold, no one's there, but the maintenance door to the machine room is ajar, and at that time I'm the only one in the building with a key. At the top of the building is a large machine room housing all the really loud machinery that does stuff in the building and allows access to the roof. I don't like going into it because it's creepy as fuck and no one ever goes there. So at this point I'm seriously freaked out, but I muster up and head in. I shout hello, and there's no response. The lights in this room flicker because they are sheety fluorescent, so I can't see well either, but at the end of the room I can make out the roof access door and sure as shit, it's slightly open. So I slowly continue forward, checking the space in between each machine as I walk by, and there's no one there, so I open the roof access door. I can't see anyone ahead of me on the roof, but there is a slight wraparound, and if there was a jumper or something I needed to be sure, so I step out and leave the door ajar like it was. Almost immediately, the door is pulled shut. Now I might written it off as wind or something, but this door is hard to shut and hard to open. Really hard. I immediately grab the handle and hank it open, slam it behind me, and run straight for the maintenance door. It automatically locks when it's closed, so I slam it shut too, and go back to the 23rd floor hallway, get into an elevator, door still open, and go all the way down to the first floor. I go back to the main lobby, and as soon as I sit down, the phone rings. I pick it up, don't say a word, and sure as hell garbled voice again, only audibly saying 23rd floor. I hung up the phone, turned the ringer off, and spent the rest of the evening just staring at the parking garage security monitor. There's been a bunch of creepy things happen at this building. It's basically like the Overlook Hotel at night. I walked past a dark room here on the first floor once, and swore I saw myself standing inside it. The next night as I'm inside said room cleaning, the lights flip off, and I turn around to see a quick flash of myself walking past. TLDR, creepy ghost or some shit played games with me at work by trying to lure me onto the roof of the building. Posted this in a previous sub a while back, but I'll post it again as it fits here too. I had just turned 22 and my parents had sold their house and purchased a place out in the country. On the property there was a big shed not far from the house that I decided to turn into my place. Now I felt kind of uncomfortable in the shed sometimes, but my dog kept me company, so it wasn't so bad. Anyway, I had been in there maybe 2 weeks, and one night I'm on the computer, my dog asleep at my feet, and I need to pee, so I get up and go outside to piss. It's a beautiful clear night and the stars were incredible. Next thing I hear the shed door slam behind me. I turn immediately and try to open it, but it won't budge. Now from inside the shed I can hear my dog start to growl, quietly at first then louder. Now he's barking, and I'm panicking trying to get the door open. I must mention that I'm 6'5" and well built, play sports CTC. But even ramming my full weight into the door won't open it, and I'm really panicking now as my dog's barks turned into whines, then whimpering, then silence, and with all my might I slam into the door and it flies open. The light is off inside now, and it's pitch black. It won't turn back on, and I'm in complete darkness. Can't see my dog anywhere, and I stumble around trying to find a torch. Finally I find it, and pick it up, and turn on my torch, and I wasn't prepared for what I'd see next. My dog had literally squashed itself into the furthest darkest corner of the room, eyes closed, and is shaking violently. I immediately moved towards him, and as soon as I got within reach of him, he leapt at me into my arms and wouldn't move. I picked him up, and I swear I've never ran so fast in my goddamn life. I never stepped foot in that shed ever again, and my dog wouldn't even go near that part of the property. I don't know what happened in that shed that night, but I'll never forget it. About a year ago, my girlfriend and I went to eat dinner at Chipotle's. It's in a smallish shopping area with a burger joint and pay well neighboring the Chipotle, one of those kind of upper classy type shopping areas. We pulled into the parking lot in front of the establishments at around 5 PM on a Friday evening to find an empty parking lot. There were no tables outside. There were no cars in the parking spots. Not a person in sight, and even the lights inside the buildings were off. Completely confused, I took the car in a sort of loop around the building in order to leave. The only thing of interest was a single fire truck parked alongside the building, headlights on, but no emergency lights, and no one in the truck. It struck us a little odd, maybe a fire in the building. As we pull around the backside of the building, and then finish looping around, we drive past the front facade of the building. Except this time every parking spot is full, tables are outside with patrons at them, food half eaten. There's people walking around, and the lights inside the buildings are all on. But the fire truck was gone. Mind you, it took less than 30 seconds to make a circle around the building. Easily one of the strangest things I've ever experienced. More adjustment bureau than Matrix glitchy. I'm not really sure if this belongs here, but here we go. Point. When I was 15 I was incredibly depressed and struggling with my OCD and anxiety. It got to the point that I decided to kill myself. I arranged everything, note, when, where, how, etc., and waited. I waited about a week until my parents went out to dinner. I attached a note to my door telling my parents not to come in and to just call the police. Got dressed in my nicest clothes, showered, did my hair, and put a suicide note in my shirt pocket. My father had a number of guns and I chose one of them to do the deed with, a Beretta 92 handgun or something like that. I went into my bedroom, turned on some music, and laid down on my bed. I put the barrel into my mouth, sang a few lines of Free Fallin' Through Tears, and pulled the trigger. Then it went into a third person type thing, where I was just watching myself. I saw myself laying dead on my bed, slumped over and bleeding everywhere. I watched myself lie in my own gore for what seemed like forever. Then suddenly it felt like all the wind get knocked out of me, and I was back in my body. Point click, the gun jammed. I just threw it onto the ground and sobbed into my pillow for hours before cleaning up everything and going to sleep. I have no idea what happened that day, but I'm more grateful than you can imagine. After that I really made an effort to turn my life around, and it did. It's scary thinking that I wouldn't be here right now if it worked. Point not my story. From here. I have posted this before elsewhere, but here goes. Sorry, this is a long red. Point. I'm from Finland, and that's also where these things I'm about to describe to you happened. This was some years ago, pre-smartphone/GPS era. It was the end of the summer and myself and two friends were on a camping trip way up in the north, in Lapland. The mosquito season was over, and the weather was cooling down in anticipation of the coming fall. The three of us had packed food and gear for a 10-day trek. The car we arrived in had been left at the parking lot of a visitor center. This happened within the premises of the Urho Kekkonen National Park, a 985 square mile stretch of wilderness near the Russian border. The terrain there varies greatly, from treeless and semi-mountainous to dense forest of spruce and pine and dwarf birch. There are lots of swamps. Seeing reindeer is not uncommon, and some nights you might hear wolves in the distance. You can run into a bear or a wolverine in this place, but of course normally they avoid people. We mostly camped in a tent, but some nights we used shelters and simple huts, provided for travelers free of charge. The trip had lasted 5 days. We were at the furthest of any kind of civilization we were going to be on that particular outing. Truly in the middle of nowhere. There really is nothing there. There are no villages, towns, or industry. The place is a national park after all. Seeing other hikers happened from time to time. You'd see some people in the distance maybe. Very rarely would you come face to face with anyone. So, in the middle of our trip, we were camped in a small clearing, woodland extending around us for a considerable distance in all directions. It was already dark. We had eaten our evening meal and all three of us were jammed in our only tent. It was a bit cramped but we fit. We took turns carrying it during the hikes. We were just exchanging some jokes and crude humor in the dark, like guys in their 20s do, about to go to sleep in our sleeping bags. When we quieted down we began to hear it, talking, and the sound of machinery. Given our location, this was profoundly weird. We camped in a tent, because there were no huts nearby. Maybe there was another camp somewhere near us. We couldn't quite make out what was being said, but it was a human voice, no doubt about it. But nothing really could explain the sound of heavy machinery. It sounded like an excavator or a tank, something big, powerful, and really not too far away. Combined with the sound of talking, we thought construction yard. But at that time of night, in an unpopulated, protected nature reserve, we got out of our tent. It was cold and pitch black. The campfire had some coals STLL glowing. We took out our flashlights. My two buddies have always been a lot braver than me. The sound was clearly coming from the north, maybe half a kilometer away. We thought the construction might be going on behind a small hill some distance away. We could see no lights or anything. We still could not make out what was being said. The speaking like voice was monotonous, and it was impossible even to say what language was being used. Still sounded a lot like a person speaking though. You may be aware of the sort of spooky phenomenon of hearing a human voice in static. Maybe you've used a blow dryer and been sure someone is talking, turn it off, and it was just something the brain tried to interpret from the steady hum. Maybe it was sort of like that. It's hard to explain. The machinery-like sound continued, not loud, but you could sort of make out the powerful engine, at times accelerating/adding power, at times at idle. My two friends resolved to go find out what was going on. We put our warm clothes back on, donned boots, and I sat next to the dying fire, adding some more wood to it. I would stay at camp, while my buddies left to check out this mystery construction yard in the middle of nowhere in the Lapland woods. So, there I sat. The guys took out their maps, took a compass heading, and left, and I could hear them make their way through the forest, see the light from their flashlights. Then they were gone. The weird sounds continued, unaltered. They were gone 15 minutes, then maybe 30, then the better part of an hour. It was odd. Judging by the volume of the sound, they should have reached it, checked it out, and been back already. I added more firewood and tried to make out what the person talking was saying, but it was too tinny and obscure. The guys had been away for over 2 hours. I figured they had stayed for coffee with the construction guys or something. Then the sound stopped. Just like that. It just ended, all at the same time. The engine sound and the voice both just quit. It was very silent. I waited for another 30 minutes, very worried now that something had happened, that maybe my friends were lost. Should I go and try to find them? I shouted their names several times and built the fire pretty big. I was scared shitless when suddenly I saw the flashlights of my friends. Apparently they were returning in a hurry. The guys got back to camp, out of breath. They told me the following: they had followed the sound beyond the small ridge in the distance. There was nothing there, and it seemed like they were not getting any closer to the source of the sounds. They had to stop every now and then, be quiet and listen to it to be able to walk towards it. They walked and stopped like this for some time, then realized they were not getting any closer. The sounds did not change in volume at all. They decided to go just a bit further several times, when suddenly the sound just stopped like someone pressed a button on a recording. They realized they had been going on for a long time. They were in the middle of the dark woods, alone. They reversed the heading and started back at a brisk pace. Eventually they saw my biggest fire from the top of a hill and found their way back. The weird thing is, we seemed to think the sound stopped at different times. They had been gone 2,5 hours in total. They said the sound stopped at around the 1 hour 15 minutes mark after they left. They then started to head back immediately, return trip taking a bit longer. Even though they kept a good pace, they apparently wandered around a bit. For me, the sound stopped at the 2-hour mark, just 30 minutes, before they returned. We did not sleep that night. Nothing more happened on that trip, and we never found out what the weird construction yard like sound was about. When we returned to the park's visitor center some 5 days later, we asked around, but no one knew of any ongoing construction taking place in the whole national park area. Been bugging me ever since about the place this happened in case anyone is interested. Hope this counts. I've stopped telling people this story as no one ever believed me. I'll never forget it. It's been driving me crazy for 30 years. I'm sorry for the length of this. When I was a kid in England, in primary school, around 1987, a new kid joined the school on a temporary basis for a term. He had an American accent and was ginger. His name was Lee. Before he left us, he brought into school what today would look sort of like a tablet computer, but this was very thin with brown tan glass. He had cartoons on it. He totally loved cartoons and movies. I swear this happened. I didn't dream it. It was amazing. There was a crowd of kids who saw it, and their reaction was interesting, because they liked it and wanted one, comparing it to the Nintendo Game & Watch and calculators, but sort of accepted it, and didn't think it was magical, but it certainly was. I said to him it was like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy prop used in the TV series. He didn't know what I meant. He kept it away from the teachers, and didn't bring it back in. I kept asking him questions about his calculator TV, and he just gave vague answers, and saying he didn't know, but when I asked where he bought it, he said his dad got it from the US. One other thing he said, he saw a movie which had every cartoon character ever. A few years later I realized he was talking about Who Framed Roger Rabbit, which came out soon after. This was 30 years ago, and you can imagine how difficult in all this time it's been to describe this thing, as we haven't had ubiquitous tablets everywhere. I used to draw diagrams of it and show it to people. I went crazy when I saw the Tom Hanks movie Big, the scene where he pitches a handheld comic book video device. My parents just sort of acknowledged it, just humoring me. When Star Trek TNG came out and the pad was shown on screen, I went, that's it. That's the thing. Eventually the tablet PC came out, and I remember thinking, finally at last. The video iPod was further confirmation. Today, it's obvious that it was a tablet computer, and my story sounds more convenient and bullshit. I suppose I could track some of the other kids down on Facebook to prove this. I bet they would remember. Naturally no one believes me. TLDR. Kid in 80s brought tablet computer into school and no one believes me. Okay, here is my story, but first 2 points of backstory. My parents lived about 90 minutes away from me in my old hometown. Often, I would make a trip of it on Tuesday nights to see some friends, and then swing by my parents. We chose Tuesday night as none of the guys so's would object to hanging out during the middle of the week. You should too. Usually hanging out with my friends between 7p-10p. I would drop by real quick to see my dad after 10p. The obligatory I'm in town, and would be an awful son by not dropping by visit. Since I went back about every other week, it was nice to get the FaceTime with my dad. This was pretty frequent, especially during the summer. Since he was retired, he just watched tons of TV until the early AM hours. Why not, right? When dreaming, I know when I'm dreaming, and if I'm having a bad dream I can make myself wake up. Or if I'm dreaming something funny I will interact until I wake up. Essentially I'm able to control my dreams once I realize I'm in them. Been this way for the past 10 years or so. Kinda cool, except when I have some crazy shit happen in them, then I want to wake up ASAP. So now linking these two items up. So one evening, after visiting my friends, I decide drop by my parents' house. I usually walk through the garage, using my dad's key code, into the house, to the den where my dad watches TV. My mom would be asleep, so most of the lights would be out, except the light from my dad's den. So I'm walking through the house and I seem to be floating. As I get to my dad's den I say hi. It's at that moment I realize, wait, something isn't right. Today isn't Tuesday, no way I can be here. This must be a dream. At that point, the entire room, house, environment goes dark. Suddenly I'm in this dark space / room looking at this ghoulish figure with a somewhat sacred / shocked / oh shit face. Like, he realized I knew this was fake. It was like the curtain was dropped, and I saw the puppet master. Making eye contact with him, he kind of looks like a clownish figure. Crazy teeth. Pale face. Weird clothes. Like a mix of Phantom of the Opera meets killer clowns from outer space. I only get a brief moment in this space with him, before he also goes poof to vanish. After this I immediately wake up groggy, roll over, check my phone, see it is about 2:30 AM. Chalk it up to a crazy dream, and go back to sleep. The next day I call my dad just to chit chat, see how the day is going. We are talking and he tells me, late last night, I was watching TV. Next thing I know, is that you're standing in the doorway. I go to ask what are you doing here so late, then you just sort of fade away. Like a computer graphic. Just bit by bit until you're gone. I figured it was time for me to go to bed. Instant. Knotted stomach. I ask him when this was. Oh, late. Not sure. Probably after 2 AM. Faking, yikes. So I tell him my dream and he just figures it's something we'll never be able to explain. Something from another realm. Not sure if God / dark spirits / etc. It freaks me out. I wonder if there is something watching me or maneuvering my days. Pretty freaky point. This always gives me the chills when I think about it. My dad has since passed, but I still think about that day. To me this just affirms the connection I had to my old man. Hope he has some answers now. Until then, I hope the gals stay away. A couple weeks ago my friend's dad told me a pretty bizarre story that scarred me for life. About 15 years ago my friend's parents, Steve and Julie, were woken up at 1 a.m. to a very loud thud that rattled the house. Worried that one of the kids had fallen out of the bunk bed, Steve went downstairs to check on them, but all 3 kids were sound asleep and safe in their beds. Julie told Steve to check the house in case of intruders, so Steve checked the doors and windows before going outside to take a look. After 10 minutes of investigating the noise, Steve came across nothing unusual and went back inside to go to bed. He found his wife absolutely worried sick, and she demanded to know where the hell he had gone and what happened. Confused and tired, Steve told her he found nothing and tried to calm her down before Julie pointed out that it was now 4 a.m. and that he had been missing for 3 hours. Julie had even gone outside to check on him, and he was nowhere to be found and didn't respond to her calling his name. Unable to figure out what happened, they returned to bed and slept until Steve had to get up for work in a few hours. Steve owns a painting business, and a couple hours after working on a house he noticed his eyes started to feel itchy, then his eyes started to burn. Then after a couple hours his eyes burned so badly that he was holding his eyelids open as to not blink because it felt like his lids were sandpaper against his eyes. His employees rushed him to the hospital and Steve was treated for second-degree flash burns on his eyes. He was told his burns were equivalent to staring at a welder's torch without eye protection for an extended period of time. His eyes were treated, and he was lucky to have his vision fully restored. He is one of the most stand-up guys I know, and the way he told the story gave me the faking creeps. Dead serious and no explanation for what happened. His wife was there too, and she was visibly upset when he was telling me that story. Sorry in advance for grammar and spelling, I'm posting this from my phone. Back in 1987 I was sitting in class and had to this day the most intense and vivid daydream I have ever experienced. I was sitting in class looking at the clock. Then the next thing I know, I'm walking through the mall with a woman who I never met before. I was an adult and I knew she was my girlfriend. As we were walking and talking, some guy started shooting people randomly. Before I had the chance to react, I felt something like a punch to my chest. When I looked down, I was standing over my own body with a pool of blood spreading around it. I watched the chaos of the scene unfold in real time. My girlfriend was over my body screaming, and I was trying to comfort her. I watched the police neutralize the shooter, then the other emergency workers clear the scene. I watched them remove my body. I tried to follow, but I was unable to leave them all. I lived/haunted them all for a couple of years. As a spirit I was bored, so I would mess with the security guards during the night shift. During the business hours I would try to interact with the customers. Every now and then I could get someone to nod hello or walk around me so we wouldn't collide. I remember an elderly man sitting on one of the resting benches have a heart attack. As he was standing over his body, I walked over to him to comfort him. I had an overwhelming feeling that it wasn't his time to die, and I told him so. He climbed/sank back into his body as the emergency workers were resuscitating him. One day I was sitting on one of the resting benches, and a young boy about the age of 6 or 7 years old sat down next to me. He started talking to me, and when he did, I felt something weird happen. I knew I was to leave with him. I became his invisible friend. His name was Brian, and he was an only child of a single mother. She was an abusive alcoholic. I helped him survive life. I taught him not to talk to others about me, so they wouldn't think he was crazy. I experienced being with Brian for years. When he was about 10 years old, his mother came home drunk. She went into a drunken tirade and hit Brian. I lost my temper and was able to slam her into the wall. She never hit him again. I watched him grow up to a teenager, and when he was 18, I knew that my time with him had come to an end. We said our goodbyes, and just like that, the daydream was over. I looked at the clock and maybe a minute had passed. I had experienced just short of 2 decades of existence as a ghost in a minute of time. In 2003 my best friend had gone missing and ended up being murdered. It was a huge news story and tore me up inside. Point back when it had occurred, there were some issues going on in his personal life. I was living a couple of hours away. Anyway, my birthday was on June 15th, which was a Sunday. I was hanging at my friend's house the morning of Saturday the 14th, from which I distinctly remember having a bad signal on my cell, always. I was hanging out at the time and we were in front of my friend's house. I called my other friend, the one who was killed, that morning, asking him what he was doing and that my birthday was the next day and that night we had planned to go to a rap concert. He said he wanted to come down but there was some trouble and he wasn't alone. He mentioned he was with his roommate and I told him they could both come down. Without giving too much detail, he mentioned he was in fear of his life and I told him to come lay low at my house and Monday we would drive back and go to the police. My friend whose house I was at also had chimed in, remembering me having the conversation in full. My friend on the other end of the phone line said he would drive down and stay over. He never showed up. I called him on my birthday, infuriated that he never showed up. He never answered the phone. I didn't think much of it at the time. I was very drunk, but something didn't seem right. I got a call Monday morning from his long distance girlfriend saying she hadn't spoken to him since Tuesday. I told her to calm down and that I had spoken to him. Well, I got a call from his parents as well begging me go check his dorm room, which he had that roommate at which they both stayed at the local university. I drove down with the friend I was getting stoned with on Saturday and we got let into his place. He had 2 baby outbulls who looked starved when we walked in. There was dog shit everywhere. We checked the apartment and it was a mess. I went into his bedroom and there was a suitcase on the bed, half packed with folded clothes in the bag and on the bed very neatly. This was how my friend was with his clothing. It was a 2/3 night bag. Something was wrong. Fast forward, he was missing for a month and then, with some pushing, his body was found. I won't go into detail about that portion. I will say this however, the FBI ended up telling me he was dead 2/3 days before the day I spoke with him. Furthermore, there was no cell phone record of the call, or so I was told. I can't say how accurate the body decomp was due to the body being in a field during the summer in a southern high heat state. The FBI was positive of what they told me, though to this day I know I spoke to my friend who died. My other friend who I'm still friends with can vouch for this. Apparently, they say it isn't so, but this is definitely something that will sit with me for the rest of my life in addition to the event itself. I do not know if this qualifies, but my dad died, and about a year later on his birthday I see someone who resembles him out of the corner of my eye. So I look and he disappeared. The messed up part was he was dressed in a grey t-shirt and white pants with a white jacket. I tracked him down in the store and followed him almost like a stalker. I looked at him over and over and it was a spitting image of him. I could not believe it. Let me backtrack a little bit. My dad got misdiagnosed with diabetes and died of pancreatic cancer. When he died I remember them zipping him up into the bag and my mom told me not to look, but I grabbed her so she couldn't see him being wheeled out. He died at our house, which was his wishes. Also he loved to fish, and my mother and I live in a tourist area and he loved to fish. So I stopped what I was shopping for and just followed him. Half of me wanted to go up to him and say Dad, but I thought it would be weird. So I continued to follow him. He gets out to the parking lot and is driving a Mercury Coupe Evil fixed to the nines, which he always said he wanted. So I followed him to where he was, and he was in this camper area. I wrote down the license plates and everything. Next morning I get up at the crack of dawn and go down to this campsite, and he is out there fishing and drinking his favorite drink V/O and water. Okay, this is where it gets kind of creepy on my part. It began to bother me so much that maybe the off chance he was alive. It was all I could think about. I asked the camp person how long he was staying for, and he said his thing is up in about 2 days. He told me this after I paid him $50. I said screw it, I'm going to follow him to see where it takes me. At the time I worked for a logistics company and never took a sick day and gathered up a shit ton of PTO, paid time off. So on the day he was fixing to leave I gassed up and followed him. I followed him all the way to Michigan, which is where he said he wanted his ashes scattered. On the way there he slept in a motel. I slept in my car just waiting. I finally got to Michigan, which to be honest, if I was not following him, I would have had no idea what to do. Coming back was a beach, but going up was easy. He pulled in his driveway and out came his elderly looking wife and a couple grandchildren. I stopped for a second and was pissed the fuck off that he faked his death and faked us over. But I left about 30 minutes later. He looked at me and waved and I waved back as I was pulling around the culvert. On the way home I came at peace thinking, you know what, at least he is happy, and if that is what heaven gets to be, this man deserved it. It transformed my life for the better. I'm an agnostic by choice. But it made me think, and still does, that maybe a heaven does exist, and you just come back without any of your old problems, and can start something new in your twilight years without any problems. I later thought about going down and seeing if I could have the license plate to see the name of the man or anything, but I thought, my ignorance is my bliss. I told my mom the whole tale and she never to this day believes me. But every summer I go down to the campsite and fish, which I think is boring as fuck, and just wait for him to show up. To this day he hasn't, but it gives me hope. TLDR, thought I saw my dead father. Followed him and he seemed to be happier in his own heaven. I've never told anybody this. This is 100% true, but I've never been able to actually put it into words, so I apologize in advance about the inevitable bad wording. I was about 13 years old and my grandpa was dying. He had been ill for a few years, but it was getting worse, and he had weeks/days left to live. In an attempt to take my mind off things, my parents sent me and my 10-year-old brother to summer camp for a week. Even though my brother was oblivious, I knew my granddad probably wouldn't be there when I got home. We arrived at the camp on the Sunday afternoon. We had an orientation and went to sleep. The next day, Monday, we had a day of activities and food etc. and then went to bed. I couldn't sleep that night because of my granddad and I just laid awake crying and being upset. It was 2:48 a.m. when I finally started to doze off. All of a sudden a really loud voice shouted something in my ear. It was a female voice and it echoed. It sounded, and I know this sounds stupid, like an angel. It shouted, and I'll never forget this, his time is up, his time is now. I remember sitting up really fast and then bursting into tears. I never told anybody about it even to this day. As you can guess, I got home and my mum informed us in the car that my granddad had died at around 3 a.m. on the Tuesday morning. I was terrified. I'm not an emotional person and I don't usually have feels about this kind of thing. I wasn't even that upset when he died. This will probably get buried, but I don't care. I needed to type it out somewhere after bottling it up for 8 years. Last summer my car was in the shop for quite a while, so I had to depend on rides from friends and such to get around. One morning my housemate woke me up saying there was some guy at the door looking for me. I tossed on some clothes and went to see who it was. This man. I'd never met him before in my life. Made me real nervous too, because even though he seemed friendly, the fact that he knew my name and where I lived, well, I thought maybe it was a stalker customer from work or something worse. Turns out he insisted I take $40 from him. According to him, I had loaned him that money the night before at a nearby gas station, and, as promised, he was paying me back. Only I had not been to a gas station. In fact, at the time he said we'd met I'd actually been at work. He looked at me like I was nuts when I said all this and eventually just told me, okay, well, I don't know, but you gave me your address to mail you a check, but since you lived close by I just decided to pay you in cash. In the end I took the money. Why not? Free $40, yay. But I was sort of freaked out. Maybe this guy was a stalker and this was some sort of elaborate ruse to meet me. Right, then this happened. 3 days later I had my car again after forever. I stopped at a nearby gas station, but paid inside, because I wanted some bottled water too. There was one guy in front of me in line, arguing with the cashier. Apparently he wanted to put $30 in gas in his truck and buy a pack of cigarettes, but his credit card kept being declined. This stranger, who looked nothing like the other stranger from a few days earlier, was begging for a break. He'd leave his phone, his wallet, anything, as collateral. He just needed the gas to go home really quick and get some cash, then he'd be right back to pay. But the cashier refused. Finally I just said, "That's like $40, right? For the gas and cigarettes." Yep, I ended up giving him the same $20 bills the first stranger had given me a few days earlier. He kept saying, "Bless you, bless. What's your name? I'll pay you back. Where do you live? I swear I'll pay you back right away." I was so freaked out by the coincidence/strangeness of it all that I decided to break the circle. I gave him a fake name and told him he could pay me back the next day at a store I don't work at. Was that beachy of me? I don't know. All I know is that I felt like I had to break the loop or else I might forevermore be meeting stranger who either need $40 or have $40 to give me. Never saw either of those gentlemen again. By the way, I know, probably a coincidence. Definitely, actually. But still, how did the first stranger know my name and where I lived? I've posted this elsewhere but here goes. As a child, my parents always introduced me to everyone that ever came to our house. I was taught to shake hands and say hi. "I'm my name. What is yours?" This was a rule that could not be broken. One night when I was 7 to 8, I had a bad dream about being old. I went out to the living room to talk to my dad, who always used to play with Legos with me when I had a bad dream. This time, we got the Legos out but there was a man in a chair. I went to introduce myself, and to my surprise my dad shooed me away, got out my Legos and proceed to talk to the man instead of play with me. The man and my father talk for some time about things I don't understand, and neither say a word to me. It was weird, but I was young and the Legos were fun, and eventually I forgot the whole thing and went to bed. Never thought about it again. Fast forward 12 years, I head to bed one night after having a beer or two with some friends and immediately start, from what I can tell, lucid dreaming. I've never had a dream this vivid since or before. In the dream, I'm sitting in a chair talking to my dad about what I have done with my life. He is happier than usual and very interested. In the distance I hear a young person calling for him. He gets up, walks out of the room, and returns a minute later with me as a child and box of Legos. Young me approaches me. My dad shoos child me away. Young me goes and plays with Legos. My dad and I commence talking about the danger of the butterfly effect and how everything could change if we spoke. He insists we wait until young me falls asleep to continue talking about the future. I then have 2 more similar dreams where I see myself from perspectives of mysterious forgotten people and situations. All with my father, all discussing time travel, my future life, and the consequences of changing things. I woke up absolutely convinced I had time traveled, or the ghost of Christmas past decided he wanted to take a off-season shift. It took me a week to rationalize it, and still gives me the willies just typing it out. TLDR, a strange man hung out in my house with my dad. When I was a kid 12 years later I found out I was a strange man and we weren't allowed to talk, because it would mess up the space-time continuum. It was early 2000s. It is 3 AM and my house phone starts ringing. The phone was on the other side of the room. I stand up on the bed and start heading for the low dresser to answer it, and my wife gets up to go get the phone as well. By this time it is the 3rd ring and I remember thinking, crap, it's going to go to voicemail. The ringing stops. My cell phone starts ringing. I immediately change gears to someone really needs to get hold of me. I grab my phone. Caller, it is 000000000. I answer hello, and a voice comes through the line, as though it was a distant overseas call, parting through the static, and asking, "Is this Joel?" To which I reply, "Yes, who is this?" Immediately it was, as though those words "is this Joel" were being pulled back through the line, echoing in reverse. There was static and the call dropped. Jump forward several years. I'm installing a phone system that we are joking around is so advanced that we could place calls back in time. I punch in my old phone number and call it, realizing that number is still active and my wife might answer. I hang up and call my now years old and retired phone number. Somebody answers. I freak out and ask, "Is this Joel?" The voice on the other end of the line answers, through space and time, "Yes, who is this?" At that instant, I immediately remember taking that call, and I'm struck dumb. I cannot speak. Without thinking, I reflexively pressed the hang up button. I'm now freaked out. I look over to my colleague, who isn't as freaked out as I am. From his perspective, I called a number and someone with the same name answered. But he realized that was my voice on the other end of the line. I told him I got that call. It was 5 years ago, but I got that call then. We both freak out. I hit radial and get a message that that number is no longer in service. I call my home number back and my wife answers. I tell her I'm testing a phone system and ask if she had any previous calls. Nope, none. I'm kinda freaking out, but with her on speakerphone, I ask her, hey, do you remember that 3 AM phone call we got all those years back? Yes. Where I was asked, is this Joel? And the line went dead. Yes, I'm now just looking at my colleague, with my wife still on speakerphone. Do you remember what year that was? It was before we had kids, so it would have had to have been 2002 time frame. I don't know how to say this. I'm pretty sure that was me that called. The biggest glitch in my matrix was when I watched my mom pull out of the garage and leave to the grocery store. I watched out the kitchen window at 7 during a California sunset with the orange tint overlaying everything outside. I saw the car leave and close the blinds and had this extremely odd feeling, nothing like it before. I went back to the window and watched the same faking moment happen again in the same exact way. I felt like I just burst all my synapses and got lost in some faked up brain circuitry. When I walked away from the window the second time, I paused. I was spooked, but wanted to make sure this was over. I couldn't believe that all just happened, because I swore I saw her leave the first time. So I checked the window one last time, and I was in a seriously dreadful shock to see the same set of actions happening the same exact way for the third time. I walked away from the window that last time for good and went to my room to play video games. The whole time I felt like I was living in an infinite loop of time where I would never experience another hour than that 7 o'clock sunset in California. I didn't check the clock or the windows until my mother came in 10 minutes later with groceries. The amount of eerie I experienced couldn't be spoken of. She couldn't have done all that and came back with groceries in 10 minutes, and I couldn't have witnessed her leave 3 separate times exactly the same way. I have a few other stories like this that happened in high school, but I never told anyone because I had some scary shit happen when I mentioned it one time. Alright, this probably won't be seen. When I was in the Air Force, I was at Area 51. Don't ask why I was there, and don't ask what I was doing. I will not tell you. But after I was done doing what I needed to do, I asked one of the guards what the weirdest thing he has ever experienced there at the site. He said, Bald Mountain. I asked him to elaborate. He said to take a particular road and see for yourself. So, some fellow airmen and I take this challenge. We go up this road and go uphill. We stopped at this overlook and didn't see anything unusual or unordinary. It was getting dark, so we turned around disappointed. We go on the same road we came, only we were still going uphill. It made no sense, but we shrugged it off. After traveling on this road for 5 minutes, it brings us to the same overlook. We tried getting down again, only with the same results. We took the other road, still went uphill, and it brought us to the same overlook. At this point we were all questioning our sanity. We get out of the black SUV. We break out 2 different color trail markers, one neon pink, the other neon orange. We split up into 2 teams of 2, and we hike these 2 roads marking the trail with our trail markers. We laid down the orange markers while they were placing pink markers. As we walked, we were going uphill. If you turned around, you went uphill. The land made no sense. It defied all logic. After about 20 minutes on this hike, we started to see their pink markers. This also just brought on further confusion. After about 10 more minutes, we arrived at the same overpass. The other group arrived 10 minutes later. They said they saw our orange markers. We never saw each other cross paths. We started to panic and wonder if we were ever going to get off this mountain. After trying figure out what the fuck was going on, we decided to try and call someone. None of our flip phones work. No cell service. Compasses didn't help either. They would just spin. I thought we were in some episode of The Twilight Zone. We slept in the SUV, and when morning came we tried going down the road we came, and to our surprise we were going downhill. We get off the mountain and go back to base. I find the guard. I just look at him with this expression on my face, as if he could answer the 1,000 questions I had. He just said, I know. and left. To this day I still have no idea what happened. Probably be buried. I wake up every weekday at 5 am to get ready for work at 6:30 am. The morning is still dark as the sun has not risen yet. By 5:50 am, I'm all dressed and ready to head out. Before I do, I try to grab a little breakfast for myself and warm up my car. So I do that. I put 2 cinnamon waffles in my toaster, put my shoes on and run out to start my car. I start my car, which is a push to start car, and decide while I'm at it to scrape the back window of my car, since I know my defrosters won't work as fast. After about scraping for 2 to 3 minutes of scraping, I run to the door, and I find that it's locked. Not only that, the kitchen light is also off. I'm thinking my mom or my brothers must have locked the door and turned the lights off. Luckily, having a push to start car, I still had my keys on me. I got in, checked the toaster. This is the part that puzzles me. Not only did I get locked out, but my fake waffles were gone. I knew I was going to be late if I tried to heat up another, so I decided to just buy breakfast at work. I grabbed my stuff and headed out. As I was walking to my car, which was about a good 10 steps from the house, I could tell my car wasn't on. My heart dropped as I thought my car just broke down. I decided to try and start it, praying that it won't fuck me over. It started. I was so happy. I put the car in reverse. I turned my back, and what I saw next hit me like a ton of bricks. The back window wasn't scraped. I thought about it. My car wasn't warm. The toaster wasn't warm either. When I went to check for my waffles, the time read 5:54 am. After 15 years, I broke up with my wife. Started dating. First woman, let's call her Hallie, to contact me on the dating site. Ended up having long conversations with her. She was real nice, and when she realized I was fresh out of a relationship, she apologized and said she had bad experiences with guys who just got out of a marriage because they go on feeding frenzies. Told her I'm not like that, but that I totally understand where she's coming from. She asked if we can keep being in touch, which I totally agreed with. She was real nice. A few days after that, started dating another woman off the dating site. Let's call her Sally. We hit it off. I was having a great time. Kept chatting with Hallie, mostly and sometimes in the phone. We'd talk about dating and life and stuff. She was divorced too. I'd share my experiences, she shared hers. Since this is very close to the start of the relationship, these are the only 2 chicks I actually talked to from the site. 2 months or so after I started dating, I'm driving to Sally's place and the phone rings. It's Hallie. We chat about a bad date she had. I try to be supportive, etc. She then asks where I'm on my way to. I tell her I'm going to Sally. She asks where Sally lives now. Sally lives in this tiny town, 30 minutes drive from the major city in the area. It's a town of maybe 50 to 100 families. You see where this is going. I tell Hallie that Sally lives in this very small town. Hallie asks what the name is. I tell her the name. There's a pause. Are you fucking kidding me? She asks. At this stage I'm 5 minutes away from Sally's house. I ask her why. Do you live there too? She's obviously answers positively. So I ask what street she lives on. She says 3rd Street. My turn to pause. She says no way. Then she asks is she subletting? I grunt that she does. So Hallie asks from the Johnsons? I grunt my assent again. She goes that's 4 houses down from me. Totally blown away. They don't know each other. I tell Sally about this and she's wowed, but not as blown away as me. The next day, after work, I went with Sally to the beach for a bit. Beach she likes that's fairly far from her town. Close to mine though. We hang there for a few hours and ho each to their own house. Later that day I get an from Hallie asking what I did today. Told her I was at the beach. She goes I was too. She sends me a pic of her on the beach. Same beach. Same time we were on it. This is rather lengthy. I didn't realize how long it would be. I apologize for that. But I'm not able to summarize things well. About the time I was 17 or so, a few friends and I were out at the beach making dry ice bombs in the middle of the night. Probably midnight or so. We were quite delinquent back then. There were about 5 or 6 of us, and we were just chilling, having a good time, trying to make potholes in the ground with dry ice bombs in the sand. It was a quite foggy night, which isn't too unusual considering I live on the northwest coast, Oregon, and it rains here 300 days out of the year. After 30 minutes or so of being rambunctious teenagers, we decide to walk down the beach a bit. After probably 10 to 15 minutes of walking, we hear a strange scratching / grinding sound and stop and listen. Sooner than 20 seconds later, a tall figure emerges from the fog, adjacent to the ocean, but between us and the ocean. Faker had to be at least 8 foot tall, and it was dragging a chain. Not just your average chain, but like a faking massive chain that looked like it was used for an anchor or something. The rings were probably a 8 to 12 inches long a piece, and it looked like they had to be at least an inch in diameter as well. Now, this chain wasn't short by any means. It was probably 40 to 50 feet long, and this dude was just dragging it in the sand behind him. In the middle of the night. We all sat there silently, and I got the biggest shiver down my spine and all my hair stood on end and my breath seemed to escape me. We gathered watching the figure cross our path and make its way up the beach. It and the chain slowly faded out of sight. Well, that was faking creepy as hell, I thought. We then continued back down the beach to a shipwreck called the Peter Iredale, which is all but eroded by now, and took in the cool sea spray and enjoy the ominous whooshing of the serene ocean waves. We toss a couple dry ice bombs into the water and head back to our car, where we were parked probably half mile up the shore. As we are walking, we hear that faking noise again. My heart thumps and I get the cold sweats. It was that faking thing again. Trudging that goddamn chain up the beach. It had to have been the exact same place where we saw it the first time. There were no drag marks in front of him, no footsteps, no indication that anyone had laid foot on the ground in front of him in the path it had previously walked. The sand was dry, and it wasn't washed over by waves or anything of the sort. We watch it for a moment, out of curiosity as to what the actual fuck is going on. We stood there dumbfounded, watching the figure trudge through the sand with this unfathomably massive chain dragging behind it. It stopped dragging the Satan chain and stared directly at us, piercing our soul and the essence of our being. We stood there, jaw dropped, staring back at the shadowy figure. It begins to slowly march towards us, and we faking book it through the sand. I have never run so fast in my life. We all pile into the car, bro turns the engine and we faking floor it out of there, easily hitting 80 miles per hour on the straight stretch of the access road. Abso-faking-lutely haul serious as out of there. The entire time I was staring out the back window of the car, some reason expecting it to terminate after us and catch up to us. Thankfully it didn't, and I never saw the shadowy figure again. It was the strangest, most heart-wrenchingly terrifying thing I have ever experienced. None of us were on any drugs. We were all straight edge kids, clean as a whistle, faking shadow figures and their chains, scaring kids. Shame on them. A week or so later, a friend of ours who wasn't there with us that night told me that people used to practice black magic in the dunes there, and that there were artifacts of demonology and inverted crosses scattered about. I called bullshit on his accusations of such occurrences. Turns out it was true. I went to the mom and asked her about it, and she said she had heard similar stories. So, naturally, we looked into it a bit and then went out to search for said black magic devil worshipping sites. We were able to find some inverted crosses, which were made of some sort of metal that was all but rusted over, and concreted blocks, probably a cubic meter in size in a few different places, holes bored through them, and metal rings inserted through them, as if to be an anchor point. I put 2 and 2 together and theorized that faking chain was at one point connected to these blocks in the dunes, for Lord knows what purpose. I assume that creature was of black magic / demonology and will never set foot in those faking godforsaken, cursed dunes of devilry again. TLD. Doctor had an encounter with a demon dragging a Satan chain at the beach. Edit. Turns out this is in the Oregon Ghost Stories book, which is chilling to have witnessed it firsthand when people have been seeing it for many years. My friend on Fassa book tells me. In my teenage years, my family was invited to a wedding that was taking place at a private residence in the rolling Vineyard Hills in Oregon. It was way far from any sort of commercial buildings and the residences were spaced out quite a bit. The driveway from the road to the house was over a quarter mile long, and when we got there, someone by the road told us there was no more room at the property, but we could park on the side of the road and they'd shuttle us up. Sometime that night after some people had left, my dad and I walked down to get the car, so we can have it up there for when we want to go. About halfway down, I notice a big misty ball of bright white light from one of the furthest hills visible. I thought it was a smokestack and told my dad to look. He actually didn't bother looking and just told me there was nothing out there for miles. I told him a few more times that I saw a smokestack, and finally he just looked and remarked, "Wow, maybe there is something out here." About a second later, it shot up and to the right before vanishing. We both thought that was very weird and had no explanation for what it could have been. We bring the car back up no problem and stay a few more hours. On the drive back down, we were explaining what we saw to my mom and sister. As we approach the point where we saw it, I say, "And it was just about here." As soon as I said that, the dash chimes, the radio stops, and my dad says, "What the hell?" Every light on the dash had lit up, and a few seconds later, everything died. No motor, no interior or dash lights, no more headlights. We rolled until we stopped, and the car would not do anything. When he turned the key again, the only choice was to sit in the dark for 5 minutes, no one having a cell phone, and talk about how creepy that was. I kept an eye out for the light in the hills, but didn't see it again. Every minute we tried to get going again, and eventually it started up without a problem, and we went home. The car never had any issues with it doing that again. In college, I frequented a trail in the Appalachian Mountains near my college. Each time I would trek further and further. I never saw anyone else on it, no matter how good the weather was, so I just saw it as my own personal trail point. For a while I would walk to a large stream and turn back, since it was wide and deep, and I didn't want to get my boots soaking wet. One day, I was determined to cross the stream, so I moved several planks of sturdy dead tree to make a makeshift bridge. I crossed to the other side and everything felt subtly different. The air was different, the sky was brighter, and surprisingly the trail on the other side was better maintained than the part one had come from. As I kept walking, I was noticed a lot of old soda cans lying around, the ones that are more perfectly cylindrical. Google old soda cans for reference, and wasn't seeing any of the modern looking soda can designs. I passed by an old cabin. It looked occupied, so I didn't bother investigating and went along my way. I kept walking until I got to a wider, deeper stream. I wouldn't be able to make a bridge across it. I turned around and headed back. I distinctly remember the sky turning overcast within a matter of minutes. I couldn't clearly see the sky since the trees blocked a lot of my view. I had just assumed a cloud had passed across the sun, but when I got a better look, the sky was completely different. It felt like I was walking along a completely different trail. This is the craziest part. I looked over to where the cabin had been to find nothing but the remains of the cabin. All that was left was the stone chimney. I had walked by the cabin about an hour back, but there weren't any ashes, no smoke. There was a thick layer of fallen leaves and even some litter, modern litter like beer bottles and cans with modern logos. I was dumbfounded and explored the cabin's remains for a good hour, until it started to drizzle. I walked back along the trail. The old soda cans were gone. The bridge that I had built was gone. I couldn't see the logs further down the stream. The rest of the trail was just as I had remembered it. I walked the last mile or so of the trail in darkness and rain, guided by my phone, which never could get reception up in the mountains. So that's my weird time traveling story. I've made a point of wanting to go back to my college town, so I could revisit the trail and see what was on the other side of the second big stream point. If anyone lives nearby, the coordinates to the trailhead are around 36.145937, minus 81.703719. You can park in the rest stop. I have weird dreams a lot that come true. I had a reoccurring dream about once or twice a month for years. I was 13 or 14 when the dream first happened. I'm in a house in the middle of the woods with a group of people I didn't recognize. Turns out, they are my current friends and acquaintances, but I hadn't met all of them yet, and I get up off the couch to get more drinks for everyone. I go to the kitchen and open the fridge, grab 2 B&J's wine coolers, close the fridge, and turn to go back to the living room. As I turn, I get a sharp pain in my stomach, and then it rips upwards to my chest. A guy had come in the back door which leads to the kitchen and stabbed me, gutted basically. I fall to the floor and can see into the living room from under the kitchen table. I watch him start shooting my friends as everything fades to black. I started telling my friends this when I had the dream again in high school, but before I could finish, they each added to it from their perspective. I got up and went to the kitchen, didn't come back, loud noises, screams, then they wake up. Senior year, we were driving to a cabin none of us had been to before. We pulled up, saw the house, and left. Literally went like this, here we are, fuck. No, the other dream I had was in a huge stadium and my eyes started burning. Then there was a stampede of buffalo, and I got trampled. A few days later, that whole thing happened with someone getting pepper sprayed in a soccer stadium and some people were trampled to death. I have a story that is pretty creepy, at least for me. Back when I was in high school, me and a couple friends had just gotten back to my house from a party, and it was very late, around 2 AM. As we were about to all go to sleep, I decided to take a quick shower because I had had a lot of beer spilled all over my shirt by a drunk girl and I also smelled like a pile of cigarette butts. I'm not the kind of guy to just hop in bed after a night of filthy debauchery, even if I'm super drunk. So as my buddies turned on Family Guy to watch as they fell asleep, I hopped into the shower. Normal shower cleaning commenced as planned, and, because my friends are the kind, if people that watch television obnoxiously loud and the bathroom/shower being very close to the television, I could kinda hear the episode of Family Guy from inside the shower. So, after taking what seemed like a 15-minute shower, with what sounded like the same episode of Family Guy slightly playing in the background, I hopped out and dried off. Upon exiting the windowless bathroom, I looked out into the room and realized it was now daytime. The clock read 10 AM. Somehow, I had just gone 8 hours in the shower. What doesn't add up is that the water never got cold, and I never heard the Family Guy episode end. And, most importantly, I know for a fact that I was only in that shower for 10 to 15 minutes. To this day no one believes me, and we affectionately refer to the event as shower time machine. TLDR got in the shower and traveled into the future. During the first year of university I lived in dorms. One Sunday night, after a couple of drinks, two of my friends and I realized that we were likely to run out of alcohol and mixer. The shop on campus was already closed, and the only one we knew would still be open was a supermarket which was, according to Google, a 30/40 minute walk away. Seeing no alternative, we got directions from Google and set off. The walk took us through a suburban area. The houses were all fairly nice, looked pretty much the same, and were set out in neat rows. After walking through a couple of streets we came to a road between two fields. In one of them, despite it being late, there were a group of people riding horses in a circle. One of my friends commented that it was odd, but other than that we continued in relative silence and soon turned onto another street with the houses on either side. 5 minutes or so later, one of my friends mentioned that it was really strange that in the middle of these streets of houses, which were largely deserted due to the time, there were fields with people riding horses in them. The three of us looked at each other for a couple of minutes and turned back the way we'd come. We went exactly the same way. There was no other option, but there were no fields, just rows and rows of houses. To this day I've no fucking idea what caused this. Whether it was a shared delusion or something else I just don't know. Other than with those two people I've never even really spoken about it, because it just sounds crazy or made up, but it really happened, and it scared the shit out of all three of us. I only made this account a few days ago for an ammo that I missed and haven't contributed to any thread, so apologies if I fuck up formatting or something similar. This is a pretty long post, but I'll try to cut it down. When I was in my preteens I started to have dreams of things that would happen later in real life. They were usually just banal things like the order and colors of cars at an intersection, new billboards on the main road, a sentence or three spoken later in the week. Very ordinary things that, after a year or so of this happening at least once a month, I largely ignored and accepted them as commonplace occurrences that quite a few people have. In my mid-teens, 14 to 15, I started to have extremely vivid dreams, where I had no recollection of myself or anyone I knew in any way whatsoever, some of them seeming to last years, depending on how long I slept. In them I answer to a different name, look different, have a different history, different hobbies, you get it. These dreams are so vivid and often so convincing that, when I wake up from them, I'd be confused as to who I was before getting out of bed. I read that these kinds of dreams are also somewhat common, and that I shouldn't be too terribly spooked by them if they turned bad, which they eventually did. Some of these I can't even bring myself to talk about, they were so horrific. Others were less so but emotionally devastating in other ways. I was once a man whose toddler was flattened by a minivan in front of him, a girl who was permanently disabled in an accident and could no longer play the sport she had dedicated herself to her entire life. After a while, I got used to these dreams too, and started to kind of look forward to them. When I was 16, both types of dreams were still occurring. I mostly had normal, run-of-the-mill dreams. These were rare in comparison. I stayed up for a while longer than usual one day, and when I dozed off, it was into one of the horrific dreams in it. I was a girl in her late teens or early 20s who was wearing a really uncomfortable bra. The dream started with her riding in the back of a truck, making friendly small talk with a guy she didn't know very well as he drove, both lightly flirting. He took a wrong turn. She leaned forward and told him he was supposed to go straight. He replied, "I'm picking up my friend, remember? I thought I told you that." She was pretty sure he hadn't, but she didn't want to come off as a nut, so she ignored it. He kept driving further and further out into the country and her gut kept protesting the situation. She kept wiping sweat off her hands, but there was nowhere for her to go. If she got out of the car, fields 4 kilometers dotted with massive ranch homes too few and far apart to make it to unless they stopped right beside one. They eventually pulled into the driveway of this gorgeous manor-like home, and they both got out of the car. By this time she was near puking from anxiety and her legs were trembling up to her thighs. The guy was still plucky, and she tried to keep up an act, but it was glaringly obvious that something was off with her. The guy said nothing on it, and walked to the door with her, and rang the bell. It was answered in by an average height, average weight guy with orange freckles all over his face and chest and short likewise hair, but naked except for a towel around his waist and thighs. He looked a little startled at the arrival of girl and watched his face, but invited them inside, gave them drinks, and left them in his living room while he finished dressing. I don't remember the exact transition from waiting on the couch to the essentially endless assaults, but the rest of the dream was so insanely faked up that I don't want to, and out I could write it down. If you can think of any not completely outrageous form of both assault and sexual assault that could be performed by 1 or 2 assailants on a woman, it probably happened over that period of a little over a week in dream time. It was so vivid that when I woke up I was shocked that I couldn't taste blood in my mouth and that I was fine, and it took me much longer than usual to work my way back into my life. I didn't leave home that day, and when I wasn't paying attention to my stride I adopted a limp in my right leg. In the dream it had suffered branding and mutilation, especially of the foot. I had the dream twice after the first time, not remembering it while in it, and my reaction to it wasn't any better with repeats. It was brutal, but I wrote it off as an especially appalling horrific version of not me dreams, and I didn't brood over it for longer than it took to transition back to regular life. The third time, I told myself I would go to a sleep therapist if the dream happened again, and it didn't. About a year and a half after the last time I'd dreamt it, there was a big end of season party about 20 minutes out of town that a lot of people I knew were going to. I made plans, and on the evening of the party I ended up in the backseat of a truck driven by a friend of a friend I had met briefly a few times before and hung out with once. He seemed to be pretty well liked and was a fun person to be around, so I didn't feel weird about being alone with him in his truck, though he insisted I sit in the back, tinted windows, because he didn't want cops pulling us over if they saw me and guessed that I was underage. We talked about fairly trivial things, and I kept adjusting a bra that I had outgrown but never tossed out. At this point I was starting to feel strange, similar to the feeling you get when you know you're forgetting something as you leave your house, but you can't place what. I began to frown visibly, and even though he kept glancing at me in the back mirror to continue the conversation, and it was light enough out for him to see me, he didn't say anything. 5 minutes later, he took a wrong turn at the exact same bend in my dream. I was almost flattened by both deja vu and panic at this, and it took me a moment to recover, lean forward, and say in a kind of pissy voice, "Hey, you were supposed to go straight back there. I'm picking up my friend, remember? I thought I told you that." I practically pissed myself in fear and the pad of my right foot actually began to ache. I knew he hadn't told me he was going to pick up a friend, and I told him so, and he apologized and said he meant to, but must have forgot. I would have gladly opened the door and flung myself out, but it was a 2-door truck and both doors were in the front. He kept talking, and I tried to contribute to the conversation. We drove further and further out, the houses growing larger and fewer, and I told myself that, as soon as I saw a car I would shoot forward, jerk the wheel hard to the right and drive us into the ditch. I would say I saw a dog pass in front of the car and I would break the back window and crawl out. At the same time I was trying to convince myself it was a coincidence, and I was massively overreacting, which to this day I'm not sure if I was. No car passed us. We pulled into a driveway of a home which was gorgeous, but wasn't the same as in my dream, and as I got out of the car I could hardly stand from the fear. We got out of the truck and guy started toward the house, still chattering, and I told him I wanted to stay back, because while we had been driving I'd gotten car sick, and I didn't think I could make it up the front steps. He chuckled and offered to carry me up. I refused and told him that I'd just puke sushi up on him if he tried, that I'd be up once my stomach settled. He seemed a little affronted, but rang the bell and went inside without me. I pulled out my phone and started taking pictures of everything I conceivably could from my position. The door with the address number, a landscape of the front yard, which was beautiful, his truck, anything that could be used as a locator/identifier. I got on the house's Wi-Fi, no password, and posted everything to Facebook. I still have no idea what would have happened if his Wi-Fi had been locked. Acquaintance and his friend exit the house, but his friend is dressed, rather than in a towel, and had darker hair than I imagined in the dream. The freckles were there down to a T. I had no emotional or physical reaction. I'd transcended fear and passed into an almost dissociative state by now. I interrupted my friend as he invited me into the house, and I angled my phone toward them. I was closer to the foot of the stairs than before. I said, "Your house is amazing. I hope you don't mind that I posted pictures of it on my Facebook. You should get a professional photographer out here." Freckles' eyes went wide, and they went back inside with hardly a mumble in reply. My guy came back out alone close to a half hour later, after I heard a muffled argument from somewhere inside. He hardly looked at me as he went down the steps, saying, "We are going, he's not coming." I got in the truck with him, sitting in the passenger seat, and we drove back to the main road. He didn't speak to me at all the entire way back. He kicked me out on the road he had originally turned off of, and told me to get my own ride to the party. I called a taxi, and was home within the hour. I still have no idea what I believe about this. I haven't had a premonition-like dream since that day, not even of the cars at an intersection. TLDR, I had a recurring dream that may have saved me from being tortured and probably murdered. Edit, spelling error, probably more. I'll edit further later. I never told anyone about this but my mother, because she was involved. I was like maybe 5 or 6 years old then, living in some sort of compound apartments where all our other relatives reside, and there's this one time that my aunt and uncle are going to a mall, along with my mother, so all went normal. I was left with the house help, maid, and she fed me lunch. Then afterwards she took a nap in the sofa, and I was sitting on the floor playing with stuff. Then the weirdest thing happened. I glanced at the maid. She was lying on her side on the sofa, with her hands like a praying position on one side of the cheek. You know, that kind of sleep position. And all of a sudden her face started changing. I faking kid you not. It was like in those movies, where there's a slow transition of something changing into another, like soft blurring or overlapping their faces, but I can clearly see it. As the transition completes, she changed into my mother. Remember that my mom went with my aunt and uncle to the mall. Now I'm in the living room floor, looking at my mother sleeping. I don't know what just happened. Then when the time she woke up it was like nothing, as if everything was normal. When my aunt and uncle came back, they were with the maid. I was dumbfounded. There were moments in my life that I still tell her about what happened, and she just won't believe me. Maybe in my whole existence, 30-year-old now, I told her about the transition of her I witnessed multiple times, mostly when the incident was still fresh, and up until my high school days, and all she responded to me was in a tone like I was only talking nonsense, but in a jokingly manner, not angry at me, or whatever. Even now, when I try to tell her about that experience, she still remembers how I rambled about it ever since. So I'm sure she still knows I'm very consistent of what I saw. A little background. My grandmother is very superstitious, but also very brilliant. One of the things she is superstitious about is that she is very afraid of owls. She thinks owls bring death, and that when you hear an owl hooting somebody nearby is dying. I was a late teenager when my grandfather got sick. We all knew he was on the way out, and that it was just a matter of time. One night while I was out with my buddies we were driving around and came across a owl in the middle of the road, just standing there. The owl was facing our car and we had the headlights shining right at it. We couldn't see the owl's face because I guess it had its head twisted away from the bright headlights. This wasn't too weird because owls can turn their heads like almost 360 degrees. I got out of the car to see if the bird was injured or even dead. I walked right up to it expecting it to fly away at any second, but it didn't budge. I got close enough to actually touch the owl. It was warm, so I know it was alive, but it didn't move, even when I touched it. This is where it gets weird. I started walking around the owl, and I made a complete circle looking at the bird from all sides and I never saw its face. One of my other friends also walked around the owl, and reported the same thing. No face, just feathers all the way around. We left the owl in the middle of the road and drove on. At the time we thought it was just a little creepy, but you know, maybe an illusion or something. When I got home I found out from my parents my grandfather had died. Now I'm a complete materialist. I don't believe in any sort of magic or supernatural occurrences. I'm 100% positive that the appearance of an owl on that night, at roughly the same time as my grandfather died, was a coincidence, and the whole no face thing is probably an illusion. Maybe the owl had its face buried in its chest feathers or something. Still, it's pretty creepy. A month after my grandfather passed away sometime in April, my husband and I moved to a house that was built in 1930. It was previously owned by an elderly man who in his prime loved his yard and took care of the landscaping. My grandfather in his prime as well was an award-winning master gardener and had award-winning roses of all types. He had taught me a few things here and there, and because of him, I enjoy working in the yard and making it beautiful. When my husband and I moved into this house, the flowers, grass, bushes, and roses were in terrible shape. In front of the walkway leading to the front door connecting to the sidewalk was a trellis with climbing roses covering it. It had potential to be beautiful, but not being taken care of in years. I didn't think it would have a chance to look beautiful again. I was determined to fix it. I read books, looked online, etc. Finally one night I had a dream. My grandfather was at my new house taking me to each type of flower and bush, telling me exactly how to bring the garden back to life. Where to clip, where to add plant foods, everything. Then we got to the roses on the trellis. He showed me exactly what to do to make it grow, make the roses climb higher, and where to tie stems, to train the vines, to grow how I wanted. The most important instruction he gave me, and told me over and over, was to wait until it had rained for 2 days straight. The next morning I woke up happy because I had felt like I just spent the whole day with my grandpa, who I missed so much. 2 days after straight rain I did everything word for word that he had told me, and my yard was beautiful. People would tell me they purposely walked by because my yard was so nice to look at. Thanks to my grandfather, he helped us add yard look beautiful again and taught me more about plants and flowers than I ever expected to know. When I was a little girl, 6 to 8 years old, I had the same dream for about 2 years. In the dream everything had this strange slow way of being and everything had muted colors, nothing bright. It would begin with my grandmother waiting in her driveway inside of her car, facing forward and not looking at me. I would get in the backseat and she would do the strange, slow driving down the main street of her town. She lives in a very small, very old town in the south and the main street is full of antebellum mansions, but the town is falling apart. She drives me down this street and everyone is outside in their front lawns doing yard work, and as we drive by, we end up parking in front of one of the biggest mansions and my grandmother lets me out without saying a word. I walk up to the front door, walls right on in, and there is a family of 4 watching TV. However, the screen is just that creepy static grey. The mom and dad are sitting on opposite ends of a couch, looking like intimacy was as foreign to them as anything imaginable, and 2 kids are sitting crisscross with their chins resting on their fists and their arms resting on their knees. They all turn up to look at me, and the mom calmly says, "She's upstairs." I continue to walk all the way up the stairs until I get to the attic. The attic has sloped ceilings/walls, long pine floorboards, super wide, old pieces of wood, and 2 windows directly across from each other, one to the east and one to the west. The 2 windows create these perfect beams of light, and where they meet centers on a little girl with long hair and a white dress sitting in a high-backed old wooden chair holding a doll. I sit down in a chair directly across from her and proceed to tell her about my day. She hears about all of the mundane things that happened in my 6 to 8-year-old life, from telling her about my friends to my teachers to games with my brother, etc. She never looks up at me, but smiles when things are funny and just calmly strokes the hair of her doll. When I'm done telling her about my day, I tell her I'm going to see her later, and I leave and walk down the stairs to the bottom floor where her family, I'm assuming it's her family, doesn't even look up at me, and I get back in the car with my grandmother and wake up. I had this exact dream every single night, aside from my stories changing day to day, that I tell the little girl, for quite a long time until one day things changed. The dream began as usual, getting into the car with my seemingly comatose grandmother, and we start driving down the main street in her town. This time, all of the people doing yard work stop what they are doing and look at me as I drive by. People mid-raking stand up, rest against their rake, and just stare at me. People tending their gardens put down their tools and turn to look at me. It really weirded me out, so when we finally get to the large house where the little girl lived, I bolted in the front door and see things have changed. The family is staring at a blank spot on the wall where the TV used to be. The mom and dad are sitting on crates, and when I walk in they all turn to look at me, and the mom says, "She's gone." I ran as fast as I could, all the way up to the 3rd floor attic. When I walk in, I see that the chair I normally sit in is gone, and the chair the little girl sits in is empty, save for her old doll. I turned around, and she was nowhere in the empty attic. I remember feeling panicked and scared and dejected as I slowly walked back down the stairs to her family staring at the empty wall, their house falling down around them, something I failed to notice until this point. I got back into the car with my grandmother, woke up, and never had the dream again. This happened only a couple of months ago, and I almost had to get a room at exchange because it frightened me so badly. Normal Saturday morning, I'm lying in bed, surfing the internet, just generally being a lazy college freshman. It's about 11:30 or so, and my roommate jumps up from his bed, slips on a hoodie, grabs his keys, and tells me he's going to go grab some breakfast from the cafeteria. I see him step outside and close the door, and a few seconds after, I settle back into my browsing. A few minutes pass, and I hear the bathroom door in our dorm click open, and out pads my roommate, wearing a towel, looking fresh out of the shower. I was dumbfounded, probably pale as a ghost, because he asked me if I was feeling okay. I shook it off, maybe thinking I had gotten so engrossed in my browsing that I'd lost track of time and just hadn't noticed him coming back. He pads back into the bathroom for some reason, and I look at the clock on my computer. It's only 11:45. I still shake it off, thinking that I had just imagined him leaving to get food. But then, after a couple more minutes, I hear the signature sound of a key opening our dorm door, and there's my roommate in the same hoodie he put on when he left, hair dry, with a to-go box full of food from the cafeteria. It was about 11:50. I jolted up, ran to the bathroom to check if he was in there. Nothing. The shower wasn't wet, there was no fog in the bathroom. I had to leave for the rest of the day. I was so unsettled. I became so uncomfortable around him, I almost broke down and had to switch roommates. I'm still uneasy around him, and I still can't explain what happened. It's pretty much the only uncontrolled intrusion into my waking life I've ever experienced. I was playing in the UIL region band in high school, having competed and won a place in the band. I played euphonium, was second chair, and was kicking myself for not getting first. Cest larvae. They got a well-known band composer to direct for us. His name was band director, and much like a professor will assign all the books he wrote inside his own classroom, director assigned all of his pieces, save maybe one. You can imagine how painstakingly we went over each song. They were his children. One song really stuck with me in particular. It is called Dusk. The melodies were simple, but the harmonies are some of the most powerful I've ever heard. Slowly, it started to piece together as we practiced it. The day before the concert we were finishing the song up, adding different stylistic notes here and there. After that was finished, he wanted us to play it through a couple times. I became lost in the music, even as I was playing along. It was simply powerful. And then next thing I knew, I was no longer in the band hall. I was in a barn with my bare feet on the dirt floors. Every sense told me that the barn was real, even more real than the band hall where I really was, because I was taking in all 5 senses at once. The air was cool, almost chilly, and everything felt lighter and cooler than it had before. I could feel my heart beating, not panicked or rapid, but strong. I reached out a hand for the door in the side of the barn. Not the large ones, but the normal ones on the opposite sides. The walls were old wood, with cracks that allowed some reddish sunlight in. I opened the door, and the first thing I noticed was a woman with long blonde hair sitting on the ground outside, facing away towards the sunset, which was straight ahead of me. I knew her. My gaze turned up towards the sunset, where she was looking. The sun was already past the edge of the world, so there was only red soaking the sky. But the most incredible thing to me was the wind. It cascaded incredibly powerfully through the wheat, which was stretched out as far as I could see. Endless stalks just waving back and forth. It came, and, it's hard to describe this, the wind wrapped around me. It was cold, and yet so good to be in. It brought a sharp life, like taking a deep breath, after you've been underwater for, as long as you can. I can't remember if I stayed out there watching the view for minutes, or if I came back within seconds. Still, there's almost no words to describe this. I've tried my best to do so. The whole experience happened within a few bars of the song. I believe I even continued playing while experiencing this for a bar or two. All I know is that if there is a heaven, I wouldn't be one bit disappointed if that was it. A few questions remain. I've never experienced anything like this before or since, at least during my waking hours. I have had stranger instances also when I'm sleeping, although many things could be explained away. I completely understand that this could just be my imagination, but that's still saying something, isn't it? Isn't it amazing where your mind can take you if you just give it a chance? Unless we are careful to experience things, we may just see more worlds in our sleep and waking dreams than we ever do in real life. I know this will get buried, but if you're an intrepid explorer, you should hear about my experience. TLDR. Catch a glimpse of something beautiful while playing music. Edit. Forgot about the no name rule, fixed it accordingly. If anyone gets curious, I will post the song in another thread. It was December 3rd, 2009. I remember the exact date because I not only wrote of the experience, but because it was also my friend Jard's birthday. And more importantly, because I will never forget that night as long as I live. I had got off work late and was driving to his place, which is a ways away from my home. It was a very bright, clear night and I was on the highway when I glanced out my side window and noticed how the moon was lighting up the ocean under the silhouetted railway bridge. There is a small bay that protrudes from the ocean towards that bit of highway, and the broken reflection on the waves was beautiful, mesmerizing. I decided to take a quick detour and take my camera to the beach. I carry my camera with me pretty much everywhere, so this was not out of the ordinary. I pulled off the highway and had to take a side road that brings you through a multi-million-dollar housing district to one of our more prominent beaches, which turns out is a pretty scummy, youth-horned, partial to fire parties and drunken bravado. I parked next to the railway tracks and walked along them into the bright darkness towards the sounds of the breathing ocean. The rocks were all that eerie blue-gray of twilight that makes you feel color blind and has you squinting to try to distinguish any color. I sat on a largely uncomfortable rock that had looked pretty flat but had a ridge that ran down the middle. I adjusted my eyes a few times until I settled with the ridge between my cheeks. Now you may ask why I didn't just find another rock or a log to sit on. The thing is, at this point on the beach there is rather few logs and even fewer seat-high rocks, and I didn't really feel like trekking further through the uneven terrain, risking a rolled ankle, just so I could sit on an equally uncomfortable rock. Having said that, by the end of the night my tailbone was bruised and I had an uncomfortable ride home the next morning. Anyways, I'm sitting on this rock and my buddy Jard texts me, "Point you on your way." He asks just at the Esso station. On the road in a few. I lied, the Esso gas station was on the other end of the 20-minute stretch of highway I had just traversed in my vehicle. He sent me another text which was of little substance and I put my phone into my pants pocket. I heard rocks grinding and clinking together to my right, the unmistakable sound of a human being or large creature on 2 feet making its way towards me. I couldn't see anything immediately as the glow from my cell phone had temporarily blinded me, but after a moment I made out a silhouette working its way along the beach, seemingly looking my way. I sat silent, not really wanting to disturb the person. They could be a serial murderer, or rapist, or worse. Then again, logic stated they were likely a lonely wanderer of the night like myself. Whether sober or inebriated, male or female, young or old, they were entitled to the peace us night owls desire so much. Unfortunately, or rather in hindsight, fortunately, they were not under the same illusion as I, and came right up close. "Beautiful night," the stranger said to me. The voice was one of those that could belong to either sex, high and low at the same time. There was a raspiness that I attributed to a man though, and I assumed he was such. "Yes, it's quiet," I replied somewhat awkwardly and brusquely. The stranger seemed not to take much notice and asked if he could sit with me for a minute or two. Rather than refuse the frankly creepy request, I looked around and asked where, for as I stated earlier there were no sitting rocks or logs in the general vicinity. He took this as acquiescence and unfolded one of those scissor-legged camping chairs with the fabric seat and placed it a few feet from me, sitting down with his body facing the ocean, as was mine. I sat there feeling very aware of myself, my heart beating, my lungs breathing and the odd twitches my body was making. The silence between us was so thick I felt like my ears were plugged, though I could still of course hear the sounds of the waves and sea breeze right in front of me. We must have only been silent for 60 seconds, but it seemed longer, minutes, even tens of minutes. I broke the silence, again somewhat brusquely. "What are you doing here?" A rather broad question for someone as practical and on point as myself. I could have asked what brought him to this beach, or why he was cruising a beach in this season, or why he was out there so late in a rather lonely part of the shoreline. But the words were out of my mouth and that was that. Just looking for some reflection. Worded a bit sideways, I was unsure what he meant. "And you?" he asked. By this time I knew he as I could see him clearly in the moonlight. He could not have been much older than me at the time. I figured late 20s. He had hard cheekbones and a medium growth beard that was far superior to my own. Pretty thick eyebrows and a moppy, bedhead haircut that I could only relate to David Duchovny's in the first season of Californication. His irises were also very light. I couldn't make out the color, but in the moonlight they were a stony silver. "I was going to take some pictures," I said. To save some time here he expressed interest in my photography and I showed him some stuff on my camera's LCD. We talked about his own creative talent, which was painting, about his daughter and a rather amusing story about her preschool teacher, about his wife, my ex-girlfriend, time, Christmas and a jumble of other things. I ignored my phone as it buzzed a few times, which I found out the next morning were from Jard, who actually got very worried that something had happened to me and called a bunch of my friends and even my mother. I may seem like a bad friend here, but there was something magnetic about our conversation. Travelers will be able to relate to this. It was like meeting someone from another continent, on a continent neither of you are from, and you feel like you are the same person, just living in separate worlds, in separate times, in separate lives. Now you may still think I'm a bad friend and son for not answering my phone, as it buzzed repeatedly and often throughout the night, but I have not gotten to the glitch part, which I relate now point. So I'm sitting there talking to this guy, both of us just staring tiredly into the moonlit waves, and I turn to him as he is speaking about college, and he is not the guy, he is a girl. A strikingly beautiful girl. At least I thought so at the time, and in my memory she still is, though I cannot remember her face like I used to. So I'm very confused, shocked, shaken, mistaken, crazed, dazed and sideways, and this girl is just rattling away about college in the same voice that I have been having a conversation with for hours now. I don't know what to do, what to say. In fact, I just sat there listening to her, him, her, for 15 minutes. She had blonde hair and dark eyes, thickish eyebrows for a girl, and beautiful lips and a beautiful smile, which I found out later. It seemed rude to say anything about this sudden shift in the fabric of reality, so I kept quiet, and when she finished I told her about my experience with college. I brought the conversation back to her daughter in a sneaky way, and she talked about her daughter, the same daughter it seemed. Anyways, we talked a bit longer, and she said she had better get going, but mentioned I had not taken a photo of the beautiful scene before us. I snapped the shot, the only shot I took that night, and she left with flash of teeth that left me stunned, and I never saw her again. I have told 2 people of this story and neither believe me. I was not hallucinating, I was not inebriated, I was completely lucid, and I know what happened to me. I cannot explain it, and do not seek to point. I sat on the beach for a while longer, and walked back to my car, got back on the highway, and looked out of my driver's window at the bay going the opposite way. The sun was rising on the horizon behind me, and the 2 little puffs of cloud in the sky were a warm orange on a dull blue morning background. I got home, and looked at my phone, called a few people to set their minds at ease, apologized, lied about my whereabouts, flat tire, and not answering my phone, ran out of batteries, and that was that. I dream about this night all the time. My family used to have a cabin at a large lake development. Over the summer, when the pool and beach area were crowded, people would drive to the spillway at the dam to swim, because it was relatively shallow and warm. I hated going to the spillway, because we lived on the side of the lake where you had to drive down a narrow steep gravel road to get to the dam, which was also too narrow to pass on. The backside of the dam was very steep as they quarried out the bottom and sides of the ravine for fill for the dam. I would close my eyes and hold my breath anytime we drove there, and left permanent impressions in the door handle from squeezing so tightly. One night, I had a dream that my family decided to spend a weekend out there and have a BBQ at our cabin. During that dream, my parents decided to take us to the spillway to swim. On the way across the dam, there was a rusty maroon Ford Ranger coming across the dam at us. It still sticks in my mind over 20 years later. He was speeding across, leaving a huge dust cloud, and lost control right in front of us, hitting us and sending us down the back of the dam. I remember the car flipping and rolling down the hill, getting crushed and gravel flying through the windows. Finally the car stopped, and I remember seeing my sister bloodied and unconscious. At this point I was so scared, I finally woke up. It felt so real, and is probably the scariest dream of my life to this date. Now to the point, that next morning, my parents decided to go to the cabin. No big deal, we went there quite a bit over the summers. Had to be a coincidence. We go to the cabin and BBQ. My dad had a few to drink, and decided that we should go swimming. Everyone decided that the spillway sounded the most fun that day, and I started getting a little nervous with that dream, so fresh in my mind. I suggested the pool or the beach, to try to sway their minds. Didn't work. It almost seemed like they knew about my dream and wanted it to come true. So we start cleaning up and loading the vehicle, and my mom asked me to put the roaster in the vehicle to take home. I was so worried about that rusty maroon Ford Ranger by this point that I knew I had to do something. So I put the roaster in the cabin and would mention on the way that I forgot it and try to say that we should just forget swimming and go home because I wasn't feeling well. We leave, and about halfway to the dam I mention that I forgot the roaster. My mom decides to turn around to get it. Back at the cabin, I mention that I'm not feeling well. The response, well, you can just sit in the shade and take it easy. Heading back to the dam, I was so worked up that we were all going to die that I was shaking so badly my mom asked if I was cold or had a fever. As we rounded the bend to head down the narrow road of impending death, the rusty maroon Ford Ranger flew past us, almost hitting us. I went into shock. I didn't even know what to do or say, but realized that by turning around for that roaster must have been just enough time to let that truck cross the dam. I can still remember what the guy looked like. I can still see the green leaves being rustled from the speed of his truck, and can still taste the dust that was in the air as we drove across the dam. This is the first time I've ever mentioned this, as I thought everyone would consider me crazy for such a thing. TLDR, I saved my family with a roaster. I lived at a rental apartment when I was in college. Me and 6 of my friends split the rent as it was cheaper that way. There was this one time during the holidays when 5 of my housemates all went back to their respective hometowns and there was only me and my other friend left point that night. As I was on the computer in my room and my friend was watching TV in the living room, I heard a knock on the door. I called out to my friend in the living room, "Bro, there's someone on door. Get it?" He didn't answer. Instead I got a text from him that says, "Hey man, open the door, I'm outside." I was confused, so I went to the living room and saw him just sitting there watching telly. But there's still someone banging on the door at that moment point. At the time, I thought he was lazy to get off his bed to open the door and trick me to get it. But when I opened the door, guess what? There he is. All packed up with bags, wearing different clothes, and looked like he just got back. I was like, what the fuck? I went back to the living room and found nobody there. Then I had major goosebumps and a chill down my spine. It was the scariest, most creepiest and the longest 5 seconds of my life as I was making sense of what's happening. I told my friends and they all said they had somewhat similar supernatural experiences in that apartment. Needless to say, we all moved the next semester. So I had this dream in about 2012, about a year after I had met a friend online. She told me about her boyfriend being gone to training to get a promotion in the NYPD, and before that he had been a US Marine. Being from Canada, that alone was pretty cool. Trace and I bonded over trivial women's issues, and every once and a while I would talk to Chris when he would text me through her phone. We mainly just talked about policing and the effects of it on family life. Anyways, I have this vivid dream that I'm in some dry hot area. There's sand, but trees as well. I can see mountains in the distance. I turn, and a guy is screaming Chris' last name over and over again. When I look at this guy, a shot rings out and decapitates the guy. There's literally nothing left from the jaw up. The dream changes, and suddenly I'm in bed with a beautiful woman, making love to her. I look at her face and realize it's Chris' girlfriend. Then I looked down at her thighs and counted 5 freckles on her right inner thigh and 7 on her left. I woke up and immediately texted Chris, giving him every last detail. He texted me back completely freaked out, demanding to know how I got such intimate details. But the thing is, he hadn't even told anyone about the Marine being decapitated because he didn't want to freak anyone out, and no one else but the 2 of them knew about the freckles. TLDR, dreamt I was a 6 feet 6 inches 230 pounds Marine. In real life I'm a 5 feet 8 inch female from Canada. Just thought of another one. My grandmother's maiden name is my middle name. She had it engraved in a brick in her house, a decorative brick, not like an actually piece of her house. She sat it on top of one of her hutch with all her fine decorations and whatnot. 10 years she had this brick. One day, in a separate part of town, my church group is doing a service project at a rundown house that was purchased by the city for a public park. We are cleaning this house, exterior, and raking and cutting English ivy and whatnot. Well, a few of my friends go off the driveway / main and explore the woods, where they find a shack. I thought it might be a tool shed, but it was quite a ways from the main house. In a hoe, we pop inside. It's creepy, but abandoned, of course. There's a cot, a paint can, some empty soup cans and a few other random things. I think a hairbrush. There was a small wood shelving unit by the cot, tall but narrow. Bottom shelf, under a dirty rag, brick identical to my grandmother's. My buddy is like the bump. Isn't that your middle name? I reply with affirmative, and everyone else calls BS. So I whip out my wallet and show them my ID. I pick up the brick and bring it to my mom, and my eyes are as wide as hers get. We keep it, take it to my grandma's. She still has hers now, she has two. I don't know where the that thing came from. I've never seen anyone else with those bricks. I don't know where she got her first one, and her maiden/my middle name is damn obscure. I had a recurring dream as a child. I've had it in my lifetime at least 20 to 30 times between the ages of 5 to 13. I'm now 22. The dream would start out with me awakening from bed and standing up and seeing two identical black cats sitting on my desk. I'd get the feeling in the dream that one cat was evil and one was good. Sometimes in my dream I'd run outside or out of my room to try and get away, but they'd always reappear in front of me. So I was stuck with picking one. I'd always pick the wrong one, and it would turn into some sort of creature and kill/eat/tickle me to death. I hated tickles in my dreams as a child. I never told anyone about this dream growing up, and one morning my sister told me she had a creepy dream with me in it. She said that she had a dream where she was outside in our front yard and there was these two black cats and she could tell one was evil and one was good. In her dream I came flying out of our house screaming at her saying don't pick them, they're both evil and you'll never get the right one. She picked it up, and the other cat ran away. When she told me this in the morning my face turned white, like I saw a ghost. So weird, and even weirder, that I was in her dream yelling at her to run. TLDR, my sister lucked out big time. She somehow picked the right one, and didn't get killed by a demon cat. This will definitely get buried, but it's worth me putting it down in text, even if it is on Reddit. So, when I was around 4 to 5 I lived in Northern Ireland, because my dad was stationed there. I'm an army brat, and I vividly remember having a best friend called Lee. I would go to his house all the time, play with him and his brothers, and have dinner with his family. I even remember the day I moved away, he came to my house with his parents, and waved me away as we drove off. When I turned 16 we were going through old photos for that most cliche tradition of a birthday photo board, and I asked my mum why I was never in any photos with Lee. She looked extremely confused and said that she didn't remember a Lee. After extensive googling and asking the rest of my family including my twin brother, it turns out he didn't exist. Neither did the area of the camp he lived in. Thanks Google Maps, but that isn't the glitch part. Around a month ago I got a friend request from someone called Lee Quig. I instantly matched the name and face to my imaginary friend and freaked the fuck out. I accepted it and clicked on the link to his profile. It led to a 404 page. I searched my friends list and my recent activity, but Lee's name was nowhere to be seen. TLDR, I'm being faking stalked by an imaginary Irish child. At a friend's place back in 2008, when we were all teenagers, we had a cool shed at a friend's that we'd hang out in every weekend. It had 4 sets of bunk beds, tables, a fireplace, TV, fridge, etc., the whole lot. One night we were all hanging out in there when I decided I needed a piss. I walked out the front door of the shed and started to walk to the right when I stopped. Now let me explain the layout here. As you walk out of the shed, his house is to the left, and to the right is where we all parked our cars. Further out you're left with empty fields and trees. It was dark by now, the lights from the house illuminating the space between the house and our cars, but trailing off just past them. As I took a step to the right, intending to go behind the cars to relieve myself, I saw my friend's older brother standing there. I watched him for a good 5 to 10 seconds as he stood there, facing into the darkness. He then proceeded to walk behind a couple trees and a car before he disappeared. Confused, I walked back into the shed and asked my friend what his brother was doing by the cars. The conversation went as follows. Me, hey man, what's your brother doing by the cars? Him, what do you mean? Me, he just walked off behind the cars. Brother, I'm right here. I looked over and there his brother was, sitting down on one of the chairs with a drink. He was wearing the exact same clothes as I saw him in, and the only way to get into the shed was through the door that I was standing in the way of. To this day, I've no idea how it all happened. I'm guessing I was just seeing things, but the fact that I watched him walk around for a good 10 seconds has always puzzled me. I've never had anything else like that happen. I fear this will be downvoted because of the backlash against 90s kids, but this is true and relevant to the thread, and my love for the 90s is important. Backstory for this: my friend the abolitionist and I are really nostalgic for the 90s, and when hanging out, which we did at least every other week, before he moved cross country, we would often play SNES games, listen to 90s music, watch old 90s TV shows, etc. We even celebrate an annual 90s week, which this will be the 5th year of, where we dress in 90s fashion and go even more out of our way to enjoy 90s entertainment. It's actually the last week of February, so feel free to join on the 23rd. Anyway, we make a lot of jokes about this, and one running joke is that Jonathan Taylor Thomas is the god of the 90s. For instance, I'll talk about how awesome something from the 90s is, and he'll say something like praise JTT in response. The joke was elaborated on so that, if you put your faith in JTT, you'll be blessed with an afterlife, where it's perpetually December 31st, 1999, and more. Point: harmless inside joke between friends, right? Well, once I couldn't find a 90s movie I wanted to watch, and I just joking to myself said, please, JTT, help me find this movie. I found it seconds later. Then I put off studying for a test once. I said, again just as a joke, please, JTT, bless my 90s slacker spirit, and help me get by, even though I didn't study at all. Got to school, the teacher had cancelled the test. Well, there have been more instances since then, and every single prayer I have ever made to Jonathan Taylor Thomas has been answered. Point: I've also once had a dream where the sun was his face circa Home Improvement, and it was shining through the clouds smiling down on me. Point: it's not a joke anymore. Point: I literally believe in the divine powers of Jonathan Taylor Thomas. I recently moved out of home on my own, and if I'm not doing anything I don't have to leave my tiny room except for the bathroom that's right outside my door. No one would be wondering where I am, unless a friend wanted to do something, but wouldn't bother if I wasn't on Skype. Point: about 2.5 weeks after I moved out I woke up feeling horrible, that kind of thing you get when you sleep for a really long time, man. I felt really sick from being really hungry. Checked my phone, and I had 3 messages from my mum, who was texting me every night, one from the night before, one from the night before that, and one from the night before that. I remember being really tired and going to bed early, like 8:30, and my mum usually texts about 9, so that explains the first missed text, but the other 2 I was kinda freaked out by. I got on my computer and talked to my mate, and he said I had not been online for the last few days. I think I slept for over 50 hours straight, or went into a coma. I went to the doctor, and he said it was weird but nothing about me was off. Had a blood test to see the levels of the chemical that makes tired, or whatever, and everything was normal. Had a full checkup and everything was completely normal, so either I didn't respond to my mum's texts and never got on Skype or Steam for a few days, or I actually went into a mini coma. I had 2, but this will get buried, so I'll just do the TLDR version, and if anyone's interested in the full text I'll go ahead and respond. 1. Out in Washington state, middle of nowhere, on my family's 40 acres of land, shooting at some cans set up on a wooden structure about 30 yards away. This is on video. I take aim, shoot, nothing happens. Everyone assumes I missed the cans. My mom with the camera on where the action should be taken place. About 30 seconds later the cans fall over as if they had been shot. On the film you can clearly make out a cloud of pellets appear out of nowhere and knock the cans over. The cloud of pellets are moving too slow to puncture the cans, and in fact, appear to be moving too slow to stay in the air. Very odd too. Another incident happens at Portland State University, where I take the elevator to the 3rd floor of a building that is under construction. I get off the elevator with my partner and we are standing in an abandoned looking building. No lights on, nothing. Crazy weird vibe. All doors are locked and windows are pitch black. Cannot see anything outside the building but some cars and trees. No wind, no people, on a very busy campus. Finally take the elevator down because the doors to the stairs were locked and the light in the stairwell was off. Step into elevator, go down to 1st floor, get off, attempt to find out what floor we are supposed to actually be on, confirm it is indeed the 3rd floor. This time we take the stairs to the 3rd floor, same floor. All the lights are on, doors open, people faking everywhere, people outside the windows. No idea where we went. In 2007, a few of us went investigating in Belanglo State Forest, a 4,000-hectare forest in NSW, Australia, the site of 7 murders by serial killer Ivan Millett in the 1990s. More undiscovered bodies are also believed to still be there. We were with a woman who was an alleged psychic, and she led us to a remote spot where she believed some of the many murders occurred. It is approximately 2.30 am. We're in dense forest, kilometers away from the nearest highway, in the middle of absolute nowhere, when we hear a loud growl of some kind emerge from deep within the forest. Thing is, this growl is completely inhuman, but it's not an animal either. It is indescribable, practically demonic. Then shit really starts to get weird. Suddenly, we see a red laser light surround us circling the trees. Mind you, we are the only people in there. Well, we thought we were, anyway. Suddenly, somebody in the group gets the feeling it might be coming from a rifle. That somebody else is in the forest with us, watching. The eeriest feeling then sinks in all of us, and after a momentary silence, where we are all kind of suspended in sheer, silent, terrorized thought, we suddenly sheet ourselves, grab our stuff and bail. We run for our cars, throw all of our stuff in, and get the hell out of there. Once on the highway, our 2 cars are traveling relatively close together at approximately the same speed. The driver in my car, a huge, well-built man of about 6'6", suddenly slams on the brakes before pulling over to vomit on the highway, simply out of sheer terror. After getting himself together, we start back on the road. Our other group of friends in the second car are now ahead of us a bit on the road. The driver of this second car is a really slow driver, so we end up overtaking them. My driver friend, 6'6" dude, starts speeding, and after a while, we are well and truly in front of them. It's about 3 am and there are no other cars on the road. We have not passed any other cars apart from our friends, who from what we know, are still traveling a fair few kilometers behind us. What happens next just really freaks us out, as if we aren't messed up enough already by this point. Suddenly, out of nowhere, we see another car in front of us. As we get closer, we see it's our friends in the second car, whom we passed about 15 minutes ago. Thing is, there is only one highway. Nobody had deviated from off the road, and we had passed no other cars along the way. There's no way in hell their car could have passed our car without the 4 of us seeing it. With about 8 witnesses to this story, it was definitely the strangest thing we've experienced. I have an interesting little story I thought might apply to this thread. When I was younger, most likely 6 or 7 years old, I can distinctly remember playing with a few of the other children in my neighborhood, doing things like drawing with chalk and playing tag, simple games that we played in our cul-de-sac. The little boy and girl I played with I can still remember in detail. The boy's name was Randy, and the girl we called Lily. Randy was light-skinned and had dark hair, while Lily had bright red hair and darker skin. I was dark-skinned and dark-haired. Physical attributes aside, both of them were very boisterous, and we all loved to run around and play until the sun started setting, and my mom called me in, and then both of them would run back to their houses until the next time we were out to play. It was a sweet little friendship, and it was pretty normal, except for a few things. When we would draw with chalk, both Randy and Lily's favorite things to draw were these little symbols with random words after them. I now realize that those symbols were very close to some symbols I had seen, but for the life of me could not remember where, and I can remember some of the words they wrote, having to do with terms that I still do not recognize. My mom would come out with juice boxes sometimes when we were drawing and laugh at my friend's cute made-up language. One morning, I went out to play with my friends, only to find them sitting on the curb, sulking. When I asked them why they were sad, they simply told me that they had to leave because, and I quote, "We've got to get back to 2137. I asked them where that was, and they said it was later. They told me to sit right there and wait a minute so they could bring me something to remember them by. I did what they told me, and soon enough they had returned, bearing what I have chalked up to the strangest gifts I have been given to date. They were a little rainbow hairbrush that sparkled, a small, unmarked tube of what I was informed was lotion, and a small box that looked as though it was carved out of a gem. They handed me my gifts, which I promptly tried out, brushing my hair and using some of the lotion on my wrist, so they knew I wasn't going to just throw them aside, and hugged me before running back into their respective houses. My memory cuts out at this point, but the next thing I remember was waking up, sleepily rubbing my pale-skinned hands across my face to brush away my bright red hair, and going to ask my mom if Randy and Lily had left. My mother had no idea who I was talking about. Our neighbors had no children. She did not remember me being born with dark skin and dark hair. No one did. That was the day that Randy and Lily disappeared from the face of the earth, leaving me with an unfamiliar, new appearance, a tube of hand lotion, a tiny comb, and a glittery little box that sits on my mantle to this day, and which I still have no idea how to open. When I was in high school, I had a habit of taking power naps while everyone was having lunch. I'd curl up in a quiet part of the hallway, pull my jacket over my face, and sleep for maybe 15 minutes. This one time, I was startled out of sleep by a passing crowd of my fellow students. Everyone was in a rush to make it in time before our strict teacher would start taking note of absences. I ran after the crowd, walked up the stairs to the right classroom, and sat at the only desk that was left for me. The teacher told us to open our books. The world froze, and suddenly the situation sort of reset. I was back at the hallway, blinking sleep out of my eyes. Because I'd been awoken passing students, I thought it was just a funny coincidence, some sort of brain fetch. I went up the stairs after the others, and sat at the same empty desk. The teacher told us to open our books. And again, reset. The same 2 or so minutes, wake up to noise, go upstairs after others, sit at the same desk, teacher tells class to open books, replayed again. For the first few loops, while it was still more interesting than terrifying, I had so many questions. Was I having an intense nightmare? Going insane? I was an atheist, with zero belief in anything paranormal, so no options other than this isn't real didn't cross my mind. Some loops later, I started doing all those things I'd read about online to see if I was in a dream, you know, reading signs, trying to put my hand through a wall while looking away, that kind of stuff. Everything seemed as real as reality to me. My theories and contemplations got more outlandish. If there was some sort of complex temporal situation going on and the loop would continue indefinitely, would I eventually die of hunger? At the same time, I tried to mess around with the loop to see if something would happen. Deviating from the route did nothing. I tried staying in the hallway or going outside, but after the 2 or so minutes, I was always back in the hallway, regardless of my actions. I tried to engage other students and teachers, but everyone seemed preoccupied with their own tasks. If I managed to get someone to talk to me, they were always irritated with whatever I did that deviated from the loop. You shouldn't skip class, or the teacher's going to be mad if we're late. The same default responses, same tones, over and over. I even tried injuring myself with scissors, an incredibly ill-advised move, I know, but at this stage I was basically out of my mind with fear. Luckily, it only resulted in the loop resetting faster. I honestly don't know how many repeats of the loop I experienced, because I soon stopped counting. As I was getting more and more scared, I stopped wondering about the inexplicable hows and whys. As far as I could tell, the situation could not be explained, at least by me, and I was the only variable in the loop, and so I became obsessed with the idea that perhaps a certain behavior was required, or expected, of me. I'd seen the time loop trope in fiction before. But in those scenarios, there was usually some sort of event that had to be either prevented or instigated. In my case, there was nothing. My self-imposed goal became to stop acting like I was aware of the loop, so I tried to replicate my behavior from the first loop down to the finest detail to my best recollection. It changed nothing, but I latched onto the idea of perfecting the routine, because I had nothing else. Loop after loop after loop of the same thing. They all blur together in my memory. When you're scared of a fate potentially worse than death, it's incredibly easy to stop asking questions and just function on autopilot. The thing is, I'd have written the whole thing off as a dream, if not for the very last loop. By then, I'd completely accepted my fate, living in some sort of limbo when the loop no longer reset. My teacher told the class to open our books, and where I usually would have woken up in the hallway again, the world hung, I guess. I don't know how else to describe it. Time seemed to pause for less than a second, just like you might experience in a game when you quick save. And then the teacher went on with the lesson of the day. Life went on point. I don't know what to do with this experience other than share it with the internet in the hopes that someone is amused for a couple of minutes. TLDR, let's not do the time warp again. Okay, I have got one. A few years ago I was having some pretty bad anxiety, so I decided to go for a drive. I got on the highway, put on a playlist, and decided I would drive as far as the music took me, then come home. I drove from Denver, Colorado to Santa Fe, New Mexico. Point along the way, just after Atten Pass, and the little town there, I wanted to stretch my legs. It was maybe 11 or 12 at night at this point, and I stopped at a rest stop at the top of a little hill, got out, had a cigarette, and talked with a guy who was also having a cigarette. He told me about how he makes this trip once a year, and that I should probably not go into the bathrooms as it felt like you were being watched in there. I thanked him for his advice and we looked at the stars. We looked at the edge of the nearby mountain range, and then decided to part ways. He left first, and I followed his car down the little hill, and back onto the highway. Pretty soon I did not see his tail lights anymore, but thought nothing of it. I finally got to Santa Fe, as my playlist of music was ending, and decided I would turn around, and head back to Denver, as I had enough money for either gas, or a hotel room. I slept on the side of the road that night, and got back to Denver around 3 or 4 the next afternoon. I called my so, and she wanted to go on an adventure, and said that her friend had a place we could stay in Albuquerque. I scooped up her and her friend, and off we went. I told them about the night before, and meeting the nice guy at the rest stop. Her friend said something to the effect of there isn't any rest stops just after Atten Pass. I called bullshit, and sure enough she was right. The rest stop I had gone to was nowhere to be seen, not a single one along the way, tucked up on a hill the way that one was. Every time that my so and I make that drive now, the topic of the vanishing rest stop comes up. TLDR, where'd the toilets go? Man, I read this all day yesterday. Here's mine. My grandfather died when I was 14. He died on a Monday night. I knew Tuesday waking up he was gone, because my mom had let us sleep in. She didn't make us go to school, and as I was going about my normal daily chore of doing the dishes, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. It was my grandpa standing in our sliding glass door. It wasn't really him, it was just a dark cloudy figure, but to me, it was grandpa. I shook my head, shrugged it off as just my imagining things. It wasn't until maybe 30 seconds later, when my sister comes running in from the backyard through that same slider yelling, "I saw grandpa, I saw grandpa," that it hit me. I started crying, and said goodbye to him. That was in my freshman year of high school. The next 3 years, it snowed on my birthday. Couple things to consider. I live in Seattle and we barely get any snow, let alone in March. Also, it was only enough for me to see it was snowing, before it would stop. Again, I thought I was imagining things. I didn't pay attention my sophomore year, as it was the first time it happened. My junior year again, I was washing dishes, when I looked up and saw snow. I thought, that's odd, 2 years in a row? My senior year, I was sitting in math class when one of the other students disrupts the lesson to yell it's snowing. That's when I knew it couldn't be a fluke or my imagination. That was the last year it happened though, as after high school I moved to Southern California. I guess grandpa didn't have enough power to make it snow there. I had always considered myself an atheist from about 10 until that happened. Now I'm just agnostic. I have never told anyone this. It's not as exciting as some of your stories, but it is the strangest thing that has ever happened to me. This happened when I was 15. I had had a bad day in school. I had made the girl I like hate me forever because I desperately tried to include her in my life, but I'm always too scared to admitting anyone that I like her, so I'm slightly mean to her. I'm scared that if I'm nice to her she will work out the fact that I like her and stop talking to me. So on this day she sent me a message on Facebook telling me she would be happy if I died, so I thought I would kill myself. I didn't really put any thought into it. No one was home, so I started looking for something to use to kill myself. I searched the kitchen for a sharp knife, but for some reason I can't find one. Next I try looking for bleach, but the bottles are empty. Now I go to the bathroom, break a mirror and use a shard of that. No mirror, nor are there any in the rest of the house. I go looking for a razor blade, but once again I find none. I sat on my bed trying to work out what to do when I hear the girl I like apologizing to me. Now I heard my family get home. My mother walked upstairs and says hi before opening the door to her room, where I see one of the mirrors that seemed to be missing earlier. I rush to the bathroom and find all the mirrors and razors are back. I also found knives and almost full bleach bottles in the kitchen. I never mentioned this to anyone and never managed to ask this girl if she did want to apologize for what she said. V. This happened November of 2013. I was at home with my wife and child around 8 p.m. Sometimes in the winter we like to take a drive to a nearby donut shop for a tea and hot chocolate for my son. We had just returned home and had written off the idea, but something told me I should go. We hopped in the car and began the 10-kilometer trip into town. About halfway there, we saw a car in front of us swerving in the road back and forth. It was almost coming into oncoming traffic. My wife told me I should call the police as the driver seemed drunk. I took out my phone, and as I came closer to read the license plate I realized it was my brother's car. My brother never had a history of drinking, and I was very concerned what was happening, so called him, and he said he was heading into town and would talk to me later. I told him I was behind him and he better pull over right now. We pulled into a small convenience store and he got out. After a talk I could tell he was drunk, and so I told him to get in my car and I would drive him home to my parents' house where he lives. I left his car in the parking lot and drove him home, leaving him to the wrath of my parents, who had become aware of what was going on. A month later my father and I were having lunch and he brought up the night I helped my brother. Turns out they had a long talk and my brother was suffering from extreme depression. He had broken up with his girlfriend and could not find a job, so he drank to dull the pain. When that didn't work, he decided to end his life by throwing himself off the bridge into the lake. It was only when I intercepted him that night that he had changed his mind. I was speechless as he told me this, realizing how close I came to losing my brother. I have to believe that was a stroke of luck or some force intervening that kept my brother alive. He is doing much better now, knowing he has a family and friends to look out for him, and I'm thankful every day that I decided to take that car ride into town. I had a horrible dream when I was a kid that a crow landed at the foot of my bed and told me my uncle was going to die. That very next day he was killed in a car crash. I was too afraid to say anything to anyone. It freaked me out so bad. I was only 8.5 years later I have the very same dream, even though I had moved to a new house. The crow appeared at the foot of my old bed and told me my father was going to die. I don't remember being afraid in the dream, but when I woke up my heart was racing. That morning I told my dad about the dream. He didn't believe me at first, but after I told him I had the same dream about Uncle Jim the night before he died, and he could see how serious and afraid I was, he believed me. I don't remember anything from school that day, only running home to meet my mom. She looked okay, and as soon as I walked in, my dad pulled into the driveway, home early from work. I cried, I was so relieved. My mom asked my dad how his day was, and he told her everything. It was horrible. I spent the entire day looking over my shoulder and preparing myself for not coming home. I thought of you the whole day and couldn't take it anymore, so I came home early. I'd rather die at home than anywhere. I don't think my mom believed him. She just said, "You think you had a bad day? The mailman dropped dead on the front porch this morning. Stupid crow." Not sure if this fits, but here we go. About 10 years ago there was a period of about 1 month where almost every time I drove somewhere I saw a car accident or something similar. No matter what time of day, location, or route that I took. Sometimes it was more than once a day. I wasn't directly involved in any of them, and I estimate that altogether there would have been around 20 to 25 incidents that I saw directly, either seeing them happen or seeing the immediate aftermath. It seemed to start off with relatively minor accidents, where no one was injured. The type of stuff you see and think, that sucks and forget about. As time went on they seemed to get more serious. I took a different route to work one morning, about 6 AM on a Saturday, and there was a man covered in blood in the middle of the intersection. He had been hit by a car while riding a motorbike and the ambulance was still yet to arrive. A few days later I was driving at night and came across a car pedestrian accident where the woman died. I could see her lying on the side of the road and being tended to by ambulance officers. A few nights later I took a different route because I had an image of my head of seeing a large accident on the highway that I usually took home. As I drove along the back road, I came over the hill and saw a 4WD on its roof. There was no one around, no people in the vehicle, no onlookers, no emergency services. This kept happening and becoming more frequent, and I remember checking with a number of friends to see whether this was unusual or everyone came across this sort of thing at such frequent intervals. They didn't. Then as quickly as it started, it stopped. Not something that happened to me, but my family. Okay, this one gives me the fucking chills all the time. After she lived at my house for 7 years, my family had to put my grandmother in a nursing home due to her need for extra medical care. She had had a stroke after a hip replacement surgery. We took care of her for as long as possible. Her last few years she was suffering with extreme dementia, hallucinating, general confusion, lack of awareness. One day my cousin was visiting her, and my grandmother began to tell her some odd things. Before she lived at my house, my grandmother lived in a 3-decker, renting out the top 2 apartments, and at this time my cousin was living in the 2nd floor of said 3-decker. My grandmother stated that last night Zajaja, grandpa in Polish, came to see me. He told me that you, my cousin, need to get the electricity checked. Something is wrong. My cousin assured her nothing was wrong at the house. And the 3rd floor's clothesline needs to be fixed. It's broken. Once again, my cousin assures her everything is fine. And in my house, her apartment on 1st floor, the flowers in the bathroom are fish now. All said very concerned. Yet my cousin chalked it up to dementia. The next week my cousin is taking a shower and the electricity goes out. She is a little startled by it, but it's an old place. So she goes to her porch to look up at the 3rd floor clothesline. It's busted. Like someone tuck a hammer to it. She's very shaken by this. Goes down to the 1st floor. At this point a family is moving in. She asks to take a walk through the apartment. She goes right to the bathroom. The wallpaper had been stripped. Flower print that had been up for probably 40 years. And half the wall was covered with a fish/nautical theme wallpaper. How did she know this? My grandfather, Zajaja, died almost a decade prior. Did his spirit really visit her? TLDR. My grandmother was visited by my grandfather, who had been deceased for years. She accurately stated things she couldn't know, and predicted things that were to happen. There's been a lot of creepy shit that's happened to me, but the most recent was weirdest. To give some backstory, my best friend and I recently moved into my mother's house after some shit at our apartment went down. My friend's mom stole our rent money, and we got evicted, and had nowhere else to go. And since there are only 2 bedrooms, we have a bedroom type setup in the dining room. On this particular night we were the last 2 people to go to sleep, and she went to sleep before I did. We share a bed, so I vividly remember laying there, and she was snoring, pretty much dead to the world. I take a while to fall asleep every night, so I was laying on my back thinking about getting my phone to play some games or something. I know I hadn't fallen asleep because it had only been a minute or 2, but it's like I had just snapped out of a nightmare, sort of. 1 second I was laying on my back thinking about Jetpack Joyride, and the next second I was on my stomach, braced on my elbows with the blanket off and wide awake. My friend, who had just been dead asleep, was also sitting up in bed. I don't remember moving, or her waking up. We both sat there in the dark and finally I asked, "Do you feel that?" I wasn't quite all there at this point and the words were very automatic, and she just responded with "Yeah, what the hell just happened?" And for some reason I cannot figure out, I said "I don't know, I think they are making us forget, I can't remember anything." I don't know why I said this, the words just popped out. and even as I was saying it, I could feel myself being pulled into sleep. I woke up a short while later, it was still dark, and asked my friend if she remembered what had happened last night. We both remember waking up, if you can call it that, and being confused, but we have no idea what actually happened, and suffice to say neither of us slept the rest of that night. I guess I'm pretty late to this thread, so no one will read this, unless they are looking through every post, but here we go. So, after looking through most of the posts on here, getting really freaked out glancing behind TV screens, and whatnot to make sure nothing creepy is behind it. I decide to go out, and buy some Dr. Pepper. I'm really into that drink ATM. When I go outside, I see a construction site that I have to pass. It has kinda this small bridge made over it, so people can walk over it, and I have to cross it on the sidewalk, unless I wanna try squeeze through the parked cars. When I finally reach that point, I see someone inside the little hole dug by the workers. In the hole I see a person turn towards the parked cars way trying to climb up. The person notices that someone is walking, and as he turns, while starting to ask for help, he sees me. I see him. He looks exactly like me with my jacket on. I just look at him with kind of a grin. I look like I thought it was a dream, and that I knew about it. Me in the hole starts freaking out, like I should have. He says, "What is this? Who are you? Get me out of here," with more screams and such. I then just shrug it off, and he is gone. I then continue my way to the store, where I buy my drinks and whatnot. As I walk back on the sidewalk, and acting kinda freaked out, if something is gonna be in the hole this time again. I start feeling dizzy as I pass through the small bridge with small iron ledges. I fall into the hole, which is about 1 to 2 meters high. I try to make my way up, to get back up onto the sidewalk. I then notice how someone walks near me, and above. I look up, and see myself grinning at me. I freak out exactly like the person or illusion did on my way to the store. I then feel dizzy again, and end up lying on the sidewalk dizzy, and feeling hungover. I don't know what just happened. I tried convincing myself that my brain just got freaked out by all the various posts on this thread. I really don't know what happened. I went to the store a few hours ago. It is 1:02 Swedish time at the moment. I had this dream when I was a child, maybe 10 or 11, and it has stuck with me ever since. During the dream, I was being chased by a big, burly, clean-shaven but menacing man. He was chasing me through a city, one that I had never been to before, and was firing a gun at me. As I ran away, his stray bullets were hitting the sides of buildings, telephone poles, and other random things, but occasionally they were hitting people. Eventually he caught up to me, fired his gun, and shot me. I died. But instead of passing away, I was reborn in a different city. I was still myself, still being chased by the man, still fleeing in terror. Like before, he eventually caught up to me and killed me. And again, I reincarnated to a new place. I eventually came to the conclusion that he would eventually kill me regardless of how much I tried to run away. I realized that other people were getting hurt, and sometimes killed, by his stray bullets, and that it was for the best that I accept my fate and save the lives of others. So I stopped running, and he killed me. But instead of reincarnating, my whole world became black. His face appeared, smirking, looked me dead in the eyes, and said, "I'll see you in your dreams." I woke up. It still gives me chills to this day. I never saw him again in my dreams, but it is so vivid in my memory. 15 years later, there are so many things to think about. Was it a lesson on empathy? Accepting death? I don't know. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Hopefully some people are still viewing this thread. My family and I, 10 years old at the time, were on a float trip in some part of Bunkfuck, Missouri with one of my mom's friends and her whole group of friends. Our campsite was rather large. There was a rundown gas station across the street, the bathroom/shower houses attached to the tackle shop, a few trees on one side of the field which had a house on the other side, and not a house in sight, besides the one behind the trees, for at least 2 miles. We got back to the site on what was a fabulous float, and were just hanging out with the whole group. I'm standing with my mom and 2 brothers when all of a sudden I see a little girl biking down the hill right next to our site. I pointed it out to my family and we were immediately curious as to where she came from and why she was alone. I knew she didn't come from the house next to our site. This girl got down the hill and biked directly to me. At this point I'm just thinking, what the fuck? The girl came to me and said, "I remember you. You were standing in front of my house yesterday." I can't recall if she said yesterday or today, but still, weird. So of course I said, no I wasn't. I don't know you." "Yes, you do. You were standing in front of my house. Doesn't your name start with a K? You're 10, right?" As I looked at my mom in confusion I said, "Yes." I believe she replied with something along the lines of her missing me, or that we needed to play together again. This girl looked absolutely disgusting. Toes, nails, hair, all dirty. She then walked to my brothers who were throwing a football around over a fire and said, "Don't play with fires. That's how my friend died." They were creeped out too. I forgot what happened after that, but she just biked away, and as I was typing this, something fell in my bathroom, so that's cool. Just remembered another weird and scary incident. It was late one night and my older brother was out at his best friend's house for a house party. Weirdly enough, I decided to watch TV in his room, which I never do, and he usually locks his door. While watching TV, it gets late, and I soon start to doze off. Suddenly I get this rush of anxiety and an image of a blurred face pops into my head. What made things worse was that the face was not only blurred, but had a bullet wound on the side of the head. I got really paranoid and couldn't sleep and didn't know why this popped into my head. I was scared and couldn't get rid of this sick feeling that overcame me. I grabbed my rosary, and since I was doing my first communion at the time I had a booklet about praying the rosary. Got the booklet and started praying until I felt better. I've never been religious and was only doing my first communion to make my mom happy. Anyways, come morning there's a story on the news that there was a shooting at a house party. The party my brother was at, his best friend's party. My brother wasn't shot, but his best friend was, on the side of the head. The weird part? It was a stray bullet. He was in the backyard when the shooting occurred in the front. The bullet literally entered the skin by his temple and exited on the other side. It only grazed him. He said that seconds before it hit, he moved for some weird reason. That's what saved him. It freaked me out when they told me. I never said anything to either of them. I was working with a group of guys and we were all lined up along this drape which was slowly descending from the roof and we were rolling it up. Everyone was lined up evenly apart from me who was about a foot closer to the person on my left than my right. Someone shouted I should move along and totally out of character I yelled back sorry then it'd be perfect, and I can't do that, it'd be an affront to Allah. I'm not Muslim. I'm not the sort of person to argue over pointless things. Generally in situations like that I'd have been central anyway. A couple of people laugh. Someone calls me a faking idiot and tells me to move along, but I ignore them and continue to kneel off center. We roll up a bit of the carpet, then there's a sharp thud and a weird vibrating hum. I look to my right and directly where I should have been a large lump of metal is sitting vibrating on the floor. Everyone near me is white as a sheet and I just stood up and walked outside for a cigarette. Without a doubt, if I hadn't been pointlessly obstinate and had moved along that would have smashed in my skull. When I think of it, I can still see the metal shimmer as it hummed and vibrated in the little dents it had made in the wooden floor. There's something about the moments that kinda sticks with you. I stepped backwards into an alcove once as a stack of boards fell from a forklift onto the space I'd been working. I can still feel the panic as I leapt backwards and the joy as I was enveloped in the niche and the boards crashed against the wall. Everyone came running screaming my name, then I stepped out of the gap onto the boards and everyone kinda melted with relief. My friend and I were training our lucid dreaming skills. We both put a background image on our phones that had the question, "Are you dreaming?" The idea was to link your phone to this question so that, in the event you pick up your phone in the dream, you will be primed to ask yourself that exact question. One night we both stayed up extremely late and went to sleep. Nearly 1 hour or so into falling asleep, my dad walked in and kept on asking me all these bizarre questions. Because I was so extremely tired, I didn't have the clarity of mind to get a bearing on reality. I assumed that I was in a dream, and I looked at my phone to confirm. I didn't see the background image "Are you dreaming?" so I knew I was in a dream. The issue is that everything felt so real. I went past my dad to the pantry, where I made myself a bowl of cereal, and sort of walked around my dad, as if he was a ghost. I wanted to test my newfound dream powers. I clearly saw myself as a machine acting automatically, pursuing these desires that just popped into my head randomly. It was very clear I had no control over my body, it was just reacting to various inputs. However, shortly after going back to my room to eat the breakfast, I wake up, and I was actually eating cereal. My agency goes back into my body, and I feel normal again. Basically, I have no idea what happened, but I was in this bizarre waking dreaming world, where I was able to obliterate my first person perspective, and see my mind for how it actually is, rather than how it is relayed to me. A glitch in the matrix. I could talk classic déjà vu stories, one of which happened recently and always signify important events in my life, but many individuals seem to be doing that. Instead, let us sit around a campfire and listen to a good old ghost story. The year is 1996, Trempealeau County, Wisconsin. I'm 7 years old. My mother and I were living in this rundown white house. The paint outside was chipping, and the front porch wasn't much better. The house itself was on a large plot of land. I remember mowing that beast a couple times. It was an experience that would take hours. Let's not mention the hornet's nest behind the house in a bush. All in all, it wasn't the worst place to live. It also wasn't the best. You see, this house had a basement. The door leading down was just to the left of the back door, seemingly crushed between the wall and the refrigerator. You could go down there if you want. I never did. I could never bring myself to. Not once do I remember anyone else going down there either. Well, one morning I woke up the same time as my cousin, whose mother owned the house, and we start screwing around. I eventually end up in a closet upstairs hiding from him, knowing, as any 7-year-old would, that I could never be found. He never did find me. He never needed to point, as I sat in almost complete darkness surrounded by clothes hanging above my head and others at my feet. I felt a deep chill race down my body and froze. I was suddenly scared and couldn't explain why, so I began to glance around. It didn't take long for my head to snap behind me and to the left, where, at about 6 feet up, there was a face. As I looked at it, a smile shot across, and I swear, to this day, it was that smile that caused me to shoot out of that closet, down the stairs, and right into my cousin, who I tried to explain things to. He went up, checked, nothing. It wasn't long after that where I woke up out of a dead sleep and saw what was, at the time, the second scariest experience of my life. But that is for another time. I will say that it wasn't until years later, when my mom and I were talking, that she mentioned how much she hated that place, how much it creeped her out. Thinking back, I can never remember seeing many animals around it. Though I suppose that is better than looking out your windows to see at least 70 crows sitting on lines and branches around your house, all facing inward and not making one sound. Fact. I had a very strange coincidence happen to me 2 weeks ago. I played my first show with my band with our new bass player and keyboardist January 31st. We showed up at the house early to set up and sound check. After our 25-minute sound check, I pull out my phone. Here is where things get odd. My uncle, whom I regard as a big brother to me, he really meant a whole lot to me, died about 2.5 years ago, of drug-related causes. Man molded me the way I'm today. I looked up to him, and we were best friends. He is a big reason why I'm pursuing music. I sing a lot like he did. I have his number saved in my phone, iPhone 4. I read our last few texts on occasion. Anyways, I pull my phone from my pocket, which had been locked. My phone had dialed his number and had been on the line for 10 seconds or so. I was shocked and in awe. I put it to my ear, hoping to hear his voice, but it kept ringing, so I hung up. How my phone managed to turn on, slide unlocked, open my contacts, or through my texts, and click his name to call him from my pocket right after we finished our sound check is too coincidental. Sure, it can maybe be explained through really random coincidences, but my lock button is broken, my home button is temperamental, the phone was locked, and with no applications open prior to me putting it away in my pocket. It's just eerie. First time I've talked about it, minus my drummer and guitar player, who were just as close with my uncle. I like to believe he was showing me he's always with me, and that he is proud. which masks me tear up. Ever since my early 20s I've been followed, so to speak. Noises, premonitions, oddities. After a while, I got used to it, and generally annoyed by it. I have many stories, but most of them are more ghost related, and would be off topic for this thread. Instead, I will tell about one of my glitches. Back in 2005 I moved to Ontario into a house with my landlord and his girlfriend. It was a shared residence and my room was in the basement. I was awake very early daily as my work shift started at 5:30. I remember being in the bathroom just after 4 AM when I heard footsteps coming down the stairs to the basement. I thought it was a little unusual. The hallway light came on, as seen from under the bathroom door. The steps continued on down the hall into the laundry room. I heard the clothes being loaded into the dryer, then the dryer turning on. I wondered who was doing laundry so early in the morning. Maybe my landlord forgot his work clothes in the washing machine. Bathroom done. I opened the bathroom door. The second the door was opened the tiniest amount. Silence. There was no hallway light on. The dryer was not running. I then realized that the footsteps never came back from the laundry room. I went to the laundry room to investigate. The dryer was empty. The dryer was hot inside, like it had just been running. The first thing across my mind was fuck. It followed me all the way from Manitoba. I have a few more of these types of stories, but they are more in the paranormal category. I experience sleep paralysis on average about 2 to 3 a week. I have a very busy / stressful life, college, and work. I'll share my freakiest one, since y'all probably don't want to hear about all my dreams, so it usually sets in immediately after I fall asleep. I wake up with a surge of adrenaline, and my eyes open, but am totally unable to move. I typically see all kinds of crazy shit, from colorful swirling patterns and trails, to this tail woman in a white dress, a face on my TV screen, and hands that reach out of my mattress to pull me in. But of all those things, this one freaks me out the most. I wake up in the paralyzed state. I hear the wind blowing through my window, and I can see those swirly lines used to describe wind in cartoons traveling along my walls. Everything has a grainy high contrast black and white texture. I begin to feel 2 fingers pushed down on my chest with slowly increasing pressure. I sink into my mattress, unable to fight it off. A tall dark figure with a spade, like the cards for a head, bows its head as it creeps into my bedroom doorway. It just watches me. I'm trying to scream but I can't. Then I wake up, back to reality. Except, I'm sitting in my office chair on the other side of my room, wrapped up in a blanket, staring back at my bed. So yeah, there's been freakier visual experiences, but that one takes the cake. I hate sleepwalking anyways. I've been lucky enough to remember each experience crystal clear. These used to scare the shit out of me, but now I've grown to enjoy them quite a bit. It's been great training for lucid dreaming. Of course, if anyone is interested in hearing more, I'd be glad to share when I can point at it. Words. I posted this before, but it fits here for sure. It was a cool summer evening in FL. I think it was 96. I was in high school and a few of us would always hang out at Nathan's house. His parents were cool, and we'd usually end up on the back screened-in patio chilling on the couches. That night, like many others, we had gotten stoned, and we were cracking jokes, making fun of people, whatever, normal high school age stuff. It was just me, Nathan and Shannon, but for some reason I kept thinking there was a 4th person there. It was like I would be seeing them in my peripheral vision during a fit of laughter, but then look over to find no one in that seat, and be left with feeling that someone just left the room. Chalk it up to being stoned. So Nathan was showing us his ice trick for the 100th time, which is basically halfway swallowing an ice cube and then spitting it back up. Of course he always looked like a tool doing it, so we heavily encouraged him. He was sitting there, head back with a piece of ice in his gullet saying see, no ice, and looking like a complete idiot. Meanwhile Shannon and I were dying of laughter as drool started pouring from Nathan's mouth while he tried to talk. He made a vain attempt to stop it, and in doing so kicked over his glass of ice water that was sitting on the ground next to his chair. I glanced down at his water and thought I saw something or someone looking at his tipped over glass. Then its head turned, and then it was gone, immediately followed by that feeling that someone just left again, all in a split second. I was still laughing miles off, but was all of a sudden very confused by what I had just seen. It took about one more second for the scene to replay in my head and for me to realize what I had just witnessed when Nathan kicked his drink over a vague, washed out image of a little girl kneeled down and looked at the spill. When I looked at her, she looked up at me. She was probably 10 years old wearing a standard white little girl dress, although I couldn't make out / recall any real detail. Immediately after making eye contact, she instantly backed away and out of sight. And that was when the feeling had washed over me. I stopped laughing and was too confused and hadn't had enough time to even be scared yet. Nathan was still cracking up and trying to pick up his drink, and for a moment I thought I was too high and seeing shit. But then I looked over at Shannon, who was sitting next to me. He wasn't laughing either. Eyes wide and mouth open. He was white as a sheet, like he had just seen, well, a ghost. Shocked, I asked him, "Did you just see that?" He replies, "The little girl," and she looked at us, and now she's gone. Holy shit. I asked again, and my best friend proceeded to explain to me exactly the same thing I had just seen. Nathan had no idea what we were talking about, but Shannon and I were both scared shitless by then, and we spent the rest of the evening inside. While we were talking about what had just happened, Shannon mentioned he had been getting that same feeling that I had been getting all night as well. Like there was someone there that kept leaving the room. To this day, I don't know what I saw. I'm not religious, don't believe in the supernatural, and I would say it was the weed, except someone that I would trust with my life saw the exact same thing at the exact same time as I did. Wow, this ended up being really long. Turns out I'm not so good at getting to the point. My parents own their own business only about a 5-minute drive away from our house. 4 years they only had one other employee, so most of the time both my parents would be at work together. During the slower seasons my mom would often be at home for a few hours of the day doing the accounting or running errands, and on rare occasions my dad would be home for a few minutes checking his private collection for an item for a friend or special customer. When my dad was alone at work he would usually call home at least once an hour to talk to me or my mom out of pure loneliness. About 8 or 9 years ago, when I was 15 to 16, I was at home in my basement watching TV. My mom was home, but had just stepped outside to walk our dogs, and my dad was at work. My mom couldn't have been gone more than 10 minutes when I heard my dad open our front door and kick off his shoes into a garage. Both doors have very distinct opening and closing sounds, and the sound carries well, since we don't have many doors. Next he walks up the 8 stairs in the heavy-footed manner he always does, and walks across the hardwood floors past the open upstairs living room, which was directly over my head, through the dining area, and into the kitchen. This couldn't have been more than 10 or 11 steps, but it's important to emphasize that it's a large open space with plenty of flat wooden surfaces that acts as a weird amplifier, so you can hear everything clearly from downstairs where I was. I hear him stop and take a glass from the cupboard and fill it from the fridge. The machine made a light whirring sound, and as the glass filled the pitch of the running water increased until it was full. Once this sound stopped there was only silence. I, of course, assumed he was drinking and paid no mind to it, but it lasted eerily long. Next I hear the outside tap running, breaking the silence and signaling that my mom is home from walking the dogs and filling their water dish. Seconds pass by and she comes in the front door. I still haven't heard any more noise from the kitchen, so assuming my dad didn't move, at this point my mom and dad would be able to each other with zero effort, but they are not talking. Just then the phone rang, and my mom asked me to answer it. It was my dad calling. Lonely and bored at work. I asked him if he had just been home, and he asked me if I was high, before laughing and asking to talk to my mom. To this day my dad still just thinks I was high, but my mom has had the same experience I had a couple times, once before mine, and one since I've moved out. It still weirds me out when I think about my ghost dad. TLDR, my parents' house has a thirsty ghost that walks like my dad. This is something I have been ignoring my entire life. I'm 23. I get deja vu. Really faking strong deja vu. It happens to me several times a year. Mostly in the winter, and rarely in summer. Always in the late evening, near the sunset. I relive events that I have dreamt about. It feels like I'm in a movie, or perhaps more accurately an actor in a play, and that I have to say my lines. The worst part is that I can't remember it. Immediately after it happens I start to lose the memory. The most recent event happened this past Thursday. I dreamt about a year ago, having a very specific conversation with a male who I can't see. He is standing to my right, over my shoulder, and a female named Rachel. She is standing a couple feet in front of the desk. I'm at a desk with a computer to my right. I'm dressed fairly nice. It is quite bright. I can't recall the conversation between the three of us, but a joke is shared. She laughs. Her laugh is contagious. I laugh. He chuckles quietly. That was the entire dream. I remember dreaming it and waking up and thinking what a boring yet realistic dream. I lived that moment Thursday. I moved to this new city in September and got this job in October. Small unimportant events like these happen all the time. I have forced myself to ignore them because they scare me. I've never admitted that. I'm really scared. It feels like my life is being controlled by someone for their amusement. P.S. I have had other weird things happen to me, but I just choose to ignore them. Okay, this is the weirdest thing that has ever happened to me. I was about 25 and was working on the Y2K migration for a large, well-known home improvement chain. My job was to basically drive to the store and from closing time the night of the migration through opening the next morning lead a team of geeks to convert the tech over to Y2K compatible stuff. Typically, the job, start to finish, took 18 to 24 hours. I would then drive home. On this occasion, the job was in Ohio, and I was in North Carolina. Since I hated to fly at the time, I always drove, and this was a 10-hour drive. I drove 10 hours there, worked 24 hours straight, and then drove 10 hours back, with no sleeping in between. I was young and dumb. Anyhow, on the way back from this job, I was really fighting to stay awake. Somewhere in the middle, I lost the fight and fell asleep. I started dreaming. I don't remember the dream, but I remember being woken up from it by a lot of bouncing. I woke up to find myself plowing through the uncut grass in the median. I had just hit the big divot in the middle and was coming up the other side at about 75 miles per hour, what the cruise was set on. Ahead of me, coming straight at me about 300 feet away, was a semi-truck, horn blaring. At this exact moment, I sat straight up in the car and opened my eyes. I was in a rest stop. I have no memory of ever leaving the highway, much less pulling into a rest stop, locking the doors, laying the seat back, and going to sleep. To this day, I have no idea how I got there. This is the strongest one that comes to my mind. I was a senior in high school, and it was the first day of classes. Our school had an advocate program where only the freshmen came to school on the very first day, and the upperclassmen who were involved with the advocate program would take them in groups and show them around / help them out all day in order for them to easily adjust to high school. After I had finished giving my tour, I saw a freshman struggling to get his locker open. I walked over and asked if he needed help figuring it out. He said the combination he was given on his course schedule didn't seem to be working. I asked him if I could take a shot at it, and he handed me his schedule with the locker combination on it. I read it to myself and then spoke to him out loud, something along the lines of, okay, so it shows here that the combo is 133624, so let's try that. He gave me a kind of puzzled look, but I shrugged it off and entered the combo I had just read off. The locker opened without any problems on the first try. I then turned to him with the schedule in my hand and began to reiterate the combo so that he would remember it and wouldn't enter it wrong. I looked down at the combo on the schedule, and to my astonishment, the numbers were in a different order than what I read off the first time or entered into the locker, something like 341623. I had to stop and told him that I had no idea how that had just happened, and I now realized why he gave me a puzzled look when I read off a combo that was different from what was written on his schedule. To be safe, I tried the written combo and the locker didn't open. Tried the combo I saw in my head the first time and the locker opened again. Crazy. I'd forgotten about this instance for quite some time until reading some of these. I used to be in forensics, which was basically competitive acting / drama, and we had a regional competition at our school. At the end, we all celebrated our wins with some soda, store-bought cookies, and other things of that nature. The school we were in was recently rebuilt, as in that was the second year it had been open, as the old building was really dilapidated and had all this terrible wiring and Anyway, my friend and I went outside of the room we were in and chilled out against a wall, and we closed our eyes and almost fell asleep. A few minutes later, we both bolted up feeling weirdly awake. Despite the fact we had been up for over 14 hours, the hallway was empty, and no one on our forensics team was in the room we had been in, or in the hallway. We decided to look near the main doors for everyone, and then we discovered something very strange. Near the front doors, the large, double glass ones in most middle/high schools, was a heavily tinted glass door that had not been there before. We both had been going to the school ever since it was rebuilt and walked past that area every morning, but both of us knew the door had not previously been there. The mysterious door was unlocked, and inside was a blank, off-white brick room with no other windows or doors. When we left the room, thoroughly freaked out, a janitor was outside. He asked us what we were doing, and we said that the room had never been there before. He smiled, said it had always been there, and locked the door. He left chuckling. We asked everyone else about the door, and they said it had always been there. They said that we probably hadn't noticed it, or that we were tired. We knew it hadn't. We still don't know how the door got there, or why it was an empty brick room. After my first son was born over 30 years ago, I had two experiences that freaked me completely. Both were vivid and detailed. One was profound and emotional, the other was mundane and out of the blue, but for some reason it scared me more. I was 20 years old, a new mother, and rented a house in an old neighborhood in Austin, Texas. Across the street lived a couple I'll call beautiful and handsome, maybe just a few years older than me. Beautiful was tall, beautiful and extroverted. Handsome was handsome, quiet and part owner of a local restaurant. I would wave hi and briefly chat with them when I was out walking my baby, and I thought they were nice, but I'd never socialized with either of them beyond that. One night, I had a dream that beautiful, handsome and I were out at a bar late at night, sitting at a round table. We'd all ordered caviar and coffee, and we were waiting for the drinks to come. Suddenly, Beautiful said, "Hey, we should have whipped cream on those, they're so much better that way. I'll go ask the bartender." She got up and left the table. I looked over at Handsome, and he had an intense, "now we are finally alone" look on his face. He reached over and took my hand with both of his, and I felt trapped and embarrassed. I woke up. That morning, I went out for a walk with my baby, and when I was passing Beautiful and Handsome's house, Beautiful was in the front yard. She called to me, "Hey, Mad Bear. We just finished sanding our floors yesterday, and they are gorgeous. I'm so excited. Come in and see them." I'd never been in their house before, but was happy for the invitation. I walked in, and eyed at the floors, and then she said, "Handsome's at the hardware store picking a few things up. Do you have time for a cup of tea?" I was flattered that she was extending a new friendship opportunity. Being a young single mom was lonely, and said yes. We walked into the kitchen and there was a round white table. The dream came back to me in that moment and I started feeling odd. Beautiful opened the cupboard. There were dozens of pretty celestial seasonings boxes, all neatly stacked. I think she had every flavor they made back then. Then she turned and said, "Hell, it's Saturday. I don't have anywhere to go, do you?" I said, "No," and she said, "Then how about caviar and coffee instead?" I laughed and said, "This is so weird, but I had a dream we had caviar and coffee together last night," and she kind of halted for a second and said, "Really?" in an overly polite tone that betrayed she might be having second thoughts about inviting me into her home, so I kept the rest to myself and sat down. My baby was in a frontal carrier sleeping, just in case you're wondering what happened to him. Beautiful poured the caviar and coffees, chatting pretty consistently, and then she interrupted herself and said, "Hey, I've even got whipped cream. Let's go all the way." Just then the door opened, and Handsome came in, home from the hardware store. He said, "Caviar and coffee. That looks great, I'll have one," and sat down to join us. So here we are, the three of us, sitting at a round table drinking caviar and coffee with whipped cream, and I'm getting so uncomfortable my skin is crawling, and the room is spinning a little bit. The phone rings. It's Beautiful's mother calling from California. Beautiful excuses herself and leaves the room to talk with her mom. Handsome and I are left at the table, and I stand up very awkwardly and suddenly and say, "Thanks for the coffee, I have a to go," and basically run out of the house. Like I said, mundane. No life saved, no parallel universe vision of myself, but just too detailed and out of the blue to feel okay about. One night while I was playing CS on my desktop, 2003, out of the corner of my eye I noticed my wife walk into our laundry room. I thought nothing of it, because it happened all the time. I finish a few rounds, and then get up, to go to the kitchen. I walk past the laundry room expecting to find her, but she is not there. As I walk into the kitchen I call out her name, and she replies from the bedroom at the other end of the house. Weird. I go to the bedroom and ask if she just went to the laundry room. She says no, I have been here since we had dinner. I told her that I must have hallucinated. Before I write the next part, one want to say that in no way at all do I believe in ghosts, spirits etc. The house we were living in had recently been occupied by a woman who passed away in the hospital, and we purchased it from the owners who lived in Germany. The woman was an artist and had left behind several pieces, which was intriguing. Flash forward about a month, and I run into a friend who actually knew the woman who lived there. I had a mental picture in my mind of what this woman looked like because of the art she left behind, and the fact that she passed away in the hospital. I thought she would have been in her late 60s, but what my friend told me was chilling to say the least. Turns out she was my age. Holy crap. So I naturally asked what she looked like, and he told me she looked a lot like your wife, same size, dark hair etc. I have not had chills like that since I was a child. Not enough to make a believer out of me, but strange nonetheless. There are multiple things. First, the fact that I would be at work and then just random minutes. I was working by myself one time at a fast food restaurant. I look at the screen and there is nothing. I blink and the orders are behind by over 4 minutes, and there are at least 8 of them. This has happened a few times with people around, and they say I just acted the way I normally do, but something was different about me. Second, my random loss of hearing. I was standing next to a girl I liked, and she said something to me, but I just completely lost all hearing. For the one line she said I did not hear a thing, but I had a perfect calmness. Third, would be the perfect music experience I had. I was laying down in a tent at my aunt's house since we had a huge 4th of July party. I went to lay down in the tent because it was extremely hot out, and I saw some relief in music and laying down. I turned on some Mozart or Bach with ocean sounds. However, after one distinct track I suddenly heard the music get better and more peaceful. Then it hit. This sound was the perfect repeating sound. It was a calm mix between an initial sound drop and the reciprocating shadow sounds. If you want to know what that is, it is basically the equivalent of dropping a rock in a puddle and hearing the plunk sound and the ripples. I became perfectly calm and the heat was no longer affecting me. It was as if all of the world was washed away, and I was bathed in pure happiness. Then, it stopped. The CD player turned off. However, I have listened to each of those albums and never heard anything close to it. Fourth, I have a premonition about almost everything. I would go to do something like launch a rocket for a physics class, to guess where it would land. There was an entire football field in which it could land, but my mind highlighted a spot and seemed to make it a lot more clear. It was as if it was my mind said there. This time I placed a small pebble that I sharpied yellow in that spot exactly where my mind had pointed out, and mentioned to a friend that this might be where it would hit. When we launched the rocket it landed in the same area. Here is where it gets weird. The rocket stuck into the ground, and when we pulled it out, it had that yellow pebble stuck to the very tip of the nose cone. My friend literally dropped his jaw in sheer amazement. I got the nickname Tony Stark after this. It happens all the time. Fifth, I would just make up logical reasons for things to happen, and years later they become proven true. Sixth, I have had major dream deja vu. If I have a normal dream, not a nightmare, they become true. In fact, I have never had a special dream, but they are always a slice of lifestyle dream, where it could always happen and usually does. I get it at least 20 times a year and they extend out for years. One I had in 2006 became a scene for scene reality in 2012. Every single one that should have happened by now has, and it has been perfectly true. I can tell a little bit about the surroundings by what is happening. So far I have found that literally every major decision in my life has been basically predetermined. However, there is very good news. If this trend continues we would have human-based flight without specialized equipment, but it is closer to jumping within the next 30 years at most. 7th, I have daily themes. Something completely random would be mentioned, and that entire day it will be brought up. For instance, yesterday it was basically food safety. This is the only glitch I can immediately remember, but I know I've had others. My life has been very bizarre. This one just happens to stand out the most. At all times it was 4 years ago now, and my ex and I were going to the mall with his family. I remember feeling off. From the moment I woke up, the day just didn't seem right. I felt empty, and everything seemed very dull, like someone had turned down the gamma on the entire world. It felt like I was both forgetting something important and missing a vital part of myself. Still, I couldn't figure out what would be causing this, so I shrugged it off and enjoyed my trip to the mall. I grew up and lived in, at the time, a small town. The closest mall was 2 hours away. Once we were there, I dropped by Hot Topic while my ex and his family talked about getting new shoes for everyone. In height I found this bandana that I really liked. It was my best friend's. We'll call him Jellybean. 2 favorite colors, blue and black. So I bought it. Upon seeing the bandana, I started thinking about Jellybean a lot, just how much I appreciated his existence, how much he would like some of the stuff they had in that particular height, how good of a friend he was. So the day continued to go off without much more of a hitch, aside from that eerie empty feeling. But on the car ride back home, my other best friend, we'll call her A, called me, bawling. She then went on to tell me that Jellybean had died sometime early that morning in his sleep, likely before I even woke up. Dunno if you'd consider it a glitch, but it certainly brought clarity to the hollow feeling, along with thinking so passionately about Jellybean upon sight of the bandana. Been reading this thread for a bit now. Thought I'd share a few of my personal what the fuck moments. When I was in middle school, I was climbing a tree with a couple of friends after school at the local elementary school. They have a playground and stuff with a small forest behind it. It was a pretty massive tree, might have been oak, maybe about 5 or 6 stories tall, nicely spaced branches for good old-fashioned climbing and whatnot. Anyway, I make it about 30 or so feet up the tree, and I pause a moment to survey the surroundings, feeling pretty boss in a tree with a good view. All of a sudden, I find myself on the ground, on my back, with no memory of a fall. It wasn't a hit your head, forget stuff type of thing. It felt like I had missed the 10 seconds or so it took for the branch to crack and me to fall. Weirder part is, my friends didn't see a thing. They only heard a crack and saw me on the ground after. I received a weird phone call from an unknown number to me, not appearing as unknown a few months ago, from a hysterical Hispanic woman claiming she was pregnant. It was mine, and that she would be naming the child after me. Weird part was, she knew my full name and sounded confused that I didn't know who she was. So insistent was she that it was mine and that we were a thing. It didn't sound a solicitor or prankster, even though I googled the number afterward and found that many people labeled it as a solicitor. Either solicitors are really amping up their game, or I don't know. Every once in a while I'll experience this weird sense of déjà vu. Not the normal kind where people are like I remember doing this previously. Sometimes I'll be doing some mundane activity, like typing or looking at something, when I get this subtle feeling that I knew it was going to happen at some time in the exact same manner, almost like I remember dreaming about a few nights before, or having a vision about it at some time in the past. Twice, between the ages of 5 and 12, seeing the moon in astronomically impossible locations. I know the locations were astronomically impossible years after the fact, because of geographical landmarks, and how I saw the moon point in my late 30s, broke the crystal of mechanical, automatic, Self-winding. Watch while on vacation. Had it patched with silicone sealant by my favorite horologist, who has since confirmed that the crystal was broken and all he ever did was patch it to prevent any possible water/moisture damage because I couldn't afford to replace the watch at the time. Put it into storage because I was so upset with myself. It was a stupid action that caused the crystal to get broken. About 2 years later I have the money for the repair, so I dig it out. Only problem, it wasn't broken anymore. No sign that the crystal had ever shattered. My horologist is the only one I'd ever trust the work to, because he's the only one that still works on automatics in town. The rest just ship them off to some place in Vancouver. I do all our finances meticulously, so I'd know if the crystal had been repaired or the watch replaced. Nothing even close to the required dollar value that was not explicitly accounted for the previous 4 years. Plus, the crystal still had scratches that had existed before it had been broken, including a deep scoring in the 3 o'clock region that I distinctly remember making a half year before the crystal was broken. This is one mystery that has really bugged me over the last year and a half. I simply cannot explain it. There are a lot of occasions where I can hear songs in my head from songs I have heard recently, or perhaps ones from years ago, that I maybe passively listened to point on Monday evening whilst making up bottles of milk for my 2-month-old baby. I was humming a chorus to myself that my mind had decided to recollect earlier. I had no idea what the song was, who the artist was, what the words were, or when I had heard it. I often taken the melody of the lyrics rather than the actual words, so that's all I was humming at this stage. I put TuneIn Radio on for background music. Any parent who goes through the bottle making process knows it can be quite monotonous. I picked a random station and started making the Milk Point Mrs. Robinson by the Lemonheads was just finishing. I sang along with it and trying to determine if it was really that different from the original. Straight after it ended, some vaguely familiar chords struck up. I continued to make the bottles during the verses as I asked myself it can't be, surely. Then the chorus hit and that familiar vocal melody rang out of my iPhone and resonated with the melody I had been humming to myself throughout the day. This time I actively listened to the vocals to track down the song through Google. The song was Waking Up by Elastica for the record, a 90s song from a UK band who weren't overly popular, not completely unknown either. I knew them because the lead singer used to date Damon Albarn, my musical idol. That's all just a side note though. It was like someone wanted me to find out that day as I had been quizzing myself on what it could have been, trying to put words to the humming to track it down. The glitch joined the dots. I know I'm late, but I get glitches almost daily now. The more aware of the situation I become, the more it blatantly happens. We'll start with the radio. Pretty much every day I'll be driving, and the radio will say words exactly as I'm thinking them, like random words, like walruses or pine cones. Not words that'll be said every day. I've gotten so used to it, I just start laughing after a while. It's not even just the radio. I use an app called Slacker to listen to comedy skits while I'm driving, and sure enough the comedians always find a way to perfect time each word to align perfectly to my current situation. Like it's trying to give me advice or something. I don't know, it's really bizarre. Edit. It's not just words, it also mimics situations I went through that particular day. Point i.e. last night I decided to drive through a part of San Diego I wasn't familiar with. On my way back through I noticed the other side of the road had miles of traffic backed up. I almost was about to take 5 south to get back home to avoid traffic, but at the last minute I swerved back onto the road I was on and continued on. No joke, less than a minute later a traffic report comes on the radio saying there was a wreck on 5 South slowing traffic. That's not even the crazy part. As I'm listening to this report I'm coming up to the exit I found through GPS that will get me around traffic. Also I'm starving, so I quickly swerve into the closest food place I could find, which happened to be a Jack in the Box. With the traffic report still on the radio I get to the drive-thru. Sure enough the next thing on the radio is a Jack in the Box commercial stating that everyone should try the bacon insider, which is what I was going to get. And all of this happened in less than 2 minutes. The same goes for television. I can't even watch TV much anymore because it gets a little too bizarre. Like I'll learn or notice something new one day that I've never known or seen before, and then I would get home, turn on the TV, and whatever channel was playing would also be relevant to what I had learned or seen that day. It's too coincidental. I know these could all be viewed as coincidences, but this shit happens to me every day now. It's not a coincidence anymore. It's a what's going to happen next moment for me every second of my life. I'm a bit late to the party, but I'll give it a shot anyways using a throwaway point. While I was growing up, my mother was a prostitute. It was the only way she knew of generating enough income to support us both. She was a waitress when I was born, but bills started quickly adding up. Money was tight, and she developed a cocaine addiction. Her boss/dealer got her into the prostitution business. Shortly afterwards she dropped the coke, but was immediately addicted to the money she was making. Quite honestly, we lived comfortably because of it. $200/HR. She wasn't the kind of prostitute that sits on the corner, wearing dirty clothes with missing teeth. She calls the line of work escorting, but it's basically just an expensive, well-kept hooker. Escorts typically have drivers bring them to their locations. The driver also, essentially, works as a bodyguard. Typically they will wait around to make sure the escort is alright, she got inside, she's safe, etc. If the driver sees her run out of the house or receives a phone call, he'll react appropriately. They are typically armed with some form of weapon, bat, crowbar, etc. Some carry guns. Note this is Canada. One night while living in Alberta, I was around 7 or so at the time, while at home. Ironically enough, we lived in a trailer park. Despite the fact I vividly remember counting her earnings for her one night, totaling over $1,000. I think she eventually got into coke again. There was a particularly nasty storm. It was so bad our trailer was rocking, even though it doesn't have wheels on it. The problem was I wasn't scared for myself, but I was really worried that my mother was going to get hit by lightning. I knew it was very unlucky, but for some reason I had this insane fear it was going to happen. I called her on her cell phone, which was the only number one had memorized. She didn't answer, so I kept calling over and over. A few hours later she came home. She looked kind of rough. She refused to tell me about her night, but she said she was fine and sent me to bed. All was good. Years later somehow the story was brought up. I asked why she had never answered her phone that night. She was shocked to hear it was me that called her, and I told her I was worried she was going to get hit by lightning. She then told me the story. It was her second or third call, shift, client, that night. She arrived at the client's house, went inside, but was immediately attacked by a large, extremely muscular man. He held her down and wrapped her repeatedly with various objects, beer bottle, etc. 10 or 15 minutes after this started, her phone started to ring. The man, fearing it was the driver who was calling, note he still parked outside, told her to answer the phone and tell the driver she was fine. When she reached for her purse, instead of grabbing the phone, she grabbed the box cutter knife she kept for self-defense. The attack, she described, was pretty brutal. She cut him along his right bicep, about an inch deep, 6 or so inches long. She said she could feel the knife bump as it passed along his ribs. She immediately ran outside naked to her driver's car. In panic she left her clothes, purse and subsequently phone behind. The driver took her to his house where she showered and got cleaned up. She doesn't know if he lived or not. In my opinion, if everything she told me is true, in the order that she told it to me in, then the repeated phone calls saved her life. She says we were never contacted by police, seeing as how her cell phone was left at his house, with our home phone having called it multiple times the night of his stabbing. The evidence would have quickly pointed the police in our direction. Because of this, I believe that not only did he live, but that he never reported the incident to the cops. We moved back to Ontario not long after that night. These are two very strange incidents that I've never been able to explain. I had a very vivid dream when I was about 6 or 7 of being at this kid's birthday party, which was on his back patio. Suddenly his mom came outside screaming. Then I turned to see the kid rolling off the edge of the patio, hitting the ground, breaking his arm and both of his legs. I woke up crying and told my mom about the dream. After arriving at school that morning, my mom was walking me to class when my friend's parents came to tell my mom some bad news. I curiously waited to hear what it was. My mom pulled me aside to tell me that the kid I dreamt about had an accident at his house overnight. The first floor of his house had gone up in flames, and to save her children, his mom grabbed him and his brother and jumped out of their second-story window. He also broke his arm faking weird. When I was about 3 or 4, I was down in the basement of my house playing with Hot Wheels, or whatever the hell I did back then. The kitchen was just at the top of the stairs, where my mom and sister were. They apparently hear me talking to someone downstairs, which was off, because I was alone, and no one was responding. They proceeded to come downstairs and ask me who I was talking to. I replied Paul, which was the name of my grandpa who had passed away years before I was born. They were perplexed because no one had ever told me about him, let alone his nickname. So they showed me an old family picture and asked me to point him out. Apparently I chose him within seconds. TLDR, spoke with my deceased grandpa when I was a child. Not the only one, but the one I remember the most. Point back in elementary, I had a very vivid dream of me in high school, sophomore year. It was a normal day, and I was walking down the hallway in the 600 building. I walk past a couple who are sitting on the ground talking to each other. Then I entered room 609 to talk to my math teacher about my grade in the class, and suddenly the phone rang. For some reason, the teacher had left the room. So I answered the phone, and all I remember from the dream was, as soon as I answered the phone, a sudden rush of fear hit me. Fast forward some years, and I'm in high school. My math teacher did not put in a test which dropped me to a low D, and I go to talk to who. Her classroom just happens to be room 609. As I open the door, I realize that I just passed by a couple and a feeling of déjà vu hits me, but I can't remember when it last happened. So I enter the classroom, talk to her for 5 minutes, and she says she has to grab something from the office and for me to wait in the room to continue talking. As soon as she leaves the room, the phone rings and it hits me. I remember the dream and my heart starts pounding like it never has before. The phone rings and rings while I stand there in shock. It stops ringing, then begins again after a few seconds, and I just leave the classroom as fast as I could. To this day, I don't know what was the message, although the teacher said that the office had a person waiting for me, but the person left after I didn't answer. I've got a whole handful of really poignant glitches and some quite minor. These two are experiences that stuck out. The first was this past autumn. I had a dream that was mostly a blur, but there was a scene of me holding a cute little grey cat with big green eyes, and she was looking up at my face, studying me as I was studying her. The very next day, no faking joke, my boyfriend and I were coming around the corner before our house, and there in the middle of the street was the little grey kitten and her mom, brothers, and sisters. The grey cat just stood her ground as I slowed down the car, and she just looked at me. Needless to say, we ended up taking her and one of her brothers, and there are cats now, and I love them so much. When I hold her on my lap, she'll do the thing the dream cat did, just look up at me and check out my face, look at my eyes, like she's thinking about what I might be thinking about. The next one was right after my grandfather died, when I was in 7th grade. My family and I went to go visit my grandma in Arizona, and the day we left I came down with a really bad flu. We took the trip anyways, and the first night we got to their house, I had a terrible fever and went right to bed in the middle of the night. I woke up confused because it was hours later, the house was dark, and everyone had gone to bed then. I hadn't really woken up in reality, but had woken up in the dream. It was really strange, because I had never been to my grandparents' house until then, but I could see the room perfectly in detail. My grandfather, who had just died, came into the room I was sleeping in, sat down on the bed next to me, kissed me on the forehead, and pulled my covers up under my chin. Then he disappeared. I woke up the next morning in real life wondering if I had really seen my grandpa or not. It felt so completely real. I have to believe he was there taking care of me. Oddest thing I've experienced was when I was about 13. We had gates at the side of the house that had to be opened from the back. Once through that gate there was a tarpaulin attached to the top of the carport and tied at the bottom with rope to 2 posts either side. To protect mum's car from the element one morning before school, I went out the front door to wait for mum to come out the back to let me through the gate and to the car. I was waiting for a minute or so, and over the gate I saw mum come and without acknowledging me, untie one side. She never looked at me, and even though I was talking to her the whole time and asking her to open up the gate, she just kept her head down, untied that one side, and then went back behind the tarp. I waited around another minute and got really irritated at her ignoring me and went back in the house to see what the hell was taking so long. I go in, and mum's now in her dressing gown, not the pink top and black pants I'd just seen her in. She asked me what the time was and that she'd slept a bit late and would be ready in a minute. I asked why she'd ignored me at the gate, and she said she'd only just got up as I came in and had no clue what I was talking about and to stop being stupid. When we did leave, that one side was still untied. I know what I saw and can still vividly see it. My mum never lies and is fairly void of any sense of humor, so I completely believe it wasn't a prank, but I often think of that morning. This story isn't particularly dark or scary, but it did make me think, what the fuck. I'm 17 now and can remember most of my childhood, but there were 2 years that stood out. I had previously moved into a new house with my mum after my parents split up. Me being 4 at the time, decided it was time to explore the house with my brothers as my dad helped move my mum's stuff into the house. My brothers ran off, they are much older than me, to claim their rooms and discover the vast garden of which we'd spend most of the time in. Now here's where it gets extremely weird. I was and still am quite a lonely person, so while I was alone I remember finding our living room. As I peered through the door, I heard a faint voice. I remember looking behind me to see if it was my dad playing tricks on me as he usually did. But no one was there, everyone was outside. Suddenly I hear the voice again, but it's coming from above me. I was small, remember. I look up to find a Yoda head stuck in the wall, but extremely lifelike. I then went on to have full-on conversations as months progressed. I would talk to this Yoda head stuck into my wall. I would be at school and come home to tell this Yoda head all about it, and he would listen. But after a year or so he just vanished, like I grew up or something. But the thing is, I didn't even hesitate to think or where he'd gone. I just carried on with life like he'd never existed. After asking my mum about it, she says she never recalled me talking to a wall. I mean, seriously, I spent a year talking to a wall. She must have seen something. So I carried out the investigation and asked my brothers, but still nothing. And to this day, as I sit here in the living room, where I used to talk to a wall, I still have no idea what it was. Maybe I was drugged for a year. 6 years ago I interned for a local media company as a multimedia journalist. Due to the nature of my job, I'd usually spend most days commuting to random locations all over the country. I live in Singapore. Being a starving student, I'd avoid getting a cab at all costs to save money and take the trains instead. Point anyway, one day my cameraman and I got on the MRT, what we call our trains, and just like any other regular trip on the train, we'd take note of which stop we had to get off of. It also happens that our MRT trip started underground, meaning it was totally impossible for the train to switch tracks, because it would have to go past every single station underground to get to the next point. So we were one stop away from our destination, and were getting ready to alight. As usual, the train announced the station name, and they even announced the name of the station we were supposed to alight at correctly, and we got off. But to our surprise, it wasn't the station we were expecting. The train had somehow skipped the station before and gone straight to this one, which was so fucking weird because we were both highly aware of where we were at each station when the train stopped. We weren't the only ones confused as well, because other passengers who had alighted looked equally dazed. I had a little debate with my cameraman about whether we had lost focus taking note of the station each time the train stopped, but that couldn't have been it, because we were both consciously looking out for every station that we stopped at. To this day, I still have no idea what the fuck happened. Did our train travel through a black hole that transported it a station ahead? Or did I lose conscious somehow in between the stations? I don't even know. Point note to Singaporeans who are reading this, the station that the train skipped was City Hall, When our train reached Derby Court, we were on the red line. We got ready to alight at the next stop. But the next stop was Raffles Place, which was impossible because it had to stop at City Hall first before going to Raffles Place, so it had somehow jumped a station in a few seconds without us noticing. Weird. This is kinda hard to explain because you have to know the layout of my freshman quad. However, I will do my best. So imagine a typical college quad, an inner courtyard that is outdoors but enclosed, with doors that lead out of the enclosure to the street. I was a summerer who lived by the east door. At the end of my summer term, I was moving to my new RA assignment, in a room closer to the south door. When not moving, I was attending RA training classes. On the day in question, all I did was wake up, move some boxes, walking across the inner quad without using the doors to the street, and go to RA meetings. To be clear, I had not used, or even approached any of the street doors all day. I was wearing this stupid getup, because I didn't have to go outside, so I didn't have to look presentable. Drive sus boxes with one long sock, and one short sock, if anyone wants that mental image. When I was grabbing my boxes from East Hall, public safety came by and asked if I had seen anything happen to the east door to the street. I said no, I haven't looked at or been through the street doors all day. They said okay and informed me that someone had damaged the glass in the east street door and to tell them if I saw anything. To this day I have never seen the damage to that door because I never used it that day and never checked it out. Afterwards, later on that same day, I was in an RA meeting, still in the quad, still hadn't gone outside that day. Public safety pulled me out of the meeting. They accused me of having used the door in question earlier that day. I was confused and reaffirmed that I had not used the door. It wouldn't have made sense to. They brought me back to their security cameras and showed me footage of me coming into the East Hall directly from the direction of that street door. In the video, there's no other place I could have appeared from. It was definitely me in the vid. I'm wearing the socks and boxers and everything. I had no idea what to say to them. I didn't get in any trouble, but I just had no explanation for why I had seemingly lied earlier. I made note of the timestamp on their video and went back to my room to check it against the timestamps on instant messages I had sent that morning. I had sent him in nearly the same minute that I appear on their cameras. It's probably the weirdest thing that's happened to me. The best explanation I can think of is that I blacked out and hallucinated or lost time. There are no other incidents like this in my life that I know of before or since. I'm willing to bet there's a reasonable explanation for what happened, but it still weirded me out. I have this lovely gift that when I lay my head on the pillow I will sleep immediately, very peaceful until the morning, and just unusual sounds can wake me up. A few weeks ago I woke up to the sound of my parents' voices in front of my door in the hallway. I remember hearing the voice of my mother and my father very clear. Even though I didn't hear my alarm clock, I assumed it must be 6 o'clock to 6:30 am, because that's the time my parents get up every morning. I crawled out of bed, still hearing them talking in the hallway, and thinking they are faking rude, because I want to sleep a little longer, thank you very much. But when I opened my door there was nobody and all the lights were out. I went to the kitchen for breakfast, but when I looked at the clock it was 3:40 am. I asked my parents if they were up that night, talking in the hallway, but they went to sleep at 10 p.m. and never left the room during the night. One day later I woke up to footsteps. The sound was very clear, naked feet with the skin slightly sticking on the old parquet when they walked. They came from the door, walked across the room, and stopped in front of my bed. I woke up facing the wall in a dark room, and spun around to see who the fuck dared to walk into my room at night in the dark to creep around, but there was nobody, and the door was closed shut. Taking a look at my alarm clock it was 3:40 am. Since then I try to find an explanation for this, but I have none. There were sounds that were not there, and they were loud and present enough to wake me from my sleep twice at the same time in a row. I've experienced a few glitches in my life, but this is the creepiest one so far, and I've never told anyone the whole story, because talking about it gives me anxiety. However, I'm going to share the whole story with you guys. I work security and my company has a contract with a huge hotel here. There is the new wing, or the tower, with 9 floors, and about 12 rooms per floor. Then there is the old wing with 4 floors, about 20 rooms per floor, and a pool area. Once an hour we have to do rounds through the whole hotel, and this takes about 20 minutes. We have a radio to stay in touch with the hotel's night receptionist. Several guards have refused to ever go back to the hotel after their first shift, so I got put on the hotel. My first shift was fine, nothing happened. The second shift there was when hell broke out. I was in the tower on the 4th floor doing my hourly rounds. I heard a man scream from the 3rd floor and I ran down to the floor. The 3rd floor is all boardrooms, so clearing the floor took no time. No one was there. I cleared the rest of the floors and then went down to the lobby to see if the receptionist had heard anything. He didn't. I shook it off as a loud TV in a room. I then went to do the east wing. This only takes about 10 minutes. I started on the main floor and worked my way up. On the 2nd floor I started hearing footsteps coming towards me, but no one was there. Then I felt a man's breath on the back of my neck. All the way up this was happening, and I just wanted to go back to the lobby. I felt really disorientated, and my heart was pounding. I then heard footsteps running towards me, but again no one was there. Then I felt like I got punched in the gut, and I doubled over. I finally made it back to the lobby and the receptionist asked me what I had been doing. I told him my rounds, and he said that I had been gone for 40 minutes, and that he had been trying to radio me. I checked my radio and the battery was drained, even though it had been fully charged when I first went on rounds. I don't even remember being gone that long. Edit. The next day I did have a smallish bruise on my stomach. I know this thread is from a couple months ago, but I just found it, so here's my story from about a year ago. I went to visit a friend who lived about an hour from me. This is a friend I had met briefly in person and talked to mostly online, so this was my first trip driving to visit him. I make it to his house with the aid of my GPS, and we hang out for a couple hours until finally I have to go. It's kind of late when I left his house, around 11, but I'm not tired. I actually remember noting that I felt surprisingly awake. I have the radio on to keep busy, and it starts cutting in and out, like I have a bad signal. No problem, a different area means different stations, right? I try to adjust it, but all the channels are fuzzy, and I have to focus on the GPS anyway, so I shut it off. The GPS tells me to stay on the road for 4 miles, and then turn left on Jackson Avenue. Okay, I do. It's the first left, so it's not hard to find. But then my GPS freezes and my radio turns itself back on, so I pull over and I look down at my GPS and back up, and I was on a dark street with no houses, just trees on either side as far down as I can see. A couple street lights, but it's still dark, and I get nervous, so I look down at my GPS and it's unfrozen, but telling me I missed my turn 2 streets ago. There weren't 2 other streets, so confused, I look at the street sign and yeah, I'm on Jackson. I should warn you, I regularly fall victim to the pareidolia effect while I'm driving alone, and it happened then. I saw movement in the corner of my vision, and I turned my attention ahead to see what looks like a man running toward me. Where the fuck did he come from? But as I'm starting to debate if I should lock my doors or just floor it in reverse, I blink and he's gone. I squint and look closer, but it turns out what I thought was a running person was a drooping tree branch waving in the wind. My crappy old GPS finally recalculates and tells me I'm on the correct road. Keep driving straight. What? Okay, I brush it off and put my car in drive, but then I realize the GPS says I'm on Madison Street. No, I think I'm on Jackson. I look up at the street sign to double check, but the sign that said Jackson Avenue now says Madison Street. Thoroughly weirded out, I look back at the GPS and notice that Jackson Avenue is another 2 miles down the first street I had been on and turned off of. I'm more than a little creeped out, but I just shake it off and follow its directions. The radio clicks on again when I pass the tree that looked like a man, but I just turn it back on and keep driving. I made it home fine and with no more occurrences, but it still was really weird, and any time I've gone to visit my friend I've taken a completely different way home just in case. Spoiler alert, this is very disturbing. Woke up one time. I was unable to move. I was in bed and under the covers. I couldn't do anything except move my eyes. I thought to myself, damn, I hate sleep paralysis. I hope this ends soon before some freaky shit happens. Lo and behold, that what happened next only scared me to the point of having a severe panic attack. Moments after realizing what was going on, my bedroom door opened at a normal speed, but made no sound. My door always creaked. I thought to myself, here we go. Please, wake the fuck up. I was awake. It was decently bright in my room and outside my door from the sun shining through the house, yet the light was not a veil of good omens. It held a darker potential. It held my pure fear. What walked around the corner will forever be pushed into the back of my mind. The thing that entered my view did not walk. It merely stared me down through the wall as it glided sideways towards me. Inches below the doorway it stood. It had piercing red eyes and an infinitely black robe with infinitely black hair that was straight with a flair of its own. It was otherworldly. The face was pale. No features. The hair was shoulder length point. Before I could even process what was going on, it screamed. So, you're finally ready to go? What the fuck? I instantly closed my eyes, as if I knew what I must do. I could not process the fear. I could not fathom what lay beyond my eyes as I could feel it move closer and closer to me before it reached an inch above my face with a cold breath drawing in and out, and then it stopped. I kept my eyes closed for what seemed like an eternity. Before I opened my eyes, I got up gasping for anything to give me comfort. Anything to bring me back to love and joy. What was that? Why was it so real? Why didn't my brothers help me? Why did this happen to me? There was no mistake in what I saw. I saw the embodiment of fear. I never told anyone what happened. No one is going to see this, but here goes. I've had a number of odd ones, but one particular one sits with me as clear as day. Point was about 3 or 4, and in my bed. I was lying there looking at the open doorway to my room, when suddenly I heard rustling on the floor. Moved my eyes slightly to the right to see a big musty green croc loping towards my bed. I freaked the flip out and then kept telling myself that I was just dreaming. I forced myself to roll away from the direction of the door and croc and looked out the window. Yet must have been a dream. It was pitch black night outside. Could still hear the rustling, but ignored it. Hairs standing up on the back of my neck though. Suddenly, a flash of forked lightning in the sky out of nowhere. It was vivid orange lightning. But instead of being an instant thing, it continued to slowly consume the sky until the entire night sky looked like a cracked porcelain doll. And it remained there. In the bottom of my heart, I knew this was Armageddon. I was a 3-4-year-old. What the flip? I flipped the flip out again and thought, stuff this. I'm doing the piss bolt for mum and dad's bed. Rolled over and there's the flipping croc getting up on my bed and opening its flipping jaws. Like a surprised cat, I just went haywire fast. Can't even remember my feet touching the floor as I leapt over this oncoming croc and bolted out into the hallway, turned right and bolted for mum and dad's room. Then it got even weirder. Only a few feet down the hallway I noticed there was sunlight pouring into the kitchen and I could hear mum pottering around. Yeah, I flipped out again, picked up pace and made it to the kitchen and there was mum cooking me eggs and bacon for breakfast. Grabbed her legs and yelled that I'd just seen a crocodile in my room and that Armageddon was beginning. Mum laughs, settles me down, and sits me at the table. My day went on from there. No waking up and realizing it was all a dream. My life just continued on from there. Ever since then I was super scared during the night and always slept back to the wall with the covers right up around my ears. My parents haven't lived together since I was 1 year old. Dad is living in a town 120 kilometers from the other. A few years ago I was at my mom's. My mom and stepfather wasn't home at the moment and I couldn't sleep, even though time was about 4 AM. Young and depressed as I was, I decided to go out for a walk. I don't really know why. I was kinda seeking answers to the meaning of my life. For some reason I ended up walking to a local graveyard near a church. It was not as scary as it sounds. It was in the middle of the summer, so it wasn't that dark outside. It was really a peaceful place. I found a bench on top of a small mountain, and I sat there and tried to get my head together. I tried to connect my thoughts. I tried to find a reason to exist. But nothing really made sense. So I kinda started crying for having such a meaningless reason of existing. As I stared into the ground, I had a feeling. A feeling that something was watching me. I turned my head to the left and there I saw a small creature. At first I was terrified by this small thing staring at me. But as the seconds passed I realized it just was a young white cat. The cat was sitting crouched down close to the ground with the head directed up towards me. Its big deep eyes were staring at me in a way which only a cat can stare. I stopped crying and tried to make it come closer, since I'm an animal friendly person. I tried crouching together at the ground, and I put my hand forward as I would have done with any other cat. The cat, probably really scared by encountering a night-waken human, decided to walk away. After that I decided to go home. On the way home I saw a small bat flying in the sky and a toad crossing the path home. A few months later I was at my dad's. Again this time I was alone home, and it was in the middle of the night. I decided to go out for a walk, to put my thoughts together. This time it was way darker outside, since it was at the beginning of autumn. I walked along a road just outside a house. This road, lit up by street lights, leads by the side of a forest. I walked along it for a long time, until I reached a big rock. I decided to sit on the rock and to try make sense of my thoughts, to figure out what I'm supposed to do with my life. I sat there for a long time staring at a tree. After a while I felt like something was watching me. I looked up on the left and saw a small creature. It was a small cat, crouched together at the ground, watching me with its big eyes. My brain freaked out. As I looked at the cat it ran away into the forest. I decided to walk home. On the way home I saw a bat in the sky and a toad crossing the road. I really freaked out, and since then I have had a phobia of seeing crouched together cats staring at me in the middle of the night. And that is also the only 2 times I have walked outside in the middle of the night to sit and cry. TLDR, I walked out 2 times as a kid in the middle of the night to sit down cry. Both times I was encountering a cat staring at me, a bat in the sky and a toad crossing the road. About 5 years ago I was sleeping on the couch early evening. My brother was also in the room watching TV. He was watching a documentary about Genghis Khan, when apparently I woke up, sat upright on the couch I was laying on, looked at my brother with a confused yet ferociously intimidating stare, then verbally threatened him, fluently in language not known, but resembling the language used in the documentary my brother had been watching. The incident ended with me raising a closed fist towards my brother and an intense stare of disgust and hatred. All I remember is waking up not long after, hot, flushed and covered in sweat, with my brother asking me what the fuck is going on again and again. I've never studied any second language except for very basic Indonesian over 2 decades ago in school, and have no memory of the incident apart from being slightly woken up by the volume of the television. My brother, who I've always been very close with, still swears it was like someone else's eyes staring at him, and has never heard that tone of voice before or since. I've always believed that our energy or souls have been around since that very first bang, whether or not that energy is being farmed from us through a giant matrix-like human battery doesn't matter. Our energy is constantly being passed on through the universe, and we are far from knowing how everything works. What if over time instinctual lessons have imprinted themselves onto that energy? They say our DNA has traces of every single living thing since the beginning of time, from the oldest trees to the tiniest creatures extinct millions of years. Our DNA is a blueprint for everything that has ever existed. So what if our souls hold on to moments in time that provoke intense feelings of passion, desire, or preservation? We all know someone who seems to be an old soul. Someone wise beyond their years with insight and character usually gained from years of living. We all grow up learning constantly. Not everything we learn is right, but we are relentlessly adding, deleting, and updating knowledge in our minds as to how it all works. How do some people seem to be full of wisdom and tolerance? I'm not saying I believe I was a Mongolian in a past life, but after years of trying to understand what happened, I think it was a moment of pure and raw emotion echoing through time, triggered by something on TV when I was falling into a deep sleep. I've always sleepwalked through my whole life, but less in adult years, and I've always talked in my sleep, whispering to myself, or partner, sometimes inaudible, muttering, rambling nonsense, and then other times maintaining complete conversations. Although usually confused or intent on something trivial, my mother would often ask me things when I was asleep, if I had been in trouble, to which I would gladly confess time after time. But this is the first and only time I know of speaking a different language. Our minds are incredible things. Do we have memories or feelings ingrained into our or basic energy or souls? Is there memories in our subconscious that we don't recall on in this reality? Memories stored since the beginning of time that form the basis of our individual moral values and instinctual integrity. We will never fully understand the depth and potential of our minds, and we will never have answers to the important questions. All I know is I spoke a language fluently and with such conviction that it was almost channeling through me. It spooked my brother, and he hasn't accused me of acting it or playing a joke. Not once. I've had a lot of journeys in my mind just imagining the possibilities of time and space and our eternal yet forgotten chapters in life. If I can imagine I existed hundreds of years ago, same energy but different meat suit, then that reality exists as an idea in my mind. But did it exist before that, or will it after I forget? Reality is whatever I believe it to be at any given moment. So it's entirely possible that right now I'm merely a dream or an idea in a Mongol's mind, or a faint memory in an old friend's heart, or maybe I've never existed, and you have created me through clicking this Reddit. We're all just energy falling into space-time. Anytime we find a glitch, it's the universe changing to meet the new ever-expanding perspective of our blended realities. One night a few years ago, I was sleeping beside my girlfriend in her loft. For context, we are on the upstairs mezzanine, which is windowless and very dark, but just enough light penetrates from downstairs that you can make things out. Downstairs there's a bunch of witchy symbols painted everywhere: skulls, upside down crosses, pentagrams, and so forth. So we are lying there, and I'm having a hard time getting to sleep. I tossed and turned a little bit. Suddenly I became sharply, painfully aware that there was someone sitting on the end of the bed, which was impossible. The door of the loft is 6 inches of metal with a deadbolt. I look at my girlfriend, and she looks back at me, wide awake, eyes open but no whites in her eyes, and smiles. That's when I realized I couldn't move, and started screaming. I woke up, my girlfriend, my normal girlfriend, saying, "Hey, it's okay, it was just a nightmare." So I pulled myself together and tried to sleep. So we are lying there, and I'm having a hard time getting to sleep. I tossed and turned a little bit. Suddenly I became sharply, painfully aware that there was someone sitting on the end of the bed, which was impossible. The door of the loft is 6 inches of metal with a deadbolt. I look at my girlfriend, and she looks back at me, wide awake, eyes open but no whites in her eyes, and smiles. That's when I realized I couldn't move, and started screaming. I woke up, my girlfriend, my normal girlfriend, saying, "Hey, it's okay, it was just a nightmare." So I pulled myself together and tried to sleep. So we are lying there, and I'm having a hard time getting to sleep. I tossed and turned a little bit. Suddenly I became sharply, painfully aware that there was someone sitting on the end of the bed, which was impossible. The door of the loft is 6 inches of metal with a deadbolt. I look at my girlfriend, and she looks back at me, wide awake, eyes open but no whites in her eyes, and smiles. That's when I realized I couldn't move, and started screaming. I woke up, my girlfriend, my normal girlfriend, saying, "Hey, it's okay, it was just a nightmare." So I pulled myself together and tried to sleep. So we are lying there, and I'm having a hard time getting to sleep. I tossed and turned a little bit. Suddenly I became sharply, painfully aware that there was someone sitting on the end of the bed, which was impossible. The door of the loft is 6 inches of metal with a deadbolt. I look at my girlfriend, and she looks back at me, wide awake, eyes open but no whites in her eyes, and smiles. That's when I realized I couldn't move, and started screaming. I woke up, my girlfriend, my normal girlfriend, saying, "Hey, it's okay, it was just a nightmare." So I pulled myself together and tried to sleep. So we are lying there, and I'm having a hard time getting to sleep. I tossed and turned a little bit. Suddenly I became sharply, painfully aware that there was someone sitting on the end of the bed, which was impossible. The door of the loft is 6 inches of metal with a deadbolt. I look at my girlfriend, and she looks back at me, wide awake, eyes open but no whites in her eyes, and smiles. That's when I realized I couldn't move, and started screaming. I woke up, my girlfriend, my normal girlfriend, saying hey it's okay it was just a nightmare. So I pulled myself together, and tried to sleep. Swear to God. Same nightmare repeated exactly 5 or 6 times in a row, before I actually woke up. By the end I was starting to become aware that I was asleep, and that was the scariest thing of all, because I couldn't wake up, and I thought maybe I had died and this was some kind of faked up hell, and it made the real girlfriend character really fucking sinister for some reason, like an imposter. I realize now it was probably sleep paralysis, but it's still one of the most faked up things that's ever happened to me. My glitch is really mind faking point ever. Since I could remember, I have been having dreams about me living in a medieval like era, where I have a completely different family from what I have in reality. Those dreams were almost every night, and every dream is a scene with that family. I remember my bedroom in that dream, how the house looked like, and how close I'm to my older brother. I don't have a brother in real life, and having a mother with green eyes and golden hair. I kept this to myself for years, since I'm kind of a loner, until I met a girl in high school who I grew close to. While chatting about dreams, I started talking about those medieval-like dreams of mine, and when I started describing my mother, her eyes widened, and told me that she had a dream where she was much older, has green eyes and golden hair, her real eyes were dark, and so was her real hair, and that she lives in the same time I lived in my dreams. Thinking it was just coincidence, I proceeded on describing the house I lived in my dreams, and my jaw dropped when she started finishing the description for me. She even knew the color of my bedroom in that house. She said she's been having dreams where she lived in a house during medieval times with a son and a daughter. The weirdest part was that she dreamed a scene where she was in her and her husband's bedroom hugging her husband, and the door opened ajar and a little girl, her daughter, peeked in, whereas I had the exact same dream only from the perceptions of the little girl. Where I took a peek inside my parents' bedroom to see my mother and father hugging, and saw my mother's gaze noticing me. We talked about these dreams a lot back in high school, but when we get to college the dream stopped for both of us. Today, we just laughed it off, but back then, we really thought we were mother and daughter in our past lives. TLDR, a friend of mine and I have the same dreams before we met, only hers is in the point of view of the mother and mine is the point of view of that mother's child. Made this account just to post our story, lol. I find things like my husband is looking for a small personal item he has misplaced, and I just get up, walk to a random room, while my husband grumbles I already looked there, extend an arm and there the item is. Sometimes I don't even have to move, I'm sitting by the computer, my husband is looking for his wedding ring, I open a random box of cables without thinking, and there the ring is. I also find things in a different way. One time a guy I knew from the internet told me about an obscure, out of print book that he's been looking for since forever. I googled it, which is the first thing I always do in this cases, because people can't Google very well, and it looked like the book is really obscure and out of print. Okay, the next day I'm taking a walk with my husband and we stop to look at a second-hand book street stall, and wouldn't you know it, there's the book. This has happened a lot of times with books, DVDs, toys. I find things for people. Most times there's nothing strange about it, I just have a knack for googling the right search terms. But other times are freaky coincidences, and then there is my husband, who also finds things in yet another different way. See, my husband is lucky. He's never won the lottery, but he wins raffles and sweepstakes all the time. Also, strangers keep handing him free stuff. Like, we wanted to attend a film festival, but when we got there the tickets were sold out, and out of the blue some guy approached him, gave him 2 tickets he wasn't going to use, and left without taking our money. Or another time we were having some beers in the street market and we wanted olives, but we didn't have any cash and the place didn't take cards, and 5 minutes later a guy comes and says, "Hey, do you like olives?" I bought them, but I have to run, and dropped a plate of olives in our table. But it mostly happens with tickets for stuff. If he's hanging around the entrance of an event, someone will probably hand him free tickets they can't use, without him asking. Just 15 days ago he had a job interview, and as he was talking to the restaurant owner she offered him 2 tickets for a convention that she couldn't use. The cheapest tickets for this event are worth €250 each, and this woman had just met him 30 minutes ago. Not exactly a stranger, but still weird. Point, there's more things about my husband being lucky and getting free stuff, but this is getting long, and it's going to get buried anyway, so I'll just stop here. I was 19 or so, hanging out with some friends on a Friday night, and one of their houses. We had some movie going. During the middle of it, I had a very strong desire to see my brother. My brother is younger by 2.5 years. We didn't get along very well, mostly normal brother stuff. He wanted very much to hang out with me and my friends for most of our growing up, and I wanted to have my own friends. This is a night where he wanted to go, and I told him no. Our parents were out of town for the night, so he was home alone. I shrugged off the feeling, rationalizing it as a weird occurrence. Right when the movie ended, the feeling happened again. I had to see my brother. I immediately left and drove home, about 30 minutes away. When I turned the corner from my house, I'll never forget the emergency lights dancing on the neighboring houses. A fire truck, ambulance, and some cop cars. My brother tried to kill himself. Over 200 lacerations on his arms, the majority and deepest on his left, and then had warm water in the tub already going. Thankfully he survived, and now we are close. I was the best man at his wedding. After the dust had settled a bit, don't know if it truly ever does, we got to talking about it. Discovered that when I first got my feeling, that was when he made up his mind to do it. The second time was when he began cutting. Point, my best friend came over that night and cleaned up all the blood in the bathroom. He said no parents should have to see it. I'm thankful to this day for him. Point, TLDR, I was hanging out with friends when I had a strong feeling of concern and to see my brother. Turned out he had attempted suicide. Thankfully he sucked at it. Okay, I'm really late here, but I have a story. When I was 8 or 9, my parents and some of my aunts and uncles took a bunch of my cousins and me to a small amusement park somewhere. I don't remember where or what it was called, but it was somewhere in Louisiana, and it wasn't Jazzland. So this place had one of those log drop type rides, and overlooking the main drop was the walkway that leads from the exit of the ride. It was one of those ones where it's placed so you could see the people on the log as they were coming down the drop, and the water from the drop would get you wet too. So I really want to ride it, but no one else in the group wanted to get wet, so my mom tells me I can go by myself and she will be waiting for me on the bridge to watch me on the ride. So we get to the final drop on the ride and I look to see my mom and notice the bridge is empty. I'm still looking up at the bridge as we get to the bottom of the drop when I see the big wall of water coming over the log. Then everything just stopped. Everything was still. I remember I could move my head and my eyes, but the rest of my body wouldn't move. It was beautiful though. I could see the water above me with the light reflecting through it, the people around me all frozen still, and I couldn't hear a sound. It lasted a good half minute, then everything just came back. A cold wave hit my face and the ride and everyone on it just continued like nothing happened. I ran out to the bridge to see if it would happen again on the next drop. I leaned over the rail in the middle of the bridge to get the best view, to try and see it again, but when the log came down it just went on normally without stopping, and I was greeted with a big smack of water to the face. At this point I heard my mom calling me, and we left to meet up with my cousins. I never said anything about it to them, and I forgot about it for the rest of the day. When I got older I just attributed it to an overactive imagination, but when I was 16 I remember it vividly happening again. I was out walking my dog through the neighborhood. Everything was normal until this big SUV comes down the street blasting music. Now this isn't too weird, but as soon as the SUV got me, I just heard the music stop. I tuned my head to see the driver was even with me, but not moving at all. This is when I noticed everything else was silent and still too, and that I couldn't move except for turning my head. I remember seeing my dog frozen mid-step and seeing other people ahead of me on the sidewalk not moving at all. This time I started to freak out. This time I realized I couldn't move my mouth and that I wasn't breathing. All of a sudden my ears started ringing and everything just went back to normal. I never told anyone about it, and it has never happened since, but to this day, being in complete silence starts to send me into a panic. The day was January 26th. I was woken up in the middle of the night by a cold chill coming from my opened window. I'm not sure why it was opened, because I wouldn't fall asleep with an open window when it was 5 degrees outside, but I just shook it off thinking I forgot to close it. Right as I closed the window, I woke up again, in my bed, staring at the open window. I got up, sheepishly, and closed it. I was still awake when I closed it the second time, so I lay back in bed and checked the time on my clock, 3:13 am. I had school tomorrow, so I should really be getting some sleep. I fell into unconsciousness a couple minutes later when I woke up to another chill. This time, the window was closed, but the time was 1 p.m. in the afternoon. It was light outside, and the sun was shining through my shades. I was freaking out, thinking I had majorly overslept and missed school. But I checked the day. It was Saturday, January 23rd, not Tuesday, January 26th. My mind was spinning. I was confused and scared. Did I really just dream about 3 days of my life? But everything was so real. Every detail. I remembered the homework I had due on Tuesday, the pop quiz on Monday. I remember going to my grandma's house for dinner with the family on Sunday. I remember all of it. But it never happened. I laid back in bed, thinking about everything, when I felt a cold chill again. I refused to look at the clock or the window. I just closed my eyes real tight. I thought I was losing my mind. My eyes were only closed for what seemed like a couple seconds when suddenly my mom walked in. She turned on the light and said, "Tanner, you overslept. Come on. You'll be late for school." She noticed that I was crying and sweating and looked exhausted, so she asked what was wrong. I told her that I just had a bad dream and that I'll be fine. I went to school that day, Tuesday, January 26th. To this day, I had never experienced anything that crazy. I'm late, but I have a good one. I occasionally get what I call an impending doom feeling, and it's never led me wrong to this day. So one night I'm getting ready for bed, and it comes on really strong. To the point where it's almost like a panic attack. Racing heart, sweating palms, full on adrenaline rush. So I wake my mom up and tell her we have to go. Now, being the coolest woman that she is, she asks very few questions and puts on her Oban tennis shoes, and out the door we go. All I could tell her was it had something to do with the boys, my younger brothers, so I'm calling all their friends, and no answer anywhere. This was during a time when kids didn't have cell phones, and in was using my mom's cell to call a bunch of house phone numbers. So at this point I'm freaking out, and we are driving pretty aimlessly around the neighborhood in her minivan. I go, let's drive by Dean's house and just knock on the door. Can't do any harm. So we start to head over there. As we round the corner by the house we were headed for, out of the dark my brother comes sprinting up the block. I mean flat out full speed, running for his life. He sees our van and starts yelling, all out of breath in the scariest voice, "Stop. Open the faking door. They have a gun. They are coming." So of course I unbuckled and jumped in the back of the van and threw the door open, and he came jumping in and slammed the door shut and said, "Geo drive." So that's what we did. We peeled out and got the fuck out of there. I never saw anyone chasing us, but he was scared shitless. Apparently he had been in the wrong place at the wrong time with some friends, and a drug deal had gone bad in another room of the house he was in, and the guys who got ripped off pulled out some heavy firepower and threatened to kill all the people in the house unless they got what they wanted. It was pretty intense. He booked it out the back of the house, and they apparently thought he was running to get the cops, and two of them chased him out through the backyard, guns and all, shouting for him to stop. So he jumped a fence in the alley and just keeps on running, intending to go to Dean's house. I don't know how it would have turned out. If we hadn't showed up it probably would have been okay, but still that is just one example of why I always listen to that little "I have a bad feeling" voice. I've had a few such experiences with glitches in the Matrix. Some were under the influence of drugs, so they should be taken more lightly, but others happened without influence. Point as far as my drug related ones. The first time I did mushrooms, I went for a walk outside of my apartment complex. It had a set of buildings, with a courtyard between the buildings, and a parking lot wrapped around all of the buildings. I walk around the parking lot, and decide to go back through the courtyard. I'm walking down the sidewalk path, and I'm never getting anywhere along it, kind of like that castle in Super Mario Bros. That resets if you take the wrong path. I just keep walking, and it just keeps resetting itself. There are two sidewalks side by side. I decide I need to cross the grassy divide to the other sidewalk, and as soon as I do that, I'm able to progress back towards my apartment. The second, after smoking some weed, I went outside to get some fresh air and not be in the house. I sat on the side of the garage and then decided to go back inside. I would start walking, feel a loss of consciousness, and snap back into my head, and I would still be sitting on the side of the house. After this happened a few times, I thought I was probably dead, and if I was dead it didn't matter, and I could just power through this. Eventually, after having made the realization that I might be dead, I was finally able to make it back past that side of the house and get back inside. And then my friends said they found me standing in the middle of the living room staring into blank space. When they found me, I've also had complete breakdowns of physical reality on mushrooms, but that is different than just a little glitch in the matrix. I've also had the obligatory dream experiences that most people seem to have. I've had the just a slice of time moment captured in a dream where you experienced déjà vu. My current best friend came to me in a dream before. I was in a really bad job that I shouldn't have stayed long at, but stayed there longer than I should have because I felt there was some reason for me to be there. She ended up working there, and we met and became best friends. And where it gets weirder, a few months down the line, she had a modeling thing, and I had picked her up from the airport earlier that day. I had a card tournament the same day, and we looked up the addresses and they were right next to each other. The universe had aligned another potential meeting place for us if the first didn't pan out. I've also had dreams of her where full-on Matrix-like glitches have been experienced. It's a futuristic world, not too far into the future, not like flying spaceships future, but the world has definitely changed. In the first dream, we got off and stopped and got out of her car. She just kind of ditched me there, got back into her car against my protests, got in her car, seemingly lost control, and went into a concrete divider and I would assume killed herself. Hitting the concrete caused me to wake up. In the next dream of this nature, when I'm back in this world, she comes back, picks me up, this time doesn't drop me off, but driving her car veers right back into the concrete structure, but it opens up into a secret passageway. We are both part of some resistance against the current power structure of society. Our group seems to possess some knowledge of glitches in reality that can be exploited. There was another instance of driving a car off of a parking structure that turned out okay. These dreams haven't played out into my waking reality quite yet though. After the second dream, the next day at work, something weird happened as well. I work at a military warehouse for lack of a better description, and I had to get a part. Everything with the military is neatly identified by a specific number. I go to get the parts for the next part of the contract and don't see it, just see more of the same number one had just finished. I go through each box individually and the same thing, just all of the same number one just got finished with. I walk around for a bit and look at the location the part would have come from. Nothing is there. Go back, look at the boxes again, still that same number. So I go get the supervisor and tell him I can't find it. He goes and looks, and same thing, can't find it. About an hour later, he calls me over and says I need to show you something. He brings me back to the pallet with all those boxes, but this time, they all have the number of what we were looking for before. They all changed. I work about 15 feet from this, so there was no chance of anyone changing it, and I didn't leave my workstation in between that time. Strange as hell. I could see myself just messing up, but my supervisor looking at it and seeing the same exact thing. This place also had all these weird propaganda style buttons and stuff. They were stuff like anti-communism, pro-war, pro-America type propaganda. Some of them had Disney characters and stuff like that on them as well. Really weird. The shelves where they were on are all empty now. No idea where they went. I never spent a lot of time looking at them because I didn't want to get questioned why I was looking at these things, but always made sure to take a look at a few of them every time I had to pass by the area. I don't know. It seems like some weird stuff happens with the military. I don't know if it was a glitch or something like that, but I had some weird experiences in my life. First of all, I'm from Germany and English is not my native language, so please excuse spelling or grammatical errors. I was my high school class in some old castle in Germany. It was study trip with teachers and all that usual stuff. The only real funny parts were the evenings. Once we, a bunch of classmates and I, walked through a dark and a bit scary forest, which were behind the castle. Beginning from the first moment, I had a bad feeling about the entire idea of walking in the rain through the dark forest, without any real flashlights and a bunch of fools. Well, you could call that feeling common sense, and it is nothing new to me, but this time it was something else. You can have a bad feeling, but I had a real fear of dying that night. I was scared to the bones, and with every step I got worse. I decided to heat back, but I couldn't without my classmates, so I had to find a reason for them to head back to. A bunch of lunatics without fear or the already mentioned common sense. At some point I didn't care what they would think of me, and I decided to be honest. I told my best friend that I really want to go back, and that we would regret it, really regret it, if we wouldn't go. He believed me, because he knew that he is better listening to me when I'm serious. The feeling got worse and worse, and then I had the urge to head up front, stop them all, and not to move anyone one step further. Somehow we managed to get all to walk back to the castle and the fear vanished. The next morning, my friend wanted to know why I behaved like I did, and we walked that path through the forest again. We reached the point as I stood before my classmates and got them to head back. I couldn't believe what I saw. The entire path in front of us was gone. One big landslide took everything with it, and it looked like it happened just the day before, or the day before that. We had almost no sight that night. We, or at least some of us, could have fallen, and maybe would have died. I don't know. I just know that my friend was quit the entire rest of the walk back. He couldn't believe any of it. That is just one story like that. This is as true as I can stress. One night, when I was 6 years old, I was laying in my parents' bed and didn't feel like moving to go to my bedroom, so my parents let me be and fell asleep next to me. I was at the far left of the bed and didn't feel sleepy at all. I happened to be right next to the bedroom windows, which stretched from end to end and were covered by translucent white curtains, so that when the sun rises it'll diffuse the light into the room comfortably. At the time I had a habit of staring at a particular spot in the dark if I don't feel sleepy, so that particular night I looked at the windows, only seeing very dim diffused light from the street lamps outside, and spaced out thinking of cartoons and whatnot. Out of nowhere, I abruptly noticed the really dim light gradually growing brighter and brighter, not very quickly, but at a somewhat deliberate speed, like when you watch a documentary on watching a flower bud bloom. Within a matter of minutes, I don't know the exact time frame that elapsed, I was amazed to watch the light grow strong enough to actually fill the room. I was wide awake the whole time, alternating gazing around the room in the confusion and looking back at the windows. After a while the light just stayed constant. The room looked as if it was daytime outside. Bewildered, I slipped out of the bed to part the curtains a little, out of curiosity. The sun had risen. I was mystified. I was absolutely sure I hadn't slept a single wink, and yet the night had apparently passed by within what felt like just a few minutes. I stood staring outside at the cars driving by and the people walking, and then I heard my mom calling out to me sleepily, asking why and how I was up so early. I've never been an early riser even back when I was a kid, and as a 6-year-old I had no explanation for what just happened to me, so I just shrugged. I don't remember what happened next, like whether I went to sleep or for breakfast, but this event definitely stuck with me throughout the years and I've never figured out a reason, whether true or fantastical. A couple of things have happened in my life already. When walking home from a friend's house, which takes about 45 minutes, I was walking, not really paying attention to my surroundings until focusing back in and realizing that I'd already walked this way. I got super disorientated and looked at my phone, and 2 hours had passed. I then freaked out and called my mum, who went from sounding pissed that I was late to getting deadly serious when I'd explained and making me run through the whole thing. Turns out, she'd done the exact same thing a week ago, exact same time, gone for a walk around the block, and 2 hours later ended up back where she'd been before, nowhere near where she cold walked in 2 hours. She hadn't told anyone, because she didn't think anyone would listen, and since then, we've told each other everything. Point back in year 8, I had a math exam, and went through the whole maths exam, before leaving the room, and waking up. I went to school, and the math exam was exactly the same. I ended up getting the equivalent to an A, all because of this exam. Point a friend of mine had a dream he'd walked in on his mum wrapping his birthday present, freaked out, and smashed a vase that he'd never seen before. Bearing in mind it's still like 3 months until his birthday when this happened. Next day, he walks into the house after school and sees the exact thing he pictured and smashes a vase that his mum had bought while we were at school. Edit. Not really what you're talking about, but I swear I've seen literal glitches. Like little jumps or something. Like a video would glitch, but in real life. I'm probably crazy though. Way back, when I was 15, in Spanish class, the teacher asked us if any of us could deduce what guarda spalda meant. I knew espalda was back, and guarda sounded a lot like guard, so I figured it meant bodyguard. It seemed like a fairly obvious answer, but Noon answered, so I went ahead and did. She said good job, or something along those lines, and the lecture continued. A few weeks later, she asked the same question. Again, nobody answered. Again, I answered, and she praised me for it. I asked a bunch of different people if they remembered her asking that question before, and they all said no. There were a few other odd things that happened in my life. There was a 5-month stretch of time in my freshman year of high school where I could effortlessly remember every single thing that happened on any given day. What tests, quizzes, homeworks, meals, interactions, etc. that I had. It took place from October 2005 to February 2006. Recently, in the past month, I've been experiencing a lot of synchronicity. I'm from up north, and went to Virginia this past week. Chick-fil-A is basically non-existent where I'm from, so I figured I'd get something. The doors are locked. The hours state that they are open Monday, Saturday. I go on Reddit 2 hours later, and see this on my main feed. I'm not even subscribed to r/drunk. The same week, I watched a documentary about ducks on the hotel TV. In it, they mentioned that ducks can transport organisms from pond to pond, unintentionally. A few minutes after the show was over, I go on Reddit and see this. Later that same week, I turned on the TV, and on the same channel I saw the duck documentary on. They were airing some sort of montage of landscapes, shots of the pyramids, Grand Canyon, etc. The music playing in the background of this was the obscure piece of music I had played in high school for a music competition, Sicilienne, by 4. If anyone's interested, there were a few other things that happened, but this post is getting too long as it is. Edit. Added some stuff. About 10 years ago, when I was in college, me and my friends often met to play tabletop games at my house, and so we did on that particular evening. The evening was fun, but it was getting late. Mike and Susan decided to stay a little bit longer after we finished playing. Both close friends I knew for years. Not their real names. It was about 1 AM and the three of us got comfy on a couch in my room. The room was lit by some small and dimmed warm lights with some kind of chill out music playing softly in the background. There was no need for words between us. We just sat there and enjoyed the silence after a long day. I closed my eyes and tried to relax, but my brain was getting flooded, as usual, by all sorts of random thoughts. I tried to calm down by ignoring all the things that came up in my mind, but it seems that brains don't work that way. So instead of ignoring those random thoughts, I focused on my breathing. That seemed to work. Some minutes later I could feel how this flood of memories, ideas, and random thoughts faded away, and a pleasant feeling of silence fulfilled me. It is very hard to wrap the event that happened next in words while in this mental state of silence. A sudden feeling of the presence of two familiar persons followed by a storm of intimate memories and thoughts swept into my mind. It was like I poked my head into someone else's brain and I could see everything they think for a brief moment. Not only did I see and feel what was going on in their heads, it felt like at the same time they could look into mine. Also, I somehow knew exactly that those thoughts did belong to Mike and Susan. It felt like I could intuitively distinguish between the two of them. Both felt like they had a different flavor and location to them. It was scary and fascinating at the same time. This whole experience lasted only seconds. Although I felt I could somehow steer or influence what was being transmitted between us, I was frightened to lose control. I imagined me pulling back and it all ended as quickly as it started. I opened my eyes for a moment. We all stared confused at each other when Susan broke the silence, asking, "Did you guys felt that happening too?" None of us could explain what just happened, but we all felt it, and we knew it was real. In the years that followed, we talked about this evening from time to time, but none of us ever experienced something similar ever again. I've got one. Back in high school, my friends and I would go to a park at night every now and then. My friend told me of a story of the ghost boy who lost his dog in the park, ran out in the street looking for him, and got hit by a car. This same night, my friend and I are on a large rock in the park. Two of my other friends are near the street. The friend I was with and I could hear barking coming from the street, where our other friends were. Then my phone rang, and on the other end of the phone was a little boy. He kept asking, "Have you seen my dog? I know you're on my street." I told him to give the phone to his mom, and I kept asking him his name, but he would get upset with me and insist I know where his dog is. I was so freaked out, I didn't think to tell him that I heard a dog in the street. Thinking about how he could have replied freaks me out. The friend I was with was asking me what was going on, and I couldn't explain it. I handed him the phone, and he had the same conversation with the boy. He eventually handed the phone back to me, and I hung up the phone. Our friends that were near the street said that they never heard a dog. Where they were, it would have been a few feet away from them. They said they did see a small boy in the middle of the street. They called to him. The boy didn't look towards them. They got freaked out and ran to us. They asked us if we could see him because we had a direct view of the street. We had been looking that way since that's where we heard the dog. We didn't see anything in the street. I don't see those friends too often anymore, but this usually gets brought up somehow when we do hang out because it was the creepiest thing that happened to any of us. Fuck it. This is off the front page and I need to dump this somewhere. First, a little background. When I was a kid, I was living in an apartment building on the 10th floor. We were more or less under the approach path for the main airport in the city. I just double checked on Google Maps. The building is 300 meters from the straight path to the main runway, 7 kilometers away. I remember one time when I was a kid that I looked out a window and saw a plane fly over the building way too low. Too low as in I could see faces through the cockpit window. Too low while the engines of the plane were screaming. I guess nothing happened since I haven't heard about a crash, but that was scary. In the same direction where that plane came from was another airport, just 3 kilometers away. It was a small military airport with fighters and I'd often hear them running really loud jet engines there. I rarely dream and never remember my dreams. I sometimes wake up from not really nightmares, but dreams that annoy me so much that I don't want to go back to sleep to restart the dream, but never remember what they were about 20 minutes after waking up. That one day was extra weird because several things don't add up. I remember having a dream of a giant plane coming from that small military airport. I wasn't living the same building or city or even country at that time and flying straight toward my bedroom window, and then I'd wake up or something, fall asleep again, and the dream would restart. It was pretty much the scene from when I was kid, except the plane was much larger and flying lower straight into my window. I don't go back to sleep to repeat a dream, but I did that day. Another thing that doesn't add up here is that even though I was working very long days at that time with a twisted sleep schedule, I usually made it to the office at around lunch. After this dream I woke up just before 3 p.m. which was many hours later than usual. I went to my computer and jumped into a chat I was usually in, and a friend who lived in Brooklyn said something like, "I'm going to Manhattan to see what's going on." I turn on the news on TV just as the second WTC tower gets hit. I didn't go to work and spent the rest of the day watching news. I'm pretty sure that this is just my memory playing tricks on me and somehow fit the constant stream of surreal news coverage of that day into a false memory of a dream. It still freaks me out when I think about it though. I used to get sleep paralysis a lot as a teenager. Almost every time I slept on my back from 12 to 15 or so, and then from 16 to 18 it might have been a 1/10th shot. If I slept on my back point the first time I got it, it wasn't actually quite sleep paralysis. I had a dream where I was in the basement of my house and was walking away from the garage door to go back up the stairs to the kitchen. Before I got to the stairs, I lifted up and then sank, like I was dead and my soul was leaving. I sank with a feeling of panic as I realized I was going to hell, but I woke up when I reached the ground. Many times I would hallucinate and see gremlins, Vrakalicus, or demons, however you wish to call them. Usually they were sitting on my chest. Sometimes I would not see them, but I could feel their weight and felt I knew their presence and could feel their claws on my neck. One time, when I was 13, I had the TV on. I was afraid of the dark, for obvious reasons, and I woke up and saw Death. Tall, with a tattered cape, and I could see through him and see the light from the TV, with the image blurred. I could not see his skeleton face, just his shadow and tattered robes. He lifted his scythe to me, and I awoke just before it reached my face. One last story is, when I was 14 and I hallucinated, in order, the sound of a train horn, a saw, not a chainsaw, just a regular saw, like someone is sawing at a tree, and then a gunshot. I didn't realize I was hallucinating at first, so I roamed around my house trying to figure out which asshole left the TV on. It sounded like it was coming from right below my room, and the saw sounded real, not like something on TV. So I went downstairs to see if my dad was there fixing something, or watching TV in the middle of night, neither of which made sense. After enough roaming around my house I realized everyone was asleep, and that I had hallucinated the noises. For some reason I worked it into my head that it was a foretelling of my death. I figured the saw noise would come from some device while I was on the train. This was about 5 years ago, so I wasn't thinking of a smartphone, but perhaps a portable DVD player. One little note about my sleep paralysis. I had one thing happen to me frequently which I actually didn't realize was a symptom at the time. During sleep paralysis one can wake up feeling oddly and inexplicably turned on. I think the reason involves blood rushing to the genitalia or something. Oftentimes, people hallucinate incubi or succubi during these. I just kept waking up as a teenager, really turned on, having no idea why. I couldn't remember a wet dream or anything. And I never did hallucinate incubi during these experiences. Also, just for context, I'm female, but men can get this symptom too. I also would get those out of body experiences. My soul never lifted past the ceiling. I suppose my brain was not creative enough to picture myself floating around in the attic, or any higher. They were also frightful, but not quite as bad as some of the others. TLDR, I used to get sleep paralysis and he saw Death raise his scythe and lower it to my face, heard creepy and random noises which I thought were a premonition of my death, saw demons and gremlins, and felt presences, would have out of body experiences and occasionally wake up inexplicably turned on. Bit of background, which just proves that the brain is absolutely faked up. I had just gotten home from Iraq. I went through a couple of experiences in Iraq that didn't sit well with me. Some PTSD caused by my convoy being stopped for an hour, and my driver and I were convinced we were stopped right next to an IED marker, something insurgents place, so they know when a target is right next to their IED. Well, we sat for an hour because someone had dragged a dead dog into the middle of the street, and the first truck thought that was an IED. It wasn't. The IED was next to our truck. The QRF, Quick Reactionary Force, showed up and saw a house about 500 yards away from the street. As soon as we saw them breach the door, the IED next to us blew. It was a little further down from the marker, so we weren't hit directly, but we felt a shockwave pretty hard. We sat in that truck for an hour, in silence, waiting for what we were sure was an IED to blow. We all knew it was going to happen, but we couldn't move from the convoy. An hour. I was in the back scribbling notes to my family and my beach of an ex for leaving me for another man. Then the IED blew point anyway. I had just gotten home from Iraq and was out drinking with friends, drinking heavily. After an entire year of having zero drinks, I wound up in my friend's apartment and he inevitably starting talking about my deployment, and I flat out told him I'm dead. I died. I believed it too. Here, I'll transcribe what happened from a journal entry I wrote a couple days after the experience. I remember having a sense of disconnection with everyone in that room. Total detachment. We started talking about Iraq and I snapped. It can best be described as a complete psychotic break from reality. The right side of my scalp started to tingle, and I suddenly felt that the three of them were judging me. They were weighing my past actions in a cold, emotionless manner. I remember little. Occasionally I would plead with friend's name, asking him why, asking him how he could be part of this. I threatened to leave, but friend's name calmly explained there were police outside. I would be arrested. Suddenly, I was a prisoner, and the room became my all. It was more than that, and less than that. The apartment room was my universe. Nothing existed beyond its walls. I knew that. I knew at that point I really had died in Iraq. With this realization came an uncontrolled expulsion of the contents of my stomach. The room reeled and spun out of control. Friend's name was yelling, naturally upset, and then the torture started. It was beautiful in its perfection, in its simplicity, in its complete effectiveness over my being. Memories and thoughts were bound with physical feelings and reactions. Everything flew at me, my entire life, all the choices I made, and why they were wrong. It started as a small tingling through my body. I would remember something fondly, my first kiss with first girl I kissed, and an immediate, overwhelming sense of worthlessness washed over me. I began to drown in the fact that she and I drifted apart. I no longer knew her. This memory is pointless. My sense of worthlessness carried with it a stronger tingling, one that I could feel slowly morphing, going inward and pushing outward at the same time, pulsating in steady waves. I was in hell, I told myself. I grew accustomed to the sensation, came to terms with the physical discomfort and the mental anguish. There was a pinpoint of light in an otherwise completely black space. The pinpoint started to grow, almost imperceptibly, larger, expanding. The sensation increased, and I cried out. I remember taking writing classes in college. I enjoyed them. Maybe I took them for a reason, I thought, though I don't know why. For this thought and hope, I was punished as well. I didn't write in college for my own interests. I started because of friend in apartment, same friend. The man sitting next to me on the couch I can no longer see or feel, was laughing with two other friends in the room, almost near. Almost. So close. One of them said, "Why does she say this? Does she know what I'm thinking?" Of course she does. Clamps seized down all over my body and the inward/outward push and pull of this sensation teared at me. It stretched me so thin. Over a short period of time, I began to grow accustomed to this and the sensation, unfazed, shifted and escalated to an entirely new level of torture. For a moment, I grasped the concept of eternity completely. I felt its depth and meaning. I was able to completely comprehend time never ending. I came to understand it and accept it. I was intimate with the idea. The pinpoint of light, slowly growing all this time, was all around me then. Brilliant, blinding, painful, beautiful light. It wasn't hope or a promise out of my prison. It was simply beautiful torture. The light brought with it a torrent of millions of memories, all of them ebbing and flowing, churning and boiling. They suffocated me. I reached out to one, hoping one of them would save me, hoping I could declare, this one validates me. This one must make this stop, certainly. It did not. I kept reaching to others, hoping. I slowly became resigned to failure. The realization started slowly and then crashed against my mind, causing physical pain. Then, it just stopped. Instantly, I was floating in black. I didn't know how to handle the information or the complete lack of sensation. I was consumed by the same knowledge of infinity, of eternity. I saw time and felt the stretches of the universe. I was judged and experienced torture and it stopped. Everything stopped. I woke up the next day, hungover. I reluctantly opened the door to outside, fully expecting nothing more than to feel the yaw of the apartment as it floated through a void. No, it will be an identical room to this. Attached to an infinite string of identical rooms, I thought. It opened to a staircase leading downstairs to a door that lead to the street outside that lead me back to my home. Phantoms lingered in my town. They followed me, judged me, they were always watching me. When I reached my apartment building, I stood waiting for the elevator and saw a tall man whispering to a girl, a woman, but his eyes were locked on mine. He was smiling. I couldn't tell her age. Red hair, white coat with a rabbit fur-lined hood, with a red t-shirt underneath. Her bright pink shorts led to red and blue striped stockings and black high heels. Her eyes were red from crying or smoking pot. The man pointed inside the elevator, laughed, and walked away as the girl/woman and I walked into the elevator at the same. I pushed 6, she pushed 14, she slowly turns to me and stares at me until the doors close. Just moving in, she asked. No, I just came back, I said, but I wasn't sure if I was referring to Iraq or the void. Oh, lucky you, she said with a smile. My veins ran cold, and she never stopped looking at me the entire time. Those bloodshot eyes never flicking away, even for an instant. We both got off on 6, my floor. The doors of the elevator closed, and I heard the steel box continue its climb to 14. I didn't move as I watched her lightly touch my apartment door before walking into my neighbor's apartment. I waited, frozen for 5 minutes, but she didn't come back out. I haven't seen her since. I hear people muttering things to me now, just quiet enough that I can't hear. People are looking at me strangely. I lose track of time and forget things I've done. Sometime I'm awake for 48 hours. I forget when I've last slept. I don't remember waking up or the first thing I do each day. I simply realize I've made it to some point in the day. No beginning or end, just the middle. Over and over again, the same thing. Purgatory? Tomorrow I won't know when I wrote this. I won't know why I wrote it. Everything has some deeper meaning and purpose now. It's connected to me. I hear something on television or a song or a snippet of conversation and I realize it's about me in some way I can't explain. I feel like I've done this before, a scripted tragedy on infinite loop, and I'm awakening to that realization. Perhaps the repetition woke me. Maybe 100 or 1000 or more repetitions has ingrained its pattern in my head, and I'm on a set of irreversible and unchangeable tracks. I haven't read that entry in 4 years. In my freshman year of high school, we were asked to write a letter to our future selves, to concoct some handwritten time capsule we could open up once we'd graduated to remind ourselves of the fresh-faced ideals, the goals and aspirations we all held during such a formative and expectant period of our lives. I left the letter in my notebook and promptly forgot about it. Years pass, and I'm at home from college during winter break. My dad's been cleaning out the garage, and he hands me a box of old schoolwork to sort through. I'm sifting through notes, doodles, and assignments when I come across this letter. Nothing too odd at first. It's a quasi-journal update noting current friends and recent girlfriend, subjects, and talents pursued, questions of my progress in life, mixed in with some self-amused jibes against the assignment and honest words of encouragement. Yours truly, your past self. Or, how nice of me. Then I get to the end. PS. See you in 8 years. What? Why would I write 8 years? I would have graduated in 4, more like 3.5 years after this was written, so why? Then I checked my watch and noticed the date at the top of my letter. It had been 8 years, to the day, from the time that I wrote this letter to the time that I ultimately unearthed and read it. It was an immediately surreal experience. This bizarre event, plus quite a few other things that somehow suddenly all fell into place at once, gave me an indescribable dread, leading me to believe I would soon suffer some catastrophic event. I called my girlfriend and drove 4 hours overnight to her parents' house, essentially to say my goodbyes. During the drive I became convinced that when I got within 10 minutes of her house I would be involved in a fatal car accident. It didn't happen. I was shaken nonetheless, acting out a bizarre host of emotional impulses, and generally freaking everybody out. I stayed the night to settle my frayed nerves, still sensing that the worst was yet to come. It was dark on my way back home. I still couldn't shake the fear. A nagging compulsion forced its way in and pushed me into taking the longer scenic route home. Somehow I felt it was the right choice. I was chain smoking the whole way, somehow convinced that when my pack's last cigarette died out, so would I. 10 minutes away from the safety of home, I'm coasting down a veering track of mountain-hugging road edged by precipices overlooking the steep valley gorge below. My final cigarette's burned to the filter, and just before it singes my hand I think, "Fuck it, here goes nothing," and pitch it out the window as I'm taking a bend. Immediately, my right rear tire explodes, and my car's sent spinning, careening towards the edge. I accept my fate and see white point, and those are the events that led to my first near-death experience. It started with a dream, but there was a real-life punchline point. I woke up in the middle of the night, thirsty. I lived alone in a complex of identical side-by-side condos. I got up and walked down the hallway, through the living room, and to the kitchen. My apartment was my apartment, not some unfamiliar place as so often happens in dreams. My place, same couch, same stereo in the living room point, but when I got to the kitchen, even in the semi-darkness, I saw that the counters were clean. That freaked me out, because when I had gone to bed the night before, I had left dishes and Chinese food cartons on the counter. I stared at it for a while, confused. I lived alone. I looked in the dining room area and saw that the clock on the wall had been replaced by a tall wooden grandfather clock on the floor. I freaked, thinking I had wandered into someone else's condo next door somehow while sleepwalking. I retraced my steps back to the hallway and glanced in the bedroom. It was mine. I sighed with relief and headed into the bedroom when I heard noise behind me. I turned back and saw that my stereo was on and was playing static Y70s AM radio music. Same orange and blue lights that my stereo at the time had. I walked to the stereo and hit the power button and turned back toward my bedroom and heard the noise again. A glance back showed me that the stereo was on. I turned it off again with the same results. Now I was getting really upset and I followed the power cord to the outlet and yanked it. Silence. I headed back to my bedroom and heard the noise again and turned to see the orange and blue glowing lights. The cord was still unplugged. I sank to my knees and sobbed in fear, wishing that God was real and could help me. I woke up, went into the living room and checked the kitchen. All was well. My dishes and cartons on the counter, my wall clock, a quiet stereo. The next morning, while getting ready for work, I was still unnerved by the dream. On my way out the door, I stopped at the stereo to turn it off and hit the power button. A couple steps to my front door, and I heard music still, the Pink Floyd I was listening to, not the 70s AM radio static. I went back to the stereo and mashed the power button, and it continued to glow orange and blue and play music. Totally freaked, I yanked the power cord out of the wall, as I had done in my dream the night before. The stereo stayed dark and silent. Later investigation showed the power button had broken, and I replaced the stereo. TLDR, no reason not to do drugs, if life is going to behave like this anyway. Late, but I'll still share in case anyone else has experienced this. When I was 14, there were a good 2 weeks that I was experiencing precognitions. It was never for anything important. I'd just get a random picture in my head, and it would happen moments later. The first one happened when I went to the library with my friends after school. I was working on my math homework when I got a picture of one of my friends sneaking up on me and trying to scare me in my head. When she actually did sneak up on me a few moments later, I reacted out of the fright that I had seen it happen in my head, and it had come true. The next one was the weirdest. I got a picture in my head of coins falling in a toilet while I was watching TRL one afternoon. The next time I went to the bathroom, 75 cents fell out of my jeans and into the toilet. I remember being so pissed because I had planned to use that money to buy a Coke that it didn't hit me that I'd had another vision until much later. I don't really remember the rest of them because, like I said, they were pretty inconsequential. It stopped happening after a couple of weeks and never came back. The only explanation I have is that I had started sneaking Stephen King books from the library and was opening myself up to the idea of supernatural cognitive ability. I was reading Carrie during those 2 weeks of visions. Edit. Something similar happened when I was 16, but was probably a total coincidence. I had applied for my first job and was waiting to hear back after my interview. I wasn't all that concerned about it because I knew my parents were only making me get a job so I would develop a work ethic. So I was casually reading a book when my dad walked into the living room. He said hello and I said, "Hey, Dad, has first boss's name called?" The moment he said no, the phone started ringing. As he was walking to answer it, he said, "I swear, if this is first boss's name, guess who got a job offer that day?" My dad is not at all a believer in that sort of thing, so it probably qualifies as his glitch in the matrix rather than mine. This has only happened twice. Once in the lunch line at school and once during work. I was chatting with my friends in the lunch line when suddenly I see little white dots appearing in my vision. When they appeared they would immediately fly into a direction and disappear soon after they had appeared. But it wasn't just a couple, there were hundreds. They looked like fireflies and they made me feel so warm. The moment I saw them, I immediately stopped what I was doing and stared at them in amazement. I couldn't look away, like those squiggles in your eye that you can't directly look at. Then there were more, a lot more. They filled up my entire field of vision. All I remember next was that my eyes hurt from the blinding whiteness, and I suddenly was sitting in my history class 2 hours later. I told my friends about it, and they said I acted normal, and ate lunch, and sat through science class while doodling on my notes, which I usually do. The freakiest part of that was I literally could not find those notes anywhere, not even in my notebook, where I usually keep them. At work, I was stocking cereal when it happened again. I kept reminding myself what happened last time and to look away, but I couldn't. I couldn't because the fireflies were so beautiful. So beautiful and warm. It happened like it did last time, but I woke up in the shower. I asked my coworker what happened, and they said I acted how I normally do. But I locked up and set the alarm, which I didn't know how at the time, since I was fairly new. To this day I sometimes see the fireflies, but only for a short period of time before I manage to look away. It still freaks me out. Just posted one, but thought of some others. Since I was young I've always known when people are going to live or die well before anyone else. The first time was when I was 4 and my mom was tucking me in and was making me say my prayers before bed. For some reason, I was too young to remember any of this. I ended my prayer with "And God take mama home." Mama was what we called my great grandmother, who lived about 3 hours away from us over on the Gulf Coast. My mom, thoroughly freaked out, called my aunt, whom was living with my great grandmother, and went back in to check on her. She was fine, just took her medicine, was reading before going to bed. But that morning at about 4 or 5 am my mom got woken up by a call from my aunt, telling my mom that mama had passed on in her sleep in the night. It didn't stop there, though. Something similar happened when my mother's mother passed on, and then again when one of my great aunts. It freaked my family all to hell, cause how could a little kid know about this? The living part came in when I was 8 turning 9. We were up in Ohio visiting family, and one of my aunts had this cat that was old and sluggish and didn't like to be pet or picked up. But it loved me. It had let me hold it and drag it around everywhere, and I remember clear as day telling my aunt that the cat was going to have kittens. None of my family believed me, but to be sure my uncle took her to the vet, and they said nope, not pregnant. I just knew she was though, and on the morning that we went to pack of the car to head home they couldn't find that cat. We'd been an hour on the road when they called my mom and told her they'd found the cat in a laundry pile in the basement with 3 kittens. Then, when I was 12, my mom had my sister. I'd been begging for another sibling cause it was just me and my brother, and when my mom was in labor they let me stay in the room. When my mom gave birth it was really cool, so I don't get the disgust factor that some people attribute to childbirth, but while the doctor was cutting the cord I noticed my mom was bleeding. If you've never seen childbirth, there's blood, but not an open flow. The nurse wouldn't let me over to mention it to the doctor though, and when I told her my mom was hemorrhaging, She didn't believe me. What nurse is going to believe a 12-year-old about this shit? Really? And it wasn't until I kicked a total fit about it did the doctor notice and rushed everyone out of the room. My mom was bleeding out and no one noticed but me. A couple years after that, both of my dad's parents died. One from lung failure, the other from a heart attack. My grandfather died first, and my parents had been at the hospital with him and left shortly before he died. When they got home, me and my siblings had been with my godmother. I looked at them and said, "I'm sorry, he's dead." My dad was super confused, and only a minute or so later he got a call from one of his sisters saying he'd passed on. A year later the whole family is driving up to visit my grandmother in the hospital, and it was like my heart just clenched, and I was in the passenger seat and my dad was driving, and I turned and must have given him and look cause he got really shaken up and shook his head like, "Nope, nope, not listening to you." And I told my mom we didn't make it in time, and the words were barely out of my mouth when my aunt called my dad to say she'd passed on. Luckily I haven't had as much to deal with the death side in more recent years, but with my generation growing up, I'm finding I'm able to know when people are pregnant well before they are. This has happened with 3 former classmates and 2 co-workers so far, and I'm really doubting this is some sort of coincidence. TLDR, I somehow know when people are going to die/have died, or when people are pregnant.